In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP. Became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, A new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic County.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. Good morning and welcome to the midweek edition of VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. On the show today, we have lined up very interesting stories to guide you through today and to let you understand and know what is going on around the country. Number one, U.S. citizen rebuilding Yelawata homes warns federal government against renewed attacks amid reports of armed herders establishing camps in Benue State. Now, that's very serious. As DSS arraigns Malami, son on terrorism financing, firearms possession. Plus, President Tinubu orders states to pay electricity subsidy. Now, these are the major topics of discussion, and you can see with me that they are very interesting topics. Some of them will make you happy. Some of them will also give you hope. Good morning once again, and thanks for joining us.
Yes, of course. Good morning. Welcome to the program. We'll be delving into those conversations, and there are others also that we will touch on this morning. We'll be going to River State, of course. I'm Moses Humphrey. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, now let's dive into it very quickly. River State. Now, the Rivers and Lagos State, Rivers and Lagos State lead in the consumption of alcoholic drinks sold in sachets and polyethylene bottles among minors and underage persons, according to a nationwide survey conducted by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. Now, the study conducted in collaboration with the Distillers and Blenders Association of Nigeria examined access to alcohol and drinking frequency among minors below 13 years, that's underaged, 13, 17 years, and adults 18 years and above. Presenting the findings of the survey on Tuesday, NAFDAC Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, said the availability and easy access to alcohol have been identified as a contributory factor to the increasing alcohol consumption among minors. Now, the reports urged stricter regulations, noting that access to alcohol by children can be limited if pack sizes that can be easily concealed are not available. Oh well, this conversation has been ongoing for some time now. NAFDAC clamping down on producers of, these alcoholic beverages in sachets and PET bottles. Now, NAFDAC is not saying producers should not make these things, but not in those little bottles. Now, I'm going to be biased in my analysis of this, and I'm trying not to be. I'm trying to be objective.
Everyone has a bias, no matter how objective you try to be.
I'll try as much as I can to be objective on this issue. I understand that people will lose jobs, all right, and small businesses are the live wire of an economy. I understand all of that, but these things they are cheap. They are cheap. Very cheap.
Low end.
Easily available. In fact, I saw an individual, this guy is mentally unstable. He's mentally unstable. Always asks for, a little handout each time he sees me. And then one day I was walking down my area and I saw him and he greeted me as usual and said, "Bros, anything?" I said, nothing. So he left. And then when he went to sit somewhere, he brought out a bag. He brought it out and poured the contents, and it was sachet alcohol. A lot of it. He just poured it, took one, tore it, and squeezed it, and then started adjusting his clothing. And I said to myself, the monies people give him, that's probably what he spent it on.
Yes.
Because there probably was an addiction before he even got himself into that position of being mentally unstable. He probably had an addiction to these things. And so and that's just one person, though he's an adult, but then you have children having access to these things. Now, the fact that these things are cheap, we also know that they are the contents cannot be, you cannot ascertain the quality of what was used in making these things, which makes them harmful to health. A lot of people consume these things and it affects their internal organs, the liver, the kidney. These things become affected, all right, because they have access to alcohol, things that can easily make them get high. So we have a problem on our hands, and we're trying to solve this problem of access to gateway drugs, alcohol, and the rest of them. And I think putting a ban on this, in fact, stopping the production of this, would be a good way to start in curbing access to that aspect of alcoholic drinks. It's a start. It's a start as far as I am concerned. It's a start. And when it becomes expensive and a lot more difficult to afford, then people will move away and maybe move to something else. Water, which is easily available.
Water is not even available now. Water is not cheap.
Water is not cheap.
The sachet, what we call sachet water.
Sachet water, pure water. What we call pure water.
What we call pure water.
Yes.
It's 300.
300 for?
No, 100.
For
no,
one
3
sachet?
3 for 100.
Okay.
No, 3 for 100 naira.
And it used to be what? It used to be 5 naira.
It used to be, no, before it got to 5 naira, it was below 5 naira.
It was below 5 naira. So even water is expensive.
Water is expensive now. Water is expensive. And in some facilities, especially where we are now, you know how much about
yes, I know.
Table water is, and all of that. So water is not affordable. Now, affordable. Now, that said, this debate has been ongoing for a while, and Professor Deyeye is not willing to back off. She's not willing to back off. And I understand, her position in all of this. If the thing tells on society, because a lot of young men now gravitate towards that because it's low end, it's easily affordable, and she's not going to back off. I like her tenacity in fighting this. And when we talk about some jobs have to go, unfortunately, for society to move on, something has to give. And if this is what it's going to give, I've always maintained that, look, the first place to start, in fighting this thing is from the motor parks, because the only is consequential. When the driver consumes all of these things and gets into the steering, he gets into road rage. He's carrying families, lives of people. If you have like 10 people in the vehicle and you have like 5 people dependent on each of those 10 people, you're talking about carrying 50 people at a time. And if anything happens, it becomes very, very disastrous. So it's consequential when you sell these things in motor parks and all of that. But the angle I want to touch is that the fact that from the research they conducted, Lagos and Port Harcourt, these are the money cities. So it's understandable why. I'm sure that if they get into further research, they might even find that Kano probably will be high in consuming this, because these are cities where you have money. And because the market is there too, the producers tend to channel these products to those markets. So, but in all of this, let us be very, very emphatic. This thing is destroying society, so we need it. People can, like we said, I've always said, if you stop this sachet thing and go the big way, like where you have to buy like 7,000 or 8,000 a bottle of it, the low-end market will naturally die off. And when that market dies off, the people that used to patronize them will also die off, and society becomes better for everybody. That's my position on that.
I agree with you, but I think
please. By die off, I'm sure you means they will, fizzle out, not actually die.
No, but some people will die too because, wait now. Some people will die because naturally, it affects internal organs and all of that. Okay. But the die off, it's fizzle out. Yes. I understand the idea.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, so you guys, I think we're also failing to also realize that, still talking consequences, we're also not looking at the fact that once you keep talking about bus stops being like the hub, motor parks, sorry, but I keep also saying that beyond these bus stops, you have petty stores where these people actually sell to children.
Yes.
So while we talk about accountability, from the motor parks, let's also hold each other accountable. Imagine I'm going to a petty shop to go and buy pure water, for instance, and I see a young child come, to buy one of these pet drinks or the sachet, and I look away. We already have a public health bomb ticking in Nigeria. And if we can't hold each other accountable, And these petty traders, once they know that they can sell these things without any form of consequences, it will go on. We've had enforcements like this being, talked about, try to be implemented for years. But people still go off the hook because there's no consequence. Nigeria is a country of no consequence. So yes, it's good enough that they are trying to ban these PET bottles, but people will still falter. So how do we still hold them accountable?
Tell you that, oh, it's one uncle that sends me.
And I wanted to say that.
Okay. So really, it's a parental flaw, or is it
no?
A
Even
family
when
flaw?
the uncle didn't send it,
yes.
So it's complicated.
It
so
is.
are we also saying that because of this complication, it almost can't be tackled?
One way of tackling it is to stop the production of it.
Okay.
That is one way of tackling it, and I think that's what the Director General of NAFDAC is doing, Mojisola Adeyeye. I think that's what she's doing to stop the production entirely. If that is stopped, then we can now start to work on the morality, the moral aspect,
yes.
where people will say, okay, even if I have something, an alcoholic beverage to be sold, if a child comes, I will refuse to sell to you, even if you say it's an uncle that sent you.
Yeah.
I will still refuse until I see the uncle himself. Now, that will now depend on individual, moral compass.
Exactly. So it's actually very complicated. And I think in Nigeria, one of the things we need to get right is consequences.
Yes.
Because these things just fizzle out. And people just feel like they can do anything. Anyway, Nigeria is a country of anything goes.
Yes, anything goes.
Anything
It's
goes
unfortunate.
country.
We live in a country where, because we don't punish small crimes, the big ones strive.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move away from that story and get into another very interesting story. The senator representing Edo North in the National Assembly, former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomhole, former NLC president, has come under intense public criticism following a viral video of him giving a foot massage to a lady inside a private jet. Well, while many asserted that the lady is Oshiomhole's wife, Lara, others claim that she is a South African explicit content creator who calls herself a professional sugar baby. While reacting to the video, many Nigerians, including former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore, questioned the former governor's conduct amid the country's prevailing economic hardship. Well, Oshiomhole was also accused of being disconnected from the realities faced by ordinary Nigerians, with other netizens saying that public officials no longer attempt to hide displays of wealth and all of that. I think that's a video of the foot massage inside a private jet and all of that. Well, my position in all of this is that the fact that Oshiomhole is a senator does not mean that he's no longer entitled to his private life.
He's still married.
So, and yes, who Oshiomhole?
He's still married to the
He's still married to the
Canadian lady.
No, I think they had problems.
I think they had problems at some point.
Problems at some point, but I don't know whether they divorced or separated and all of that. But I mean, it's his personal life. So when people say that in the midst of hardship, but I think probably why they are questioning in the midst of hardship is that, but let's even talk about it. When a senator gets into office, and he was probably a wealthy man before he got into office, is he not entitled to some kind of private life? Doesn't necessarily mean that any money he made and then is attributed necessarily to the government or having made money in government. I think this thing is his private life. He didn't do it in public, in a private jet, but I don't even know how this escaped, and how we are discussing all of this. If you ask me, is his private life? If you were, in an open aircraft where there were other passengers doing all of this, people could complain and say, well, this is not right. This is a public space and all of that. But he's in a private jet and they are doing their thing, whether it is Lara, his wife, or whether it is somebody from South Africa or what. It's entirely his personal
I agree. It's his personal life. But why Nigerians are triggered is because times are hard. And it almost seems as if our leaders, the government is blind to the...
No, that was what I got from the angle of, if somebody was doing well and got into politics, like let's create a what-if scenario. What if Dangote gets into government now, he becomes a senator? Is he going to abandon all his wealth he made before because Nigerians are suffering?
It's not an issue. For me, I don't think it's an issue of abandoning your wealth or trying to tone down your wealth. But it's just trying to be sensitive to...
Sensitive to what inside a private jet?
No. Sensitive to the feelings of Nigerians.
How Nigerians feel? How?
Because Nigerians are triggered. Things are hard.
Why are they triggered? Is it Oshomole that caused the hardship?
He's not the.
Shouldn't he live his life?
He should live his life. But I know that Oshomole definitely didn't have her film all of that and put it online. But you know some of these girls, and she's also an escort. And so, you know, the higher the profile of the person, I mean your clients, the higher you go. You know what I mean? So, I mean, the next person she would be with would definitely be higher. So, it's still part of marketing. But away from that, I just feel that Nigerians are just triggered because it's sensitive.
That is my question. Why are Nigerians triggered?
We are triggered because times are hard.
Times are hard. Is it Oshomole that caused the hardship?
Oh, yes, but he's a senator, so we can't take that out.
But he's been very vociferous in the Senate. He's been said, well, this is what we need to do and all of that. He has leaked so many things.
So I also feel that once you put your private life out there, you are subject to public scrutiny.
Especially being a senator. That's why I asked that's exactly my. We are going back to the question I asked before. If somebody made money before he got into politics, I mean, should he dump all of that?
Okay, so are you also saying, let me also put you on the spot, are you also saying that a man who is wealthy or who is in power, a government official, is okay for him to live large? I mean, that's his private whatever. But is it also okay to brandish it?
No, I have a problem with the brandishing. So that's I asked the question, how did this thing leak?
It leaked from the lady, obviously, because it's
so
on her page.
So it is wrong. So you should know the kind of people you nest with. Apparently, that's my position.
So I don't.
I think the question on my mind is he still married to Lara Forts? That's her name, right?
I don't think, yes, the Cape Verdean lady.
Yes.
I don't think he's still
as of 2025, they were still married.
Okay.
They were still seen together.
But we netizens also say it is Lara.
But she looks so much like his,
looks like Lara.
His
but
real wife.
Is it Lara or
Ira?
Ira. Okay.
Ira.
Yeah, confusing. But anyway, it just shows that the man is romantic.
I mean,
I like the angle.
Any man can
and
be.
He's living his life.
This will further, confront the narrative that Nigerian men are not romantic. So we have
now romantic
are not. That's the narrative.
Okay.
The Nigerian men are not romantic.
So this story will debunk it.
Of course.
Okay.
Nigerian men are. We can see that Nigerian men, regardless of age, are romantic. They can give foot rubs and the rest of them. Nigeria has problems that we're dealing with. Let the presidency, let the president, make laws that would reduce the issues, the problems that Nigerians are going through. And
so that Nigerians will not have time to be debating over things like this, right?
Yeah.
But I always say that these things are just diversionary tactics.
Who is diverting?
I don't know. I just feel that, trust Nigerian youths. In the next 1 week, this thing will trend.
Even if this thing didn't trend, Nigerian youths won't get into politics.
It's not about getting into politics. It's about being concerned or, what's the word?
Nigerian
being
youths
very active.
I'm happy that you brought up this angle, but we're out of time. Nigerian youths are not concerned in politics.
They are not.
They are not.
What are they concerned about?
They are concerned about
gossip.
About gossip and all of those things.
And I
Go
think,
to social media and see what's
I think
going
I
on.
agree with you, and that's why the government is having a field day.
That's
I
why they're
totally
having a
agree
field
with
day.
you because
Absolutely.
if you interact with the average South African youth, you can see how radicalized and they're very nationalist in their thinking.
Disposition.
They are very passionate
A
about their country.
35-year-old Nigerian is more concerned about watching shows on TV and going to parties and trending on blogs. In fact, it's even worse now because all they're concerned about is dancing on social media and getting views and likes.
Exactly.
Now, back in the day, a 33-year-old or a 35-year-old were governing the nation. Back in the day, we had people within that age range in government already in Nigeria. Those we have in government today, some would say they are stooges of, the old politicians and all they care about is also making money. But we need a total restructuring of our mindset. It's a mindset thing.
It's a mindset
We've sold, social media has been sold to us in, the monetization of social media has been sold to Nigerians and they have grabbed it. And then you go on social media, you see all sorts of things. And all people care about is how much I stand to make. If you're telling me not to do these things, are you going to feed me?
No, apart from the people that put up those things, the people that put up those things are not the ones that generate those views. Now, you see an adult female probably between 40, 45, 50, comes on screen, undresses, turns around, and puts it up.
Yeah.
And you know what you see? You see 200,000 views and like so.
Oh, but
and I said, what are people liking in all of this?
But we know that lewd content sells, sex sells. And I think one of the worst things that ever happened to Nigeria is Facebook monetizing Nigeria, because it's madness. I don't even go on Facebook.
Total
these
madness.
days.
Total madness.
Sometimes I open Facebook and I'm like, what's in this? And I
Total
just
madness.
close it. And these are the reasons, like we always say, that corruption and our government will continue to have a field day, because Nigerian youth, President Buhari of blessed memory said they are jobless.
They are lazy.
They are lazy and jobless.
Lazy Nigerian youth. Oh, well, let's quickly run to the papers now. From Nigerian Tribune, these are the headlines here. Guessing game continues as Senate fails to pass Electoral Act at third promise. Senate proposes new revenue formula to favor FG. And Naira gains against dollar. Naira gains against dollar closes at 1,372 Naira 91 kobo. Terrorism financing. Federal government arraigns Malami's son on 5-count charge. PDP crisis. Makinde fires another shot. We won't allow anyone to hold PDP down, he declares. Abdul Rahman-led camp fixes March 29-30 as new convention dates. Party's management staff, workers, institute declare loyalty to Raki-led NWC. UBA Group announces Loknath Mishra as CEO, UBA UK. And on health, 4 in 10 cancer cases preventable, WHO. 54% of Nigerian minors buy alcohol themselves, NAFDAC. Well, these are the headlines on Nigerian Tribune.
Okay, now let's quickly run through the Punch newspaper. On top of the masthead, bandits kill 30 in fresh Kwara, Katsina attacks. And beside the masthead, genocide accusations, U.S. Congress panels hold new session on Nigeria today. That story is on page 2. Now the big story, electricity subsidy. Federal government to deduct 3.6 trillion naira from federation account as FG begins sharing of power subsidy burden with states. LGs, 1.2 trillion naira to be deducted yearly. More stories from the Punch newspaper. NPO to Tinubu, regulate foreign platforms or lose Nigerian media. Convention showdown. PDP governors resist Wike's bloc move to dismantle committees. And the other one. Okay, that's it from the Punch newspaper.
And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines. Well, at 10 o'clock, we'll get into reviewing these headlines. In the meantime, U.S. citizen rebuilding Yellowwater homes warns federal government against renewed attacks amid reports of armed headers establishing camps in Benue. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz. from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People Television, don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. Now, let's get into the first major topic of discussion. Security agencies have been placed on high alert following reports that a large number of armed Fulani header bandits have set up camps in the valley between Obaulu, Atapwa in Agatu, and Akbete in Akwa local government areas of Benue State. Well, sources reported that personnel of the Nigerian police, civilian JTF, and other tactical teams have been proactively deployed to the affected areas to forestall possible attacks on surrounding communities. Authorities said monitoring and surveillance have been intensified to ensure the safety of residents and prevent any disruption to local activities. Meanwhile, in Yellowwater Community, Guma local government area of Benue State, the organizations building Zion and equipping the persecuted have so far reconstructed 35 housing units in the community, which was raised during coordinated overnight attacks on June 13 and 14, 2025. The founder of Building Zion, Alex Barbie, has stated that the Nigerian government must strive to protect the people of Yellowwater after the ongoing rebuilding efforts. Now, I think there's a video of Alex Barbie addressing the issues raised, in rebuilding the homes that were destroyed in Yellowwater. Let's listen to it.
If something happens in Yellowwater after this rebuilding, the government is liable. The blood is on your hands. We've come in good faith, with good heart, to help the people, to rebuild where nobody is helping. But you are responsible to secure your own people. And there's security here now, but we can't see that they leave in 1 month or 2 months. I can't come back and see that Yellowwater has been burned and killed again. If it happens, you are liable. It is your job to protect them. And so I challenge you, I beg you, do your job. Protect your own people. The U.S. government knows what has been done here. They know the attack. They know that I am here. They know that we have rebuilt Yellowwater, and they support me. Congressman Riley Moore, he supports what we're doing. He knows. He has the geographical coordinates of Yellowwater. And we are all monitoring what is happening here. So please, protect your people. Do not let anything happen to Yellowwater again.
Alex Barbie, practically addressing the Nigerian government from Yellowwater, where he was involved in rebuilding of homes that were destroyed last year, during whatever went down in Yellowwater. And he's practically saying, well, the United States government understands and knows what is going on in this community. So you need to protect your people. Otherwise, So, but we've been joined, let's bring in our guests. And we've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agommo. Barrister Agommo is a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Agommo, and thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
And beside him, we have Ijoma Mary Chukwu. Ijoma is a specialist in security technology, a security consultant, and cyber security expert. Good morning, Ijoma, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning.
We appreciate your presence.
Thank you.
For coming.
Thank you.
And from our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Comrade Chef Foster Michael. He is a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Comrade Michel, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
God bless you for having me.
Good. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate your presence. Let's start from the studio here where we have Barrister Darlington. Barrister, homes that were destroyed in Yelwata have been rebuilt following the efforts of a young American, Alex Barbie. And he's saying, Nigerian government, you need to protect your people. We understand, America understands what is going on at the moment in parts of Yelwata. You need to protect your people. We also been told that, well, the Nigerian security agencies have been placed on high alert because there seems to be some massing, of armed bandits, headers, and all of that. People that purportedly or supposedly caused that harm last year, that they are gathering again. Now, what's your reaction to this? Do you think that Nigerian government has acted proactively enough, to ensure that homes that were destroyed, we see Americans coming to rebuild homes in Nigeria, and in the same Benue State, we have about over 600,000 of them living in IDP camps, and it took the effort of an American to rebuild Yelwata. How much responsibility should the Nigerian government take for what is going on in that area of Benue State?
As far as I'm concerned, the Nigerian states, that is the federal government of Nigeria, they are not doing enough about this insecurity. They are being pampered, and that is why they have the audacity, the temerity to be doing what they are doing and be talking the way they are talking. I don't know why the federal government cannot take a decisive action on these people. You chase them from this end, they run to the other end. You chase them from the other end, they run to the other end. And the federal government is watching and looking. Mr. Okoro, do you know why this thing is very annoying? I know very well that if this type of nonsense were to be happening from another region of this country, you don't need to be told what will happen. You don't need to be told.
No, Barrister, come again. I don't understand.
I said if these people that are doing this over there,
okay,
in this Benue and all, if they are coming from another region of this country,
okay,
you don't need to be told what the federal government will do, because we saw it happen before. And so, why is the federal government pampering these guys? Why? That is the question we should be asking. They don't even call them out. Mr. Okoro, I have never seen when one leader in this country have come to address these people.
Barrister, I'm sorry to butt it, but we understand that it was in the news last week, that 9 of the people arrested in Yelwata are currently undergoing prosecution. You didn't hear about that?
Hold on. You didn't get me. I said, call them out. Arrested is not enough.
Prosecution.
Okoro, the people that, like these people that we saw now, that the military and whatever on high alert, the states should come out to frontal and say, we have seen what you people are doing. This nonsense must stop. And you call them out. The real people that are behind it, call them out and tell their leaders. Because they have a leader. They are listening to some people.
Barrister,
some people are sponsoring them.
Barrister, we have heard the former chief of defense staff, who is now the Minister of Defense, say that, look, these people are foreigners, They are not even Nigerians, foreigners. So what call out again do we require?
No.
I understand your position. Let's bring Ijoma into this conversation.
No, foreigner cannot come to your country except you allow it.
Okay, beautiful.
Yes.
Now let's bring Ijoma into this conversation. Ijoma, we understand, that security forces have been placed on high alert. The Nigerian police, security agencies, and all of that. But some of these killings happen earshots within military commands, military posts, and all of that. People are given command, to exit. And when they exit, the killers come in and kill. We even hear that sometimes after the killings, police restrain people from taking photographs, restrain people from talking to journalists and all of that. So in all of this, does it look like, what's your reaction to the fact that, well, we have security people surround a community, yet Nigerians in those communities are killed? How do you react to that? What does it tell you?
The first thing it tells me is we have a leadership problem. That's number one. We have a leadership whose body language is not saying I'm interested in solving the security problem. It's not saying it's a firm thing for me that I have to deal with security problem decisively. So because the leadership language is weak when it comes to security challenges, security perpetrators continue to do what they need to do. Now, based on the report you just talked about today, we will see an emergence of more community-based security attacks. It's something we're going to be seeing. This is not the first time we've had reports of bandits now organizing themselves across certain communities. There's going to be a rise in it. And what does that tell me? It tells me that we need to have more community-based policing, more community-based security apparatus set up. We need to start building communities that don't allow open access. Because I live in one community, anybody can just come into my community, Nigerians or non-Nigerians. How do you verify people that come into your community? Can we start building walls within our communities? I went to, number one, access. Let's reduce access. I went to my village.
How do you reduce access?
Let me even show you the one that shocked me. I never took note of it. As a young child, I enjoyed going to the village. But as an adult, now that I understand things, I went to the village and in the night, I came outside and I saw bush dark. And I was like, hell no, my father cannot be living here. Access, unhindered access, because all you just do is build a house, build another house, and there is just a vast land.
Yeah, because we have a lot of land. So how do you then reduce access to those who don't reside around there?
Yes, build fences.
We should build
Yes,
fences.
before the emergence of city
Around
restrictions,
houses or around communities?
Around communities. We can start having partnership like Zion Builders. Can start helping us build.
Do you think that would work? I mean, from a security standpoint.
One.
Look, I just wanted to just hold the thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah. I know from a security standpoint, you're a security expert. They keep saying that Nigerian military has some of the best intelligence in the world. Yet, it seems as though the intelligence doesn't even exist. So from your wealth of knowledge, experience from the security standpoint, what do you think are some of the realistic tech-based intervention that can quell things like this? Because it appears as though maybe tech might be the way out.
Okay, so I'm going to break it down for you. Number one, leadership at the top is not giving you the body language, so you have to rely on local-based leadership. So local-based leadership has to do with community where people live. So first thing to do with security is access. That's why we have boundaries within continents, within countries. You cannot just move from one country to another because there needs to be boundary. Now, if that is failing you, what do? You now bring the boundaries to your community. In your home, you have boundaries. I cannot just enter your house. I have to knock through the door. Why should you now enter my community without restriction, without any form of surveillance, without any form of monitoring? No, that has to be built. Secondly, then we have to deploy a system where we are able to get notifications of incidents when they are about to happen. The world system have what is called an air raid solution. When there is an attack in a particular territory or a country, you hear a sound, a blaring sound. You need to take cover. Maybe there's a bomb coming in. You need to take cover in a bomb shelter or go underground, even if there is a whirlwind or a storm. In our community, where the death rate is going, communities are now under attack. It's war. We need a system of alerts within communities.
Okay, I understand that one.
In Nigeria,
it will, it can. Technology can solve it.
I'd like to ask you, Ijoma, before the advent of this carnage, that enveloped us, this insecurity and all of that, we didn't have borders. We didn't have fences around us. We lived as a free people. Even the people that are carrying out the attacks now, in the past 15, 20, 25 years, they used to be our neighbors. They live with us and they just move. We're living freely. So if we start building fences, we're even complaining now that, like growing up, we didn't have fences in my community. I grew up in the village. We didn't have fences. And people who come in the night, travelers who come, stay, and in the morning, they move on with their journey. So how did we get to this point? And how do you think that, building fences around communities, have we become Trump that is trying to build a wall between America and Mexico?
War. Nigeria is a country that is recording death every day. Unforeseen death. You are sleeping in your house and you are attacked. My daddy was sleeping in his house and there was an attack. We had to go pick him up, gunshot. So we are at war as communities. As a country, we are at war. If the leaders will not do it, local people have to do it. Build fences, Soga. You have to build. Communities have to build fences. Access is one thing that we must deal with. When communities are at war, the first thing they do, local war, the first thing you do is build systems in which people can come into your community. Yes.
Let me try and understand you. The communities we talk about are far-flung villages and the rest. A lot of them have farmlands. Are you asking that government, maybe local or the federal government, to build fences around the farmlands, which is part of the communities, or build fences? And then the roads, so if you're driving into a community now, you will drive through a gate into a village.
Let me paint the picture for you. Now, when I talk about access and I talk about community, I'm not just talking about the rural community, I'm talking about the urban communities. For urban communities, now we have the emergence of access control ANTs. You can now, so let's ask ourselves, how is not safe means we need to come
That doesn't seem like something that can be done anytime soon.
But it needs to be looked into. Do you want us to continue rebuilding homes that are being destroyed, or we want to set up a system that can protect the local people? The local people cannot continue to be forced out of their homes.
But you keep talking about access, controlling access. But even on the broader scale, our borders are even porous. If we can't even have that on lockdown, how do we?
Leadership has failed. Then we need to focus it on our individual leadership and collective leadership.
So realistically speaking, in a typical village, when you talk about access, so are you saying that the surroundings of a village has like the Great Wall of China kind of arrangement or something? What does it look like? Because I'm trying to picture it.
So if we watch old movies, you could see the bamboos. I used to farm with my father those days. So around our big farm, we take bamboos, and there's a way we tweak it together, and you build it among themselves that patrol this.
Vigilantes without authorization to carry arms, or vigilantes with authorization to carry arms?
Vigilantes can possess authorization to carry arms depending on how they are registered.
By who? Registered by who?
Registered by, what's the name of this? Nigerian Civil Defense Corps. They are in charge of registering security apparatus like that.
Apparently under the office of the NSA, National Security Advisor.
Yeah.
A lawyer. And let me come back to you. Now, what are your thoughts? Because we have a lot of ungoverned spaces. And that has been a major problem when it comes to providing security. And I was going to ask you, Jamal, on the issue of communication and Barrister, what are your thoughts on fencing our villages? Do you think that will provide some sort of prevention of invasion?
They said necessity is the mother of invention. When the Eneken Tioba had learned to fly without perching, the hunter must learn to shoot without aiming. You have to be creative here, because the guys that are coming to attack you, they don't take prisoners. And so, the earlier the state government liaises with local community to raise well-armed vigilantes, because in every community there must be a central square where people are supposed to gather and all that. And so, the young men in that locality can be trained and then be given some arms. Because if the man that is coming to attack you know that you too are armed, they will think twice before coming. Why the carnage is so much is because there was no defense. They just come into the community, do whatever they like.
For that to be resistance. For us to achieve that, there will have to be a law. There has to be a law in place that provides for people arming themselves.
Yes, if you can do all these forest guard, that the NSA trained and all that, deploy them to the villages. Let their core mandate be especially vulnerable villages where these things are so rampant, like in Benue and Jos. Everybody know where this thing is so pronounced. Go there. If they know that that place is cordoned off, they will think twice before coming. They will think twice. And so these are the things I think the government is supposed to do. And not every time Benue. How many times have they attacked Benue, for God's sake? That particular axis. That means you should pay attention to that place. By the time you ward them off from there, they will stop.
Barrister, this sounds more like, people, communities resourcing to self-help. Wouldn't that eventually lead to anarchy, which is what we are trying to avoid.
We are already there.
No, the thing is that there must be. I said there must be. Those people, you will know them. They will be licensed. Are you getting what I'm saying? And they cannot operate. And it's always maybe when there is a call for it. There must be sort of organized vigilante groups in these communities, where even if it's a retired military men in that community, you put them to use instead of deploying them to wild the forest and all that. The real problem is in this local community where where people are being attacked and maimed.
All right.
So if you want to do that, it's possible. It's just that government is not paying attention.
All right.
That is my worry here.
All right, we'll pick up on this conversation right after this break. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for coming on the program. We'll have to let you go now. We'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll continue this conversation.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. We still have Ijoma Chukwu with us. She's a specialist in security technology and a security consultant and cybersecurity expert. And she's talking about fencing villages. Some would argue how that can be achieved. Well, we have joining us right here in the studio. We have Somi Uranta. He joins the conversation. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you.
And from Benin, we also been joined by Comrade Eshiefotsa. Good to have you join the conversation.
Bless you.
You might need to unmute your device so we can take your audio feed.
Yeah, I'm here with you.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Now,
God bless you.
You have been following the conversation, and you know the killings have continued. The attacks of communities. Some have said, in fact, let me just put this clearly. Right when America invaded, came into Nigeria, December 25. Prior to that invasion, attacking bandits' camp in Sokoto and the rest. Prior to that, there were talks that if America comes to Nigeria, the kidnappings will increase. In fact, we had Sheikh Gumi on this program where he emphasized that if America comes to Nigeria, the kidnappings will increase. There will be an attack on Christians. Muslims, according to him, he said Muslims will take up weapons against Christians. All right? And we have seen that play out. We've seen churches being attacked, 3 at a go in some instances. And does it seem like government overwhelmed when it comes to warding off these bandits and curbing the issue of insecurity? Because now it feels like every Monday you wake up to another story of an attack somewhere. Some churches, some houses being burnt, churches being attacked, people being taken away in hundreds, and the rest of them. Is government overwhelmed? Should we go back and beg for another form of assistance? What are your thoughts?
Thank you very much. My take on this very topic, especially coming from the angle you narrow it to, is that here in Nigeria, we looked as if we are taking major things to be minor and minor to be major. How do I mean? You see, American coming was based on their level of intelligent gathering about the terror activities that are going on in Nigeria. But you see, at a time when the issue of the likes of Gumi came in, we tried to, religionalize the whole issue, where you see people complaining that, America were coming because it is a genocide against the Christians, and the Muslims were raising their voices and all of that. That is why I said in Nigeria, we seem to be taking major thing to be minor and minor to be major. All things being equal, all hands ought to be on the deck in assisting at all levels in combating terrorism.
All right.
Terrorism is everywhere in the world.
All right.
Even the
All
great
hands must be
America
on
you're
deck.
talking about.
All hands must be on deck, and that's exactly what we're talking about.
Yes.
This is our hands on deck, so we can provide a solution to the problem.
Yes.
Let me come back to you.
Look at it,
Let me come back
if
to
you
you,
look at
Ijoma.
it
I'll come
today,
back to you.
my
I'll
friend.
come back to you in a bit. I'll come back to you in a bit.
All
Let's bring this back to Ijoma, who is with us in the studio. Now, talking about, you said something about an alarm system in villages. Machine, is it machine, or you need town? An air raid
system, yes.
Okay, so the system, if I understand what that means, it's an alarm that goes off when people start to get closer.
Yes, when there's an attack, there is an attack.
Can we do that without power?
Okay. Now
Internet.
we have solar systems that work. We have
You're not being realistic.
We have satellite.
You're not being realistic.
No, I'm
Let's
being
look at the
realistic.
problems we have in Nigeria.
Okay.
We have places where there is no power, there is no electricity. We have places where there's no internet access.
Where you think there is no power, there is sunlight. Where you think there's no internet access, there is a satellite overlooking that area. So
satellite operated by who?
There is a satellite.
Now,
no, we even have these companies existing in Nigeria that use satellite-based internet. Now, what I'm talking about is
Does
something...
Nigeria have a satellite out there?
We launched one now. Have you forgotten?
Nigecomsat, that collapsed. It collapsed.
At least we launched one. It's in record. So we can't say we don't have. It collapsed and it's hanging somewhere outside there, working in 20%. But let's see. Now, these things are not things that the locals can afford. But through partnership, intelligent collaborations outside there with major tech companies, these solutions can be provided. Systems that can monitor access or surveillance of movement within certain regions. They look at when people are gathered and they are able to notify that something is going on, blare noise, or someone is set aside to notify. Even the police can get intelligence and notify the community.
I'm happy that you brought us to this point.
Yes.
So when the air raid blazes, so what happens next?
Now, when the air raid blazes, there is a notification, first of all. I love notification. Notification tells you what to do. So you're not acting in ignorance. So you know if to take run for cover. You know that you have some seconds or some minutes to run for cover. You can run with your children or even the police. Now, if you know a good air raid system, you will hear it towns and towns away. It's not just something within a particular local sector. So the police within that region cannot say they did not know. The vigilantes cannot say they are not aware.
That is the problem. Policemen are giving upfront information. See, we have information that there will be there's an impending attack. Even soldiers, they have all that information. Nigerian military, they have that information. And they don't come until more like 95% of the harm is already done.
I build
and they come
businesses.
and start arresting
So one thing I
the
do
victims
is
again.
I try not to build systems that are dependent on third party that don't feel what I feel. So when an air raid system goes out, the community themselves that are the ones feeling this problem, that their husbands are their protectors and their sons are their watchers, can take decisions. Now, they must not completely be armed with your gun. They can be armed with their machetes. They can be armed with something else. And remember, we can make local guns. We've always had known that.
Okay, Ijoma,
See,
you just said something. You
we
said,
can
you
build
said you make
systems.
this nest.
Yeah.
And you don't depend on third parties. So are you saying, practically speaking, are you saying that we have such existing now?
In urban centers, we do. In urban communities, we deployed a solution called Community Shield, where we have access control and we have emergency and call for help.
Urban center.
Yes, in urban centers.
Okay, do you think that model will work in a typical rural?
It can be tweaked to work in a typical rural community. Okay. And it works in other rural communities outside Nigeria.
Well, you know, Nigeria's situation is very peculiar.
Nigerian situation is not that peculiar. Okay. It happens in other places that we can learn how they have been able to
Maybe we should have a test run and then we know if this will.
That's it. We should learn to test things. We should be open to not wait on the government to solve everything. Number one, that leadership is not working. How do we bring it down? Our work when we talk as business people is how do we solve problems?
Yes,
not how can we
and that's exactly what we're
overanalyze
talking about here. Trying to solve the problem. Somi Oranta, the Port Harcourt boy. Now, this is a system where we know that information reaches the police, information gets to the military. We have a situation where the community tells them that, look, there's a report that there will be an attack. And they tell the community, don't worry, nothing will happen. Nobody will attack you. But then the attack happens. We've seen cases where there's an information that there will be an attack. And then a military base close to a school, close to a church is vacated. And then the attack happens. Is our problem lack of air raid system or information or lack of passage of information or something? Or our problem lack of government effort to curb insecurity? Where can you situate the problems we have currently in the area of security and insecurity in Nigeria?
You know, in times like this, we have to just say the truth as it is. Because if we try to keep on whitewashing a very ugly sepulchre, we'll end up at nowhere. If you recall, I always talk about sincerity of purpose. You know, the political will to so do. We don't have it. Look, OBJ, president, several times president of Nigeria, General Tiwa Danjuma, one time defense minister, yeah, and a lot of other Nigerians, top Nigerians who have eyes and nose and ears to the security system of the nation have stated, OBJ said, there is a Fulanization program ongoing under Buhari. General Tiwa Danjuma said, go and defend yourself. Well, it didn't tell us how we're going to defend ourselves. Somebody that is coming with AK-47 and you want to defend yourself, how?
With machete.
With machete. Probably. Because when Buhari came in, he disarmed people who had legitimate firearms. So there is no sincerity of purpose. There is no political will. In fact, there is an established collusion between the authorities and these people. And the worst of it is that we are told that these people are non-Nigerians. So you begin to wonder, how do we live in a society where the people who swore to protect the integrity, the sovereignty of the nation, those who are given the mandate to operate and dispense with our general will, all of us contributed our individual wills and gave to them a fiduciary relationship. When they begin to collude or begin to act nonchalant, uncaring about the number one rule of governance, that you must protect the lives and properties of citizens. So you begin to wonder, there's nothing we can do about it too. My colleague here is saying what she's saying in an ideal situation. But I recall you talked about the uniqueness, the peculiarity of the Nigerian situation. And or to begin to face these issues squarely, there's nowhere, we're not getting anywhere. Because how can you say you want to, if the alarm starts ringing, and you don't even need the alarm, because like Okoro has stated, there are intels about these people coming, say they are coming. And then the soldiers who are ensconced in one area.
So you don't think the alarm will even scare the attackers? When they
it will aggravate, they will feel angered that you even, and they will come with more ferocity.
Sorry, before we continue in that alarm, you said something, and I'd like for us to interrogate it more. You said we need to face these things squarely. What are the tracks that we can use in facing these things squarely?
By calling out the government to remove the hands of, the monkey from the pot of soup, lest it become the
Ijoma here believes that, look, there's already a leadership failure, that the government is not done well, so that we can't keep relying on the government. And you're asking us to go back to the same government. So it's like we are trapped.
They swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of Nigeria, to protect us. They are, by so doing, they took charge of the power, the ultimate power of coercion. So you cannot do those things without them.
But Mr. Oranta, this is the same country where that has intelligence, has information about the people behind some of the killings, and they refuse to name and shame them till now.
So we have to keep calling on the government to do the needful, or they should leave the place, because it's not something you and I can do.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Oka, where we have Engineer Fimba Ajegu. Engineer Fimba, thank you very much for staying back. I understand that you've been in quite a while. Now, the issue of insecurity, we're looking at a solution, a possible solution to it. We've seen an American try to provide a solution to the houses that were burnt. He, has gone ahead to build houses, I think about 30 something houses. 35 houses, something that Nigerian government hasn't done. He's gone ahead to do it. But talking about securing the people now, preventing future attacks, do you think, if government fails, which it seems like government is not doing so much, if government fails, should the people take to defending themselves? How far will that go? How far will the people go in defending themselves when in Nigeria currently we don't have a constitution that allows people to bear arms?
Thank you very much for having me, and distinguished guests in the studio. I greet you all. Sincerely, we've all spoken very well, and we've spoken about the security challenges over time. It seems that nothing is being done. The purpose of the media is to continue to expose all these things. Sometimes when they even threaten the people are in the media is being challenged. However it is, we must keep talking. My own recommendation with the especially with the case at hand, having this American young man coming to also join hundreds and thousands of Nigerians who are very much disappointed at the security apparatus in Nigeria. I want to recommend sincerely that you see, people are not being fired. The Commissioner of Police in the state should have been fired long time ago. The Inspector General of Police should have been fired. In fact, we all know that the Inspector General of Police has been long overdue, and yet the presidency has kept him. We have to find other means of getting Inspector General of Police out of that seat. He has been retired and he has been renewed his services and all that, which is very much which is a corruption in itself, which is also part of the insecurity which we are going through. Because sincerely, if there are cases of people who are being murdered, who are being attacked, and the Inspector General of Police cannot deploy his Commissioner of Police to arrest the situation, nip it in the bud within 24 hours. I'm telling you sincerely, he should just twin the towel and resign. As a matter of fact, we also recommend that community policing is very essential. Yes, it is. Because sincerely, at community level, we all know how to address security, but we're not equipped. We don't have the apparatus. And like you said, our constitution does not directly empower us to carry arms. In many cases where we are given an opportunity to carry arms, I'm telling you sincerely, these entire security problems will be stopped immediately within the fewest minutes. Because once the law is passed that people should carry arms, I'm telling you, whoever comes within the shores of anyone's territories or communities that is not permitted, the community will take the person firearms to firearms. And T.Y. Danjuma, like you earlier mentioned, to recall, T.Y. Danjuma said it. He didn't hide. He didn't miss words. We should defend ourselves. And I think it's high time also those who are really being attacked, like Benue State, who have experienced continuous attacks, they all should not sit idle. The life is that they have is only once. If the youths that are there are being lazy, it is unfortunate. They are youths, and the youths are the energetic people in the communities that they should take arms and defend their communities.
Comrade Fimba.
Yes.
Comrade
Yes.
Fimba, you just said something now that is quite instructive and needs further interrogation. Now you said, well, if we were allowed to carry arms, this nonsense would have stopped. Now we are not allowed to carry arms, but we see people carry arms. Now, and when we get a situation where other people, I mean the victims, start carrying arms, are we not going to descend to anarchy and all of that? So are you now saying that, well, people should resort to self-help if the government has failed us?
Yes, self-help, we have limitations. Self-help has limitations. We may not have the arms directly like you have the AK-47 and what have you, but we have those ones which we can have available to us. We have Dane guns, we have hunting guns, we have the cutlasses and machetes like one of us mentioned from the studio there. Sincerely, those are the fundamental weapons which we can have at our own protection. I'll give you a case. Quite recently, we had a case in Anambra State here, in one of the communities where a security man was attacked. And the people that came with the attack with the AK-47s, and all at this very moment, the case has not been, the criminals have not been nipped in the bud. Who are those who attacked, came to attack a security man who was not even armed? Can you imagine that? So security men at various levels should be armed. And if security men are also armed, the vigilantes should be armed, and arms should be that pump action which is being accepted. They should be properly armed. And then when these criminals who come with their guns in those communities, Yelwater and the likes, then they should also have their pump actions to defend themselves, because firearms, the level of pump action is approved for vigilantes to carry.
All right then. Thank you very much, Comrade, Mr. Engineer Fimba Ajogu. You know, when Ijoma talked about, machetes and all of that, what came to my mind is the untouchables. You know, when Sean Connery was killed, the guy that shot him said, you don't go to a gunfight with a knife. I mean, you have seen people carried AK-47s and you're coming out with machetes. Anyway, these are prescriptions and we'll just have to maybe choose one or two of them to see how it works for us. Now, let's go back to Benin City where we have Comrade Shepfota Michel still on the program with us. Comrade Shepfota, I would like to ask you, this issue of having to arm Nigerians, where do you situate it? Do you think that the government asking Nigerians or allowing Nigerians to bear firearms is going to solve this problem? What do you see? What do you know?
It's a better alternative to handling the insecurity situation we find ourselves. You know, in some cases, is different. For instance, I am from a community here in Edo State where, like what my brother, the factor that I just provided just now, that youth has to wake up to their responsibility. Like in my community, for instance, we don't take a no for an answer. I can tell you for free that my community is one of the most secured community in Edo State. I am from Isako West, precisely from my Uguri community. You know, when you get there, we have the vigilante that has already been accepted by Edo State government to carry out the business of security that community. What do? We bought, at the local level, we arranged with them, we co-opted our authors among them, who go into the bushes, comb them. There's a scenario that took place the other time, if you must, maybe you have heard of that situation, where a small girl of 11 years was kidnapped in my community. And the story has it that a younger generation boy took it upon himself. I said, no, I cannot allow this, my younger sister, to go in the hand of these kidnappers just for free like that. They all negotiated. We all heard the stories. And the guy heard when they were about handing the money over to the kidnappers. That is when the young man heard the kidnapper. And they all arranged that in less than 5 minutes, those who were going to assist him to arrest or to clap down on the kidnapper should come. But do you know that it took almost about 10 minutes, that it was just God and his bravery that saved the situation? The kidnappers, one or two of them were arrested, they were prosecuted, they were handed over to the Nigeria police. My solution, my suggestion is that let the communities wake up, especially the youth, the traditional rulers. They have a role to play. They have to sensitize the people. Also in Edo State, we have a way of, enlightening our youth, our young. Yeah.
Ideally, I mean, what you just shared is that of bravery and a lot of cooperation. Do you think this can actually play out in the north? I mean, considering the fact that we know that a lot of these community dwellers are very sympathetic to these so-called bandits. Do you think that can play out, this level of cooperation and everybody speaking in one voice and standing up to these bandits or kidnappers? Do you think this can actually play out in the north, up north?
It may not work 100%, but they should be able, the youths in Benue, in all these northern states where terrorism is rampant, they should come up with resilient ideas, youthful ideas. These people.
That's why we're talking to you. We are hoping that you will give us some youthful ideas. We are hoping that you give us some ideas that people can take away, and implement. But also in Edo State, Uromi, you remember what happened in Uromi? The farmers that were killed and how the vigilante that handled that, how they were treated. Do you think that will encourage people to want to confront attackers or perceived attackers, as it were?
My own take in such a situation is that we should be sure of an action before we probably move. The issue that took place in Uromi was a peculiar situation where some information had it that, these people were not armed bandits and all of that. But what we witnessed in Uromi is that youth, be proactive. That is the message I want to drive to the youth in the north, especially the Benue and the Jos area. Let the youth wake up. Let them know that they are the future. They are the leaders of tomorrow in those areas. You don't expect the old men, the old women to come and fight for themselves. The youth should wake up. They should design some certain ways in confronting these people.
All right.
Intelligent government.
Wake up,
let them also
wake up. Let the youth
learn
wake up.
to release
Well, thank you
information.
very much. Thank you very much, comrade. Thanks for your thoughts there. Can I take that as your concluding thoughts?
But to me, I want to continue to lay emphasis on the youth or on those areas to be more proactive. They need to release the informations. They need to, in my area, we used to have age group meetings where information are being disseminated. They should design such ways to disseminate information so that even if it is at the dead night that these people are coming to attack this community, some youth should be awake.
All right. Thank you very much. It feels like government has absolutely no responsibility here. I mean, if people are putting gates in their communities, hiring security to guard their estates, providing water, providing alternative power sources, then we don't need the government anymore. If you're asking us to start defending ourselves. Well, before I come to you, Somi Ranta, let me go to Engineer Femba Jegu. Engineer Femba, please give us in 1 minute your concluding thoughts on this one. Solutions this time around.
Be held accountable. That's my solution. If the commissioner of police in a state is not held accountable, if the commanding officer of the Nigerian army in whichever region is not held accountable, I'm not sure that these security things will conclude. That's my own.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Now, Ijoma, you are the experts. What's other solution aside from siren and alarm and area sound?
And
realistic solutions now.
Okay.
Considering the problems we have on governed spaces, willingness of government to do or not to do, what are the solutions that these people are farmers. A lot of them don't even have money. A lot of taxes are collected from some of them. And now they need to sell their produce to pay levies in a lot of these areas. What are the realistic solutions that they can, use, that people can use?
Okay. As an expert, I have 3 realistic solutions for communities. We've deployed it and we've seen this work outside the country. 1, access control. Reduce or control access of people coming into your communities. 2, alarm notification. Emergencies should be notified to even the least person in the community, not just to the community leaders, to everybody, the woman, the child. They should know when there's an impending doom. 3, verify the people around you. You're hiring a driver, do a background verification. Ensure that person is a Nigerian. You know the uncle, you know the auntie. When we can keep these 3 things, you'll be able to limit your exposure to threats of insecurity.
All right, thank you very much, Ijeoma Chukwu. Somi Ranta, you have the microphone. Your concluding thoughts.
Well, in conclusion, I would say that we do not have what it takes to effectively secure ourselves. That is why some men and women were given the mandate to so do. They should do their job.
And in a situation whereby they are not doing their job.
Nigerians will continue to call them out and insist that they do their job. Because if you bear arms, you'll be termed an armed robber. The police can frame you the way they like, the way they deem fit. So let's keep on calling on the government to do their job. It is the government that would decide to devolve the policing system to the local government system, level, and then the state level, before you get to the federal. It's the government that will do all these things.
All right.
The people have a limit to what they can do. If you are in government, if you cannot take care of this, then you have no business being in power.
All right, thank you very much. And that takes us to our very next conversation, where the issue of arms in the hands of private individuals has come up. The Department of State Services has arraigned former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, and his son, Abdulaziz Malami, on 5-count charges of terrorism financing and aiding and abetting terrorism, and also possession of illegal arms. We'll talk about this when we come back from this break. Join us again.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. It's awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, the Department of State Services has arraigned former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, and his son, Abdulaziz Malami, on 5-count charges of terrorism financing and aiding and abetting terrorism and illegal possession of firearms. Malami and his son appeared before Justice Joyce Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court, Abuja. The former AGF was charged under count 1 with knowingly abetting terrorism financing by refusing to prosecute terrorism financiers whose case files were brought to his office as the Attorney General of the Federation for prosecution. Now, both Malami and his son were jointly charged under counts 2 to 5 for unlawful possession of firearms. They pleaded not guilty to all the charges. And we're also being told that cache of arms were discovered at their residence, a few of those. Well, we still have with us Engineer Fimba Ajebu, who's the chairman, Safety Engineers, Anambra State, member, Anambra State Anti-Corruption Strategy Committee. And from Benin, we have Comrade Eshefuta Mitchell. Well, thank you very much. And also in the studio, we have Somi Uranta with us. Let me start off with Mr. Uranta here. Now, what do you make of this development to the prosecution of Abubakar Malami, where his son? Some will say, I mean, this is basically saying that cases were brought before him involving terrorism financiers, and this is basically saying that he willfully decided not to prosecute.
I think he should have his day in court to explain to Nigerians why that did not happen. Because the terrorists themselves, the enablers, those who act or either by omission or commission, aided this terrorism that is ravaging this nation, must be called to account for their stewardship. But beyond that, I hate to hear these excuses. To me, it's a lame duck excuse that because Malami refused to make that list available. In fact, I was listening to a program today, somebody said, look, that if he's compelled to to go to ChatGPT, he will get the list. He can be able to give you the list. Government should be proactive. No single individual
He
should
was the
hold
Attorney
us.
General of the
Yes,
Federation
he's supposed to
at the
hand
time.
over to the new Attorney General. After they are of the same party, I don't know of the same party, even if they are of different parties, he should hand over to the Attorney General, the one that is taking over from him. But beyond that, this government cannot say that is a reason why they have not acted the way they ought to act, promptly and swiftly, just like they did when there was a coup attempt in Benin Republic. They cannot tell me that is. Have they done other things that they needed to do? Have they called off that obnoxious system where what they call it de-radicalization of arrested terrorists? And then have they weed off all those people that were integrated into the Nigerian military who were giving out intel to their colleagues in the bush? Have they done all that? Have they tried to remove the people who are known terror sponsors that are in the government? Have they done all that? We are still talking about the NSA was said to have armed some group of Fulani headers in Kwara State. They say the truck they use, the arms were given to them by the office of the NSA. Several reports have come up.
To help fight bandits in Kwara.
That is what they call it. I bet people are saying that they were going beyond, their mandates, that mandate. Now, different people have, high-ranking people have accused the Minister of State for Defense, Mr. Matawale, that he is a sympathizer of terrorism. He's still in government. And all these people, government should act. And then, is it difficult to go back to the source where the document came from? Because they are politicking, trying to be politically correct.
So Mr. Rancher, in all of this, you don't think that the government has been sincere in fighting the issue of terrorism?
They have not been sincere. Why? Okay, if they've been sincere, how come they would deny the existence of a terror attack that took away the lives of, 170-something Nigerians into the bush? How did it happen? How come nobody saw them? There are a lot of things that you say. They should try Mr. Malami, no doubt. But that does not excuse them for the laxity, for the ineffectiveness of their approach towards, in fact, their seriousness towards this insecurity in Nigeria.
But we keep talking about this thing all the time, and sometimes I wonder, how can this particular case, be handled in a way that, maybe the public can have some form of trust in them again?
See, this Malami issue, let me be sincere with you, it just looks like a witch hunt. If Malami, they want to pursue this matter to its logical conclusion, what this thing will lead to, they will not, it's just to harass the man, and they will not pursue this matter to its logical conclusion. I can bet you on that.
All right, then. Engineer Fimba, this is where we are again, pardon? All right, I've been told that we've lost connection with Engineer Fimba. So do we have a comrade Mitchell from Benin with us?
Yes, I'm with you,
All
sir.
right, great. Comrade, let me ask you this question. So we're talking about, now we've gotten to a situation where an individual who has been in office and left office has been accused of a few things, and we call it political witch hunt. Is that even going to help us achieve anything? If Godwin Emefiele is being dragged for monies that he allegedly embezzled, and we're saying it is political witch hunt, and now former Attorney General as well, are we going to ever achieve anything in the area of curbing terrorism financiers? Don't forget, also, Godwin Emefiele was accused of being a terrorist financier. And also, a weapon was said to have been discovered in his home in Lagos. Is this the government basically just cooking up things to keep these individuals incarcerated? Or is there a bigger problem, a bigger issue that is not being discussed? And what can we do to effectively address the issue of terrorist financiers whose names were listed at some point and curb the issue of terrorism in Nigeria? It's a wholesome question. Let's have your reaction.
It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation in Nigeria, where a chief law officer, as far as the federal government is concerned, is into this whole mess. My own take in it is that if Mr. Malami has been found wanting in one way or the other connected to terrorism financing, the law should take its course. It should be investigated. Nobody should trivialize it. It is not an ethnic issue. It is about the Nigeria state. We are talking about financing terrorism that could have led to the death of numerous Nigerians, uncountable Nigerians.
It's still an allegation, though. It's not. It's still an allegation.
My own point is that if he has been found wanting, the law should take its course. It should be made to face the full wrath of the law. Let him account for it. Let him give his own, knowledge about all of these allegations against him. And any other person whatsoever, even if it is found in this mess, the law should take its course. That is my own take in the whole thing.
All right, then. Thank you very much. This will be a good place to anchor the conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Comrade Ashia Fotsa Mitchell. Thank you for coming, public affairs commentator, and also Somi Oranta, an author and a public affairs commentator. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us on the program. Unfortunately, we lost connection to engineer Fimba Ajegu, but that's it on the show. Newspaper comes up shortly. Newspaper review comes up shortly. I am Moses Humphrey. On behalf of my colleagues, Chukuma Okoro and Jane Ogoye, we'll see you again at 10. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe.
Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please just go.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Good morning if you're just waking up, and if you're joining us from the diaspora, this is VOP Television. VOP stands for Voice of the People. I am Moses Humphrey, and of course, this is Newspaper Review, where we look at the headlines and some of the stories inside the papers and review them. But I'm not alone. I have my colleagues here, Chukwuma Okoro, very much with me, and Jane Ogoye. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. And also, we're being joined by Dele Fanimo, who is a public affairs commentator. Good to have you join us this morning. Well, Chukuma doubles as an analyst, so he'll be giving his opinion too on some of the issues being discussed.
I like to do that. Thank you.
All right then. You're welcome. You're most welcome. Now let's look at the headlines from the Guardian newspaper. These are the window headlines. No retreat on reforms, Tinubu tells World Bank. U.S. military sends team as bandits kill over 25 in Katsina. U.S. military sends team as bandits kill over 25 in Katsina. I'd like to look at the riders to that story. Well, there is one. Congressman vows to ensure Christians in Nigeria are protected. All right. So, for better understanding, let me take excerpts from that story. All right. Now, a team of United States military specialists have been stationed in Nigeria, which basically means they are on ground, boots on the ground, as it were, to help in the battle against Islamic militants. Now, the top U.S. commander for Africa revealed this yesterday. That's General Dagvin Anderson of U.S. Africa Command. He said the move came after recent talks in Rome with President Bola Tinubu, who in late December 2025 green-lighted American airstrikes in the country that targeted Islamic militants. Now, the deployment of the American troops came as daredevil bandits reportedly killed more than 25 people in the Faskari local council area of Katsina State. And it goes on. It says, now, though the details of the attack are sketchy at the time of the report, this paper, The Guardian, learns that the bandits stormed the community in their numbers and shot sporadically to scare residents. Well, this incident is coming on the heels of peace deals entered into by over a dozen council areas and repentant bandits, with Faskari being among those that had also entered into the deal. Well, General Anderson, speaking during a virtual news conference from AFRICOM headquarters in Stuttgart, said he and Tinubu concurred that both countries needed to coordinate their efforts in West Africa. He added, and he's been quoted as saying, that that has led to increased collaboration between our nations to include a small U.S. team that brings some unique capabilities from the U.S. to augment what Nigeria has been doing for years. And I think we have had some really good positive movement there. All right, so that is excerpts from that particular story. So,
it's really scary that at this time, they only reported the one in Katsina. I think there was another attack that claimed about 20 people. So in all, we are looking at 50 casualties in just one day. And unfortunately, we have resigned to fate to the point that we feel that, well, it's just number. Those days when we were growing up, when Afghanistan, Iran was boiling, if they say 10 people were killed, it comes to your brain that how can 10 people be killed just once? But today, if you hear 200 people killed at once, 50 people killed at once, you just confine it to figures and put it in your data, you know. And it's really baffling, and it's really, really so sad. But the point is, whatever it is, from what we have read now, it appears these are people that are just a bunch of criminals. And they should be treated as criminals. One, there shouldn't be any negotiation with these people. Two, amnesty for them should not be contemplated. They are out to instill terror and against defenseless civilians. They should be taken out at all costs. And if the US government is coming in, it's a welcome development. Whatever anybody says, I don't think I will care. Because this is life. We're talking about human lives that cannot be replaced. Once it is gone, you can't replace them. If you do your arithmetic, even in January alone and up to today, you'll be talking about 1,000 people that have been killed all over the country. Not mentioning the ones that died in the kidnappers' den that are never reported. Only last night I saw a woman holding words of note, begging people, sharing account details, just to pay ransom to rescue our son. I mean, how long can we continue like this? We just have to do something. And if anybody from outside the country, wherever, is coming to support us, to help us, I think I welcome them.
Boots on the ground, Chukuma.
Yes, boots on the ground. I was very attentive. I paid attention, very closely when you were reading the report, the writers and the report, and I picked quite a few things. One, I would like for the U.S. to amend their stance, in as much as we admit, I personally admit that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. I wouldn't like when America says they are coming to protect Christians, stop Christians from being killed. Nigerians are killed. Muslims are also killed. So I want for them to expand, their governing mission when they are coming to Nigeria, protect every Nigerian, both Christians and people of other faiths. Now that said, I picked out another thing too, the General Anderson that said, well, there are light footprints, coming in from Africom. Africom is situated in Stuttgart, Germany, so they are operating from there because one, Nigeria didn't give them space. When they told Yaradua said, Yaradua wanted to bet Nigeria and said, no, don't give them space for Africom. So they had to go to Egypt, refused, they got to Stuttgart. Now, that said, General Anderson said, well, that the president agreed when they met in Rome. Nigerians were never told that the president went to Rome. We said he was going to Europe, an unknown destination. That is to tell you that our president is working. Our president is working. I mean, he went to Rome to engage Africom. He had a word with General Garrison, and he said, well, it's important that you bring light footprints in Nigeria to help us solve this problem. So when sometimes the president travels, people should not just think that the man is taking a holiday or what. I mean, he went to Europe. We didn't even know that he went to Europe.
I disagree with you.
No, but that's my opinion. Let me finish.
No, I won't let you finish.
No, you let me finish. No, you let me finish because
I disagree with you because if the president is doing this on behalf of Nigerians, Nigerians should be aware.
No, you are
aware.
Vacation.
There's a problem.
No, on vacation. He was on vacation. Not even a working vacation. It was his Christmas vacation.
No, he was in Rome. That was where the picture came out with him and Paul Biya. The
Rwanda
president.
Kagame said I never went to Rome.
That was when he was in Rome.
Oh, Kagame said I never went.
Yeah, but that was when the president was in
Rome.
It
wasn't in Rome. It was in Paris.
Okay.
It was in Paris. So
picture.
Yes, the breakfast picture.
Kagame said.
No, there was no meeting there in Paris. The president never went. He was in Rome. So
isn't it concerning? Isn't it concerning that the president will have such a meeting that will authorize America to,
security
meeting, yeah.
Okay, so intelligence.
And then Nigerians are not aware.
Yeah, but Nigerians are aware now. Nigerians are aware. I mean, there are so many meetings that Trump, conducts on behalf of the American people, that Americans don't necessarily know. If it's, shrouded by intelligence, when they need to be classified and all of that. What I'm trying to say is that the president is working. But now, that said, I have a problem, with this light footprint. Why I have a problem with it is that in places where America has had footprints, it never ends well. That is just my concern now, because it's going to get into some kind of guerrilla warfare between them and the bandits, the terrorists. So what level of footprints are we going to see? Is it going to be limited to intelligence, where the Nigerian military have to be the ones, to get into the field and all of that? We might have Americans here on ground providing intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and all of that. I don't have a problem with that. But when they get into battlefield, it becomes a problem because it will get to a point where even the victims themselves will turn against the people that came to rescue them. We have seen it happen in several places. That is just the area where I have concerns.
All right. Barrister Darlington.
My take is that we have not been doing enough in this insecurity matter. Seriously. If we have done the needful ab initio, we will not be where we are today. People were, seeing this thing from a, different perspective, religious, ethnic, tribal. I said there was a time when I go to some TV station, I was not allowed to even mention Fulani herdsmen or Buhari during those days. And that was when this thing was festering. They did not allow anybody to call out those people who were behind it until they became very bold. You know, when you know that people are afraid of you, you tend to act with impunity. You tend to act with boldness. The people we are afraid of, and within that period under Buhari, they became something else. And today, look at where we are. It's even worse now, because up to today, I don't know why President Tinubu cannot call out these people. He needs to make a very categorical statement. Frown at what is going on. I mean, frown at it. Frown at it. Because when IPOB was disturbing the society, he said something. Everybody had it. He mentioned names. So why is it that he's just, with what is going on? Even there was a time the Northern elite called him to come and impose state of emergency there. He refused. He didn't bother. So what is he trying to avoid? He can't talk about what is going on here. America had to be telling us what they discussed with our president. Is he not supposed to come and tell us these things? So how long will he continue to be afraid of these people?
Barrister, the president has been condemning the killings of Nigerians. So what
I said, call out the name. Somebody is doing the killing. Look, when he went to Benue, even without the evidence, he couldn't mention. It was the tortive that told him, this is not a Fulani, this is not a farmer header class. The man had to educate and tutor him on what is going on. You mean he doesn't know?
At that point, what did you expect the president?
He should have give a time warning that this thing must stop.
But he did.
He did. I said, call out the name. If you are the one stealing, tomorrow you go to this place and see. The other way, people are reporting. They say this man. Won't somebody come to your parents and say, want this your son to stop stealing our goods or taking our things? Okay. By the time they know that you have been called out, won't you think twice before you go for another mission?
Barrister, when the president went to Benue, the first question he asked was, the perpetrators of this crime, have they been arrested?
Who are those people? Who are those people? Mr. Okoro, who are the people?
No,
up to today.
Barrister, you tell us now. If you have the information.
I don't like the way you are doing this. Please don't tell me. He knows the president. He knows all the security details.
Who told you that he knows? He said that.
Look at what he said. This is what I don't like to hear. Please, after you said they are interjecting on you. Why are you saying this now? A whole president doesn't know the security situation in his country.
Are you aware that 9 of the people that committed
I said call them out. Who are those people?
What do you mean?
Who are those people? Who are those people? They don't have a name, Abi. They don't have a name. Mr. Okoro, they don't have a name. I don't like the way you are doing this thing. I don't like it personally.
Barrister, hold on. Barrister,
I said call them out. Call them out. Call the people doing it. Call them out. Because that's why you call other people out. That's what I'm saying here. Call them out. Tell their leader to run in your children. They are the one behind all these things. And what is wrong with that? No, call them out. You saw coup plotters now. They brought out their name. They read out their name. We don't know where they came from. Is that not something to do? Why you are doing this one? Nobody want to talk about them. Nobody want to discuss about them. Nobody, and with that they are becoming very bold. Every time you be talking as if somebody doesn't know what he's saying. I don't like you are even in fact you are not helping the president. We are here to help him to do the right thing. The people disturbing us, call them out.
So when you call them out, when you call their names.
Yes, you shame them. Yes, so when you call them and shame them.
For instance, I say, there is a Darlington Agomo
calling
us, and then everybody goes.
Won't I think twice? If you continue to call out my name, Mr. Moses, won't I think twice before I will now go and do any other thing? Tell me, is it not calling out and shaming them? That's what I'm saying here.
You see, for us here, we can only advise government. We can't impose ourselves on government. And apart from that, Toji Bello, his name has been mentioned more than 1 million times. He's still perpetrating himself.
So?
And some of them out there that we have mentioned their names in the media, they are still perpetrating those acts. But the important thing is that government should be sure-footed in making sure that these people are reined in. You see, for me, it's a delicate war to fight, unlike the conventional war. Because the thing is turning to something else, it's taking a new shape. Before now, the likes of Gumi will go to their den, have discussions with them for the optics and all that. But where are they now? Where do you locate them? They have become nomadic. Today they strike in Benue, tomorrow they strike in Plateau, another day they strike in Katsina. So how do you now locate them? So we should just encourage those who want to assist to continue to assist and let the government be sure-footed about what they intend to do and give our military the marching order to take care of some of these people. I think that's the only way out.
Moses, do you know the implication of America, a foreign power coming into your country?
That's actually what I want to
do you know the implication that tomorrow you call yourself a giant of Africa? So what are you giant of?
We don't know how many they are.
Whether they are one, whether they are
maybe
one.
It's for security purposes.
Whether they are one, it is an insult, an embarrassment of the highest order.
The report here, we also told that Defense Minister Christopher Musa confirmed that a team was working in Nigeria, that's a U.S. team, was working in Nigeria, but did not provide further details.
No, they won't.
Nigerians are asking for is, how many are they? In what capacity?
That one is.
Are they here to provide intelligence, observe and provide intelligence, or are they here to execute? By execute, I mean carry out, action. So we are not told the capacity in which Nigeria is working with the U.S.
Moses, let's not be too emotional about this. You see, security issues are not for public consumption the way you want it. It's not going to happen. And an example was when we announced the procurement of drone. What happened the next day?
They used it on us.
So what are we talking about? You see, for me, the other day, I was in the PCR this thing, and they were arguing about something about Boko Haram and the insurgency in the Northeast. I called the man that is the spokesman that is on the battlefield. I called him, I put him on speaker, and he told them certain things. It's not everything that you come on air to tell people. Right, even as a media outfit, even when you have such information, you don't disperse.
Apart from that, I would like to say something briefly. When foreign nations, the way international system, the way international relations is structured, nations do intervene in other nations when there are problems. As a matter of fact, we're even lucky that they don't have. We have developed countries, in part of Southeast Asia. America has military bases there. America has a military base in South Korea, between Nigeria and South Korea. I think South Korea is even 10 times.
They have one in Saudi Arabia.
10 times, better than us in many respects. So nations do intervene when it becomes, and what they do is to call up the RO2P, the responsibility to protect concept, and all of that. So America coming here is not about shaming us and that because we are giant. And by the way, we are not any giant, So that's what I just.
All right, let's look at another story before we go to the politics.
Do you know that a missile is more than the budget of defense?
Well, let's touch on this headline. No retreat on reforms. Tinubu tells World Bank. FG says $1 trillion economy target depends on sustainable roads. So, President Bola Tinubu has assured a World Bank delegation led by Managing Director of Operations, Anab Jedi, that Nigeria's bold economic reforms are irreversible, framing them as essential for harnessing the nation's vast potential amid its youthful population and arable land. Meanwhile, the federal government said its ambition of building a $1 trillion economy depends largely on the sustainability, safety, and reliability of the country's road network, warning that failed and poorly maintained highways pose a direct threat to economic productivity and national growth.
Moses, when you read the headline initially, I was enthused, but when you started, I was enthused, but by the time you read the World Bank angle of it, I sunk, I would have preferred that our president tell Nigerians, look, no retreat on the reforms. It will give me courage. But when he said he was addressing World Bank team, I said, oh, here we go again. So practically what the president is telling us that, look, it is World Bank prescriptions. They are the ones prescribing these reforms. And we know that over time, reforms that they have prescribed for us in Africa, normally don't end well for us. Either because, well, we don't know how to implement them, or we just do their bidding. So I would have preferred that the president tells us, well, Nigerians, no going back on these reforms. That would have given me hope that, look, the president has thought through, seen through, and probably knows where he is walking to, where he is headed in these reforms. If you go back in history, a few instances, when a nation, wants to self-reinvent, they always pass through a period of self-denial. It happened during the Great Society in the U.S. under Franklin D. Roosevelt, and the other time, the one that Lyndon Johnson, all those periods. If you go to China, during the Great Leap Forward that failed, they had to reinvent themselves. It was not World Bank that made all those prescriptions for them. The leader at that point decided, look, though we might suffer today, but our future looks better. So I would have preferred the president to say, well, these reforms might be hard now, but Nigerians, please follow me. Let us walk through all of these. But now that he's telling us that, now that Garden is telling us that he was not telling Nigerians, he was referring to, addressing the World Bank team.
That rubs you up the wrong way.
I mean, it gives me, that hope is apparently lost.
Okay. But do we have another reaction to that headline before we move to the next one?
We have surrendered to outside powers, so let us continue like that. In economy, in security, in morality, in everything, it is the outsiders that now advise Nigerians and our president what to do and what not to do. And you are telling me that something good will come out of it. I want to see how.
Okay, headline from the Punch here says, bandits kill 30 in fresh Kwara, Katsina attacks. Well, let's go to the big story on the cover page of the Punch.
Electricity subsidy, federal government to deduct 3.6 trillion naira from federation accounts as FG begins sharing of power subsidy burden with states, local governments, 1.2 trillion naira to be deducted yearly.
All right, we might need to take some excerpts from that story. It's on, you can find that one on page 2 of the Punch newspaper.
The federal government has proposed a 3.6 trillion naira deduction from the federation accounts to fund electricity subsidies in 2026, 2027, and 2028, a move designed to distribute the financial burden across federal, state, and local governments. Let's see. The move represents a decisive step by the federal government to confront the rapidly mounting electricity subsidy debt, which has severely constrained liquidity across the power sector, while also strengthening fiscal transparency by making subsidy obligations explicit and better accounted for. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Who wants to take a shot at this?
Subsidy is not a bad idea if properly implemented. Even there is agriculture subsidy in the US as we speak. And at some point there was a glut. Myself and Chukuma were discussing it when we were coming this morning, that they produced more than enough protein that the US people can consume. And I also recall that there was a time they produced more rice than can be consumed, that they were dumping the rice on the IC, inside the IC. So now, you see, this subsidy thing, if properly managed, I consider it as a way of helping the poor. But unfortunately, between the GENCOs and the DISCOs, there is a kind of corruption going on there that is so opaque. For instance, the intent of at the level of the DISCOs, the intent of the subsidy is to make sure that those who are low-income earners, and the stratification is so easy now, unlike those days when we were growing up, when everybody built around the community. Today, people isolate themselves according to their pockets. That's why you have eyebrow estates and ordinary communities. So it's easy to locate the ones that can afford and those ones that cannot afford. And what happened is, for instance, if the kilovolt per kilovolt of electricity is 300 naira, those in Bansi will be told to pay maybe 100 naira, and then government subsidizes 200 naira per kilovolt. Now, when it comes to Band B, they are paying like 200. So the subsidy on Band B is less than that of Band C. So they will pay 200 and government will subsidize at the level of 100 naira per kilovolt. Then when it comes to Band A, which some of us here also enjoy, you pay maybe 250 per kilovolt. And then the subsidy that government gives is just 50 naira, which I consider fair enough. But unfortunately, even when you talk about subsidy, these discos, in their corruptive tendencies, take this chunk from the public. For instance, how would you explain a 2-bedroom flat and not a factory being given a bill of about 200 naira, 1,000 naira in a month? And if you ask that particular household, how many hours do you enjoy in a day? It will over between 6 and 8 hours out of 24, and you're not giving 200, and in most cases you are helpless because nobody wants to go through the whole hog of challenging them in court and all that, writing petition and all that. So you find out that they have made nonsense of the subsidy ab initio. In the area of GenCos are supposed to produce energy and then transfer to the transmission company, who now takes it, distributes it to the distribution company for consumers. But in a situation where you have the GenCos claiming that they have generated 7,500 megawatts, even when you know that the national grid, the transmission lines, you cannot win up to 5,000 on these transmission lines as it is today. How do you now say you are producing 7,500, which means the shortfall that will be wasted, that will not be used, will now be accounted for, and then government would have to pay?
There's a report I saw somewhere that government is asking states to pay for the shortfalls in power. I saw a report somewhere yesterday.
Shortfall? I don't understand.
That the federal government is asking states
yes, now
to pay for power.
That's the meaning of this money they want to withdraw from allocation.
You see,
back allocation.
Another area that we have to also look at is most state institutions don't pay. You recall what happened at Air Force Base in Kenya recently? When how can a place like Air Force Base not pay, and their bill accumulated to about 4 billion naira? So when you aggregate that in all the barracks in Lagos, if they are not paying, and then you also feel other institutions of government are not paying because they feel that they have the cover of the government, and these people are in business to make profit, they will ask for their money.
All right. Look, when subsidy was removed, please, because we need to go to the foundation of this problem.
Subsidy on fuel or electricity?
Subsidy on fuel.
Okay.
We were told something, that removal of this subsidy will enable us to power all other infrastructure. That was the aim of removing subsidy, because they told us that the subsidy was the problem of underdevelopment in Nigeria. Is that not true? Now, to tell you that this is a lie and falsehood, since you remove the subsidy, are you better, Moses? These are questions Nigerians don't ask. And it pains me so much, because when they tell this lie, they believe people like me to support and agree so that I'll be a good boy. You told us that subsidy was the bane of Nigerians' economy, this and that. You know, the poor are, in fact, they are not benefiting. Mention one single benefit of subsidy removal to the poor.
But Barrister, I can't recall the government saying that when they removed subsidy, they were going to power other sectors with subsidy money. What I recall, the consistent argument has been, well, that Nigerians deserve subsidy, but that only a few people, are enjoying it. Because, Barrister, hold on, because a few people were now making money unduly out of it. Because the issue of round tripping, over invoicing, and all of that, And they said that, well, it was meant for the poor, but at the end of the day, that the poor people were not enjoying it. But I didn't hear the government say, because they removed first subsidy, they are going to have free light, free education, and free all of that.
They said roads, hospitals. I was in the studio that
what they said was that the money that was stolen, will now be plowed back to infrastructure development. So they didn't say they were going to power other sectors, that Nigerians will stop paying electricity.
So this other one they are talking about infrastructure, what is it for?
Which one? Did they tell you that you will stop paying electricity bills?
No. Mr. Ogoro, please, let us
be. Did they tell you that you will stop paying hospital bills?
Let us be specific here.
Okay.
Yes. When you said that the subsidy removal will bring a dividend and benefit to Nigerians, I am not asking you, mention one out of all the things they promised us that subsidy have solved. One problem.
Good. Now, Barrister, you are still missing the point.
I'm not missing the point.
At what point did they tell you that because they removed subsidy that you stop paying electricity bills?
Did I say that they said you should stop?
No, that's what you said. That they were going to power other sectors.
Power other sectors. Did I mention electricity?
What brought this issue now is the electricity subsidy.
I don't like the way you put words in my mouth. I don't like
Barrister, we are on open air and we can replace this thing.
I don't like the way you put words in my mouth.
We can replace this thing now.
You don't put words in my mouth unnecessarily. When I say something, be specific about it now. I ask you a question. Mention one single benefit Nigerians, both the poor and the rich, have enjoyed from this subsidy removal.
Barrister, I'm not a spokesperson of government, but I can go on and on.
There are many things that are
like what?
I can go on and on.
Like what?
For instance, the major one is today, what governors are receiving is almost like
9 trillion for how many years? What did they do with the 9 trillion?
What did they do with it?
Have the governors spoken to you?
Yes, they have acknowledged. They said they are receiving more money. Enugu State Governor, Abia State Governor.
What happened to the inflation they are suffering? Was it like this before the subsidy?
But they are working.
Please, let me hear.
These governors are working.
The inflation, work on it. Work on the inflation, please.
Barrister, MBS told us that,
when minimum wage was 30,000
headline inflation has dropped.
When minimum wage was 30,000.
Barrister, there is no fund.
Do you know that your 30,000 then is far more beneficial and more valuable than 70,000 was sold for 70,000 naira.
Are we going to 62 kobo?
What are you telling me?
Are we going to return
you are looking at the amount, but you are not looking at the inflation that has
been. It's not just that. I'm not the one speaking. I'm saying that governors admit receiving more money, and these governors are working.
On a lighter note, I'm sure most of you would have seen the story yesterday where South Africa cut off electricity supply.
That's not on a lighter note. That's actually
okay. On a heavier note, the Nigerian High Commission in South Africa. I don't know if you saw that.
I mean, it's not strange now.
And they actually tweeted it.
Not just tweeting it. In most of our missions in Europe, we are owing rent.
Okay. So let's move away from that story.
But also, the federal government has released monies for that.
Yes.
I'm not their spokesperson, but I'm just giving us information.
Up to today, you don't have ambassadors designated to their primary country.
Well, appointments have been made. But nominations have been made. They have been screened. We have one going to US. We have one going to Turkey and France.
2 to 3 years into your administration, no ambassador. Well, 2 to 3 years. Mr. Moses.
The presidency has addressed that. So we'll see where they will deploy and who will go where. Barrister said something yesterday that it was quite instructive. He said, look, we are running concurrent budgets. And if Nigeria's High Commission is being cut off, if power is being cut off in Nigeria's High Commission in a country, and they say it's because there's no money for that, then the question is, what happens to the concurrent budgets? What happens to those?
If I have to answer you directly, they have told you because there is no money. Not that because we are running concurrent budgets.
They said it because the budget has not been passed. That was
Okay,
the
they
word.
said that
Because
budget.
2026 budget has not been passed.
Okay, that's what they said.
Yes.
Now, if that is what they said, we'll now begin to question them. Now, the budgets that are running concurrently, does it look like monies
There
were
was
not
no
provided
provision.
for, the monies were not provided for Ministry of Foreign Affairs or what? Have they exhausted their budget? That is the question we should start asking at this point.
All right then.
Why will you give them budget when there's no ambassador?
Let's take the. Let's take the.
But the offices are not short now.
Let's take the
They have
fight
consular.
now to the Senate, Barrister. Let's take the fight to the Senate because you're in a combative mood.
I can see.
Senate delay stalls electoral reforms as group warns of risk to democracy, and the riders will provide more light. Holds second closed session on Electoral Act bill, keeps outcome secret. National Conscience Platform warns stalled reforms, eroding trust. Real-time results transmission, tougher penalties hang amid delayed decision. Group flags risk of one-party dominance, urges nationwide push for reform. Karimi, that's Senator Sunday Karimi, seeks revenue formula review, cites weak state accountability, basically asking for more monies for the federal government. Delifanimo.
Please rewind. Let me.
I should take the headline again.
Yes.
Okay, I'll take the headline again. Senate delay stalls electoral reforms as group warns of risk to democracy. And then the riders. Hold second closed session on Electoral Act bill, keeps outcome secret. National Conscience Platform warns stalled reforms eroding trust. Real-time result transmission, tougher penalties, hang amid delayed decision. Group flags risk of one-party dominance, urges nationwide push for reform. And Karimi seeks revenue formula review, cites weak state accountability.
Let's treat the electoral reform in isolation of revenue sharing formula, because the revenue sharing formula has not benefited anybody positively since they have been adjusting it either in favor of the states or the federal government. So now, the electoral reform. Chukuma said something last week. He said, is it possible for somebody to call the police to come and arrest him that he has committed a crime in his own house? But the criminal will always want to escape justice. How would you expect, except we are very, very tenacious about these electoral reforms? The current Senate and House of Reps, I doubt if they will have the courage, the muscle to tinker with the electoral laws as it is today. Because the majority of them are contesting next year's election. And some are also looking up to going to higher offices, like a senator wanting to be governor, a House of Reps member to becoming senator. And they use the loopholes of these laws to achieve their aims. So how do you expect them, unless Nigerians force them through advocacy, through enlightenment, and through forum like this, to let them know that it is incumbent on them to ensure that those laws are amended, especially the ones that would give loopholes. For instance, when they were amending the electoral law and giving opportunity for people to defect on one condition, that there's a crisis or faction in a party, they forgot that factions and crises don't manufacture themselves. They are the players who manufacture them. So it now became very easy for anybody that wants to decamp from one party to the other to just foment trouble, even if it's going to be momentary. And when you go to court and say that person should lose his seat, the chairman of his ward will say, I'm the chairman of this ward. Another person will come and say, no, I'm the authentic chairman. So you have validated his carpet crossing. And now, when the Beavers and IREF came, we didn't know. Even the smartest lawyer didn't know that until when it started playing out, that it's just an operational tool and not something that has to be done compulsively. So now we are talking about electoral reform. up till February, they are dilly-dallying, they are going on recess. What makes you think that this thing will see the light of day? Except we Nigerians, we hold them accountable and insist that we want this thing to be done. And don't forget, by the time they buy time, the new amendment states that between election day and swearing in, there should be 185 days. So now imagine if they are passing this law in November, and can they roll back the hand of the clock at that time?
Maybe it will take effect in 2037, in 2038,
2031. You know, so and then you can't exceed your expiry date as an elected official. So it becomes a big problem. So we have between now and probably the next 2 months to amend this law if it's going to be operational for the next election. Because you have to roll back the election date to November this year. If you want to calculate 185 days between election day and swearing in on May 29, if you roll it back, that's about 6 months or more to the election and to the swearing in date to allow for litigation.
All right.
Okay.
And then if you must conduct election in November, then campaign should start in August. 3 months, clear.
Okay, so these things need to be done.
We have only just now and March to do this electoral reform.
Okay, my position in the electoral reform has been very clear, and I still maintain it. You know, we can be as legalistic as you want. What makes it work is the human factor to it all. The 3 most legalistic nations in the world, United States, Russia, and Israel, but people still find a way to beat that law. You know, so it's a human factor to it. And I keep asking this question. In our history, we are told, and I know that at least the ones that I have observed, I know that the freest, you know, most credible, fairest election ever conducted is the 1993 presidential election that produced Chief MK Abiola as the winner. So if we say, did we have an electoral act there? If we had an electoral act, why don't we just go and bring it and replicate it in 2027? And all this problem of electoral act amendment and everything will end. Because our goal, you know, eyes on the ball is what? To ensure that we have free, fair, and credible elections. Okay. No matter how you build these legalities and the legalistic corners and all of that, I mean, okay, look at the electronic transmission of results. I said it here on the other day. NBA, how does NBA conduct its elections? Electronic means. I was beside my wife, let me repeat it, when she voted. You know, she just opened the app, voted, and said, okay, I voted for the NBA president, the person I want to be president. And it worked, no complaints and all of that. So it can work if we have a people that want it to work and not try to maneuver, you know, circumvent issues and all of that. If you have the best laws and people have a way to, you know, circumvent those laws, I mean, then it's useless. So it's a human factor thing, as far as I'm concerned. If Nigerians want to do good by ourselves, we can always do it.
You see, when we destroy our polity, our nation, by our own hands, we should not blame anybody when later in life, what we did begin to haunt us. The way our constitution, our laws, and our electoral system have been flagrantly flattered by this administration is so annoying. Very, very annoying. I was even thinking that people should look into that direction because as I talk to you now, campaigns have started all over Nigeria, and things that are unheard of are happening, and nobody looking toward that direction, nobody talking about it. It's all about electoral reform, electoral reform. Why can't the man at the helm of affairs say, look, this is what I want to? Because I know that Yar'Adua took a stand. He was the one that started this thing. So why can't we deepen it? Look, pressurize the man at the helm of affairs. This is what we want. This so-called strategy and whatever, it will not help us. It has never helped us. Because by the time we destroy all the institutions, what will now remain? What will now remain? Tomorrow will come. Whether you like it or not, tomorrow must come. And then by that time, we will not even remember who started the problem. Oh. We will not. It's like this Agboro menace in Lagos. We have forgotten how they came, who started it. It's unfortunate, seriously, the way we behave in this country. Very, very unfortunate.
Well, let's move away from that story now. Quickly, as we wrap up, there is another story here I'd like us to quickly react to. One is the Lagos Assembly orders immediate stop of Makoko demolition. Now, the Lagos State House of Assembly has intervened in the escalating crisis involving the waterfront communities of Makoko, Okwafon, and Donguro, ordering an immediate cessation of all demolition activities by the state's agencies. Now, the directive follows a tense standoff between residents and the state government over the controversial expansion of a demolition zone that residents claim has far exceeded initial agreements. In a move to de-escalate the situation, the House has invited community leaders to a formal meeting to address the grievances and negotiate a way forward for the proposed $10 million waterfront project. There you have it. Chukuma.
Moses, is a lot. It's quite a lot. Well, the issue of demolitions, right?
Yes.
Makoko. Stoppage.
To demolition.
To demolitions, yeah. It's temporary. It's temporary. Because at one point or the other, the government will have to go back and clean up those areas. I am for it, you know, and well, a lot of people see me, you know, my take on issues, they say I'm a hawk. I might be a hawk because I am of the realistic perspective in international relations. You know, they struggle for power and all of that. In things like this, something has to give. I asked a question, very pertinent question the other day. Now, these places, are they people's native lands? And the answer was, well, it is not. People just came and settled. And, you know, where did they come to settle from? They came from different places and all of that. So at the end of the day, that place belongs to the government. And I said, in a few occasions I have traveled outside. I've seen waterfronts. And you don't even feel like moving away from them. You want to sit back, relax, and all of that. Even water that you see in the drainages and all of that, they are as clean as. But that is not what we see here. And we cannot, because of empathy, because of compassion, we will not do what is right. Those places have to be cleaned up. If the Lagos State government has said, well, we are halting it, trust me, it's going to be a temporary thing. Either this administration or another administration will have to come back.
They may even halt it as a result of a campaign that is close by.
That is close by. But they will definitely have to come back because it is something that needs to be done. But my take again is, well, government can as well try as much as they can to ameliorate, you know, to help these people resettle elsewhere. But it's not obligatory on the government. If you ask me, it's not.
Look, Moses, there is nothing wrong if you want to reform or reclaim Lagos, but you do it with a human face. What is the primary purpose of government? Protection and welfare of the human being there. Is that not true? So where is the welfare here? Tell me.
Barrister, you will not necessarily create problem for yourself and expect the government to come and clear that problem for you.
Please, hold on. When those people started putting up those structures, you mean there was no governance in Lagos State? There was no governance. Nobody saw them, Abi. Is it possible? Tell me now.
No, but government has also given notice to people. Well, you are occupying these places illegally and you have to move.
If government said that nobody should build here today, Mr. Okoro, Moses, they will take measures to make sure that not even an ant will cross that road.
No, they will not take measures. They will ensure that if you are there, they will come to tell you, well, you build illegally.
They will make sure that you don't even lay a foundation, not to talk of erecting anything there.
Barrister, government can't be everywhere at the same time.
No, they will.
Government can't be everywhere at the same time. So people need to
by the time you put up a foundation today, tomorrow they demolish it. You put up tomorrow, they demolish it. You put up the next day, they demolish it.
People in those
What
waterfronts, do you know how many times they were asked to not to erect?
Please, somebody collected money from these people and allowed them to put up those things there. Go and challenge me on that. Somebody collected money and allowed them to put up those, maybe not this government, but previous government.
Okay.
So why not blame those governments?
Barrister, you're a lawyer. Barrister, you're a lawyer. And one of their payoff lines is, well, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So why you are making
who told you that ignorance? When
they're ignorant.
No. Government official collected money. Are you not listening?
And you paid ignorantly.
No. When the government official come to tell you that you should pay for this and that, and you pay, is that ignorance?
Without due process.
What a government official came to you. You say, what is due process here?
All right, then, thank you very much.
Tell me that nobody collected money from them there. Tell me.
Nobody
tell
can
me.
tell you that right now.
So what are you not telling me?
Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much, Daily Fanimo, as well as Chukuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
All right, I'll go with my guest from Abuja, who's a politician, and we'll travel around the country to bring interesting political stories.
There you have it. Well, thank you very much, Jane Ogoye as well, my colleague. Together we've done this, and we'll be back here tomorrow with Chukuma, of course, bright and early on VOP this morning, and then segue into newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us.
Yeah, honestly, I know that sound. I know that sound very well. Like, I know that sound. I know what it feels like to win a team that you played for before. And firmly, you could say, previously, I know what works for me. And I felt like when he scored that goal, he would have been like, okay, I'm sorry, apologies. But of course not. He did not do so. I'm talking about no other name but Kai Havertz. And I'd like to start the show this day and saying good morning to you. And I just must say this. Congratulations to Arsenal Football Club of England. What they did yesterday, well-deserved result. They came out alive. And I think if you look at the game the way it started, you understand that Chelsea were very compacted. But it's no longer news. We need to share to you. We need to bring to you, cut to the man to say, that Arsenal are through to their 9th EFL Cup finals, following a 4-2 aggregate victory over London rivals Chelsea. That is the final. You could say their first final in 6 years. Former Chelsea forward Kai Havertz scored with the final kickoff of the game to see Arsenal win 1-0 at the Emirates Stadium in a game of few chances for either side, in that very game. So I think either side tried to do what they could do, but then it just did not work. He paid out for one side, bet on the game. And then we saw Mikel Arteta's side securing the first semi-final success after 5 attempts. The assist came from Declan Rice, and the England midfielder was overjoyed to have helped Arsenal to their first cup final in 6 years. Moving on, let's hear from Declan Rice. He said, "We deserve it. To be in a cup final with this club is amazing. Credit to Chelsea, to be fair. Since their new manager, Liam Lucina, came in, they've been really good. They changed the formation and cost us what we really don't want. Whenever a team will come apart, whenever a team will come across, we are ready for it. And the last 3 or 4 years, we've been at the top of the Premier League, competing and got ready close. And this time around, we have to do all we can to make sure we win the very much competition." All of the excitement came in a 3-lane first leg tie at Stamford Bridge 3 weeks ago, won by Arsenal, and that the 3-2 with Arteta's side keeping Chelsea at length in the fixture return. There was also an intriguing team news for both sides on the wet and the windy night in North London, where Arsenal were without club captain Martin Odegaard, with Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta confirming that he had, suffered a late knock, but that he hopes the captain would be fit for Saturday's visit to Sunderland in the Premier League. Don't forget, Sunderland have got a record for themselves. And what's the record for Sunderland? I must tell you, the record is that they are yet to lose a game at home. So if we say Arsenal is going to play at Emirates, you just might say goes their way. But Chelsea also, the talisman, Cole Palmer, arrived at the Emirates Stadium wearing a face mask, only fit enough for a place on the bench, with Liam Rossini setting up 3 centre-back and wing-backs for the first time since becoming Chelsea's head coach. Rosinho said, "In terms of the game plan, we dominated the areas we wanted to in the second half, but we didn't find that quality moment Arsenal knew they were in for a good game today. On both sides, it's painful to lose. You want to go through. I cannot fault the application, the fight, the intensity of the players. We have to make sure we keep improving as we go. So you can say Chelsea nullified Arsenal's threat in the first half. You cannot take that away from them. You know why? Arsenal have scored 28 times from set pieces this season, including Ben White's header from Declan Rice's corner in the reserve feature, that's the reverse feature. But to combat that threat, Chelsea sent two players, Liam Delap and also Wesley Fofana, changing that very way and then charging out to the penalty areas as the Gunners prepare to take their corners, forcing some of those, Arsenal players to retreat from the penalty area themselves and then track them. After a cagey start, it was Arsenal who had the first key effort on target with a Bericci Eze teeing up Pierre Capi and then to hilt a very calling shot which was beaten away by Rob Sanchez, and Arsenal began to build some momentum in that very game towards the end of the first half, and then Gabriel Martinelli got behind Chelsea defense only to see his effort, his shot superbly blocked by the recovering French international Malo Gusto in the final moment of the first half, or the half to say. Chelsea had their only chance of a note from Enzo Fernandez, forcing Arrizabalaga Kepa into an acrobatic save as he shot from the edge of the area. That game was very nice, but you must give credit to the Chelsea coach, Rosinio. He tries to turn the tide, but it did not go the way they wanted it. Rosinio waited for an hour before bringing Palmer and Esteval off the bench, with Chelsea facing elimination from the competition unless they could find a goal. As they began to push, Fernandez had another effort from 20 yards, which was, I think it was Stam flew over the crossbar. Chelsea also began to commit more players forward. Arsenal found a gap, and then Martin Zubimendi crossed to Gabriel at the far post, but his powerful header was superbly blocked by Marco Correa. With 7 minutes left, this was where it felt like everything went wrong. With 7 minutes left, Martinelli was calmly on this one. Martinelli was calmly a penalty. I think we thought it was having a penalty going down that one, I think against Trevor Chalobah, and that was a challenge, but the VAR checked it and said, no, this would not count because I think they said, according to them, they said Chelsea defender had won the ball cleanly before his follow-through took the Brazilian down. So as play entered the final second of the allotted 6 minutes of additional time, that's where the intensity was so high, the momentum was so big, and then Declan Rice broke free to cross to an unmarked Kai Havertz. And guess what the German did? He coolly stepped past Sanchez and then slot home as the Gunners secured victory and extended their unbeaten run against Chelsea to 10 matches in all competitions. Arsenal will face Man City or Newcastle United, who play their second leg tonight, and that's February 4th, with Man City 2-0 up in the first leg. The final will be played at Wembley, and that will be on Sunday, 22 March 2026. And that means that Arsenal's match against Wolverhampton Wanderers that was due to take place on that weekend of the final has now been moved to Wednesday. So Arsenal have a game tied up somewhere, and I can say congratulations to Arsenal. You're watching the Sports Republic show right here, and this is Lagos, Nigeria, Voice of People TV. And then let's talk about one that you just want to know for yourself. It's really out there, and I'm liking this, the fact that we did well at the Nations Cup, even though we did not win it. We just talked about the EFL Cup. Now let's talk about what happened or what's really going on with the Nigerian Football Federation, where we have our coach Eric Chair under scrutiny. And guess this is coming from an ex-international. I don't want to use the word is fighting Eric Chair, but ex-international, a man, is really pinning out and not happy with Amado Pinnick, who is saying Eric Chair has done so well. He's blasting the NFF and saying Eric Chair should go. Eric Chair should leave. We should not have Eric Chair. We should have a Nigerian managing the Super Eagles. So I don't know if his plight is coming from the fact you've seen the Senegalese and also the Ivorians and some national teams on African shores having black, I don't want to use the word black, it sounds like I'm a racist, not black, having their countryman as their own coach. But former Super Eagles midfielder Silvanus Okpala has criticized ex-Nigerian Football Federation NFF President Amado Pinnick for backing Eric Chair to continue as head coach of the national team. But I'm asking the question, on what ground do we have to let Eric Chair leave after what he has done, after what he has brought to the table? Hey man, don't worry, I'll tell this record. Despite public support rising from Chair, Okpala said he insists that a Nigerian coach remains the best solution for the Super Eagles. Okpala, who is a long-time advocate for indigenous coaches handling the national side, said he never supported the decision to appoint Eric Chair when the Franco-Malian was handed the job in January 2025. Although results under Chell, please note, have been largely positive, the former international believes that progress should now overshadow what he views as a misplaced policy direction. It's funny to talk about, actually. 12 months into his tenure, Eric Chell is yet to lose a competitive match in regulation time with the Super Eagles. However, he failed to guide Nigeria qualification to the World Cup. He met Nigeria on a shambolic manner on a road that was not cold enough at the 2025 Nations Cup in Morocco, where the Super Eagles finished third and were widely praised for their attacking football scoring power. A tournament high of 14 goals and earning plummeted as one of the competition's most entertaining teams. Those performances prompted Pinnick to publicly suggest that Eric Chell should be allowed to remain in charge. He also argued that any Nigerian coach seeking the Super Eagles job should first prove himself by winning domestic league titles and continental honors with our Nigerian Premier Football League side, NPFL. That's the word from Amajo Pinnick. Now, where does the ex-international Sylvanus Okpala stand about Eric Chell? Where is his stake? Or what is his stake, rather, you could say? Speaking with newsmen, speaking with reports, you can say, Okpala also questioned what he described as the reoccurring argument used to sideline local coaches, insisting that they are often inconsistent and unfair. In his words, he went as far as saying, all I can say is that it's Nigerian coaches that will solve the problem of the Eagles. I've been saying it for many years. I've been saying it for 5 years now. I read again where someone said, according to him, he said, I read again. Okay, I read again, that's the word. Where someone said, if you want to coach the national team, you must have taken a club side to the continent and won a CAF Champions League. I started thinking that, is that a yardstick for coaching the Super Eagles? Eric Chell was from Mali. So how many teams did he coach in Mali that won the CAF Champions League? Okay, quite interesting. Okpala's comment comes despite Chell bronze medal finish at the AFCON 2025, a campaign that continues to divide opinion among fans and former players. A respected figure in Nigerian football, Okpala was part of the Super Eagles squad that won the country's first ever AFCON title back in 1980. He also represented Nigeria at the Moscow 1980 and also Seoul 1988 Olympic Games. So he knows the team well and enjoyed a successful stint club career with Enugu Rangers, CS Matimo, and that's of the Portuguese side, and also CD National in Portugal, that's the Premier Liga. And also moving on, in coaching, he served as assistant coach to the late Stephen Kechi and was part of the technical team that led Nigeria to AFCON glory in 2013. So in other words, you can say Sylvanus Okpala is a Nations Cup winner and also a Nations Cup winner as a coach, being the assistant to late Stephen Kechi. But now, talking about the said one, credential he believes underlying the depth of local coaching experience still being overlooked. I do really understand this plight. I tell you, I understand where Sylvanus Okpala is coming from, but the top point is this. Why is this a case? Should we be talking about this now? If a manager does well, we should give him all of the accolades that he deserves. Why? Eric Chell might not be, like I always say, anytime you catch me on the radio or the TV or having this spoken words on outside shows on the business move, and I say to people, Eric Chell has not done bad. It's either ways. The Super Eagles have a strong team. What he has brought is the transition. He has brought that game plan, the strategy of dominating the game. Now, we vividly lack that composure. We never had that dominant spirit anymore. But this Franco Malian is now in the news. Now, his contract is not even that so big to say. When I mean so big, that you could say, yes, he should have a lot of pressure. Why are we putting him a lot of pressure? I just think ex-international should allow this man, the Franco Malian, to do what he loves to do. And you know what happens on a job? When you give someone a job and you don't give him all he needs, all he deserves, all he wants to make the job go well, he starts having that fear within himself. And that's what I'm saying. Sylvanus Okpala, yes, you played the game, high level, you won the Nations Cup, kudos. Congratulations to all of those accolades for yourself. You won the Nations Cup as a manager, assistant coach to Stephen Kechi. We know, we like it. We respect all of those decisions. But telling us now that they would want the Franco Malian to leave, then who replaces him? Which I look at the local coaches that we have in our team, I'm still thinking, it got me thinking, it got me worried. Who is good enough? Don't get me wrong, we're not talking about the part where we've not seen our local coaches manage the national team with all of the, no pressure, that's the word. Anytime you see a Nigerian on the job, it's a lot of pressure on them. That's not nice. That's unfair. But if you're talking about a local coach, you can't throw away a coach who has just done so well with the national side. If you throw Eric Chell off, who comes to replace him? I just felt like after the Nations Cup, what we should be doing is one thing. We came to be third. We won the bronze medal. It's time for projects. It's time for us to go back now, start building, rebuilding, hold this team together. Those who will go should go. Get them compacted. Get them, resolve the ones you don't like. Then make those ones as a team. One problem we've faced so far under a lot of coaches is we find it very difficult to get our first 11. But this Franco Marian has done this. Like I say, I'm not a big fan of Eric Chell. So it doesn't sound like someone is going to be saying, you love Eric Chell too much. That's not what it is. My point is he has shown us class within a short time. He's yet to lose a game officially as the coach of the national team. Why is someone telling us? Do you have someone you want to put on the job? Tell us, let's know. So all of these things, I think the NFF also knows, and then they have to make sure they put things right. Eric Chell has not done bad. But let's leave Eric Chell and talk about one man, because there's a lot of talk point on the show today. We'll look into the boxing world. Manny Pacquiao is on the story. We'll talk about Floyd Mayweather is in the boxing shows today. Lewis Hamilton, romantic life, dating Kim Kardashian. It's a lot of talk point on the show. The Leaf Golf is a lot also going on there. The PGA Tour, the John Ram, the Koepka, the McCrory, all of those names we'll be talking about on the show. So it's just a well-compacted show. But let's get into this phase where we look into this one. And this is about Stanley Nwabali. Yeah, the Super Eagles goalkeeper. Let's talk about Stanley Nwabali. Stanley Nwabali is, what's the word? Brave goalkeeper. Decent goalkeeper. Sometimes stubborn. But we have this one that comes to say, we have former Super Eagles goalkeeper, you could call him former Olympic goalkeeper of the Nigerian side, Joseph Dosu, I love calling him Dosu Joseph, has said that Stanley Nwabali overdoses things sometimes. And then he also said he overdoses things sometimes, and then sometimes takes it high to make it overdose in what he does. He said, Nwabali sometimes put things the way we don't even expect. He's the sort of goalkeeper that Super Eagles coach Eric Chell likes. That's from Dosu Joseph. He said that Nwabali is really a good goalkeeper as he stays calm under pressure and can make important saves that change the outcome of a game. People are still unsure about which goalkeeper will be the Super Eagles #1. Why some fans and experts like Nwabali say they want him to continue on the move. But some are also worried about his decision and think he's too risky. Super Eagles fans are also having asked him to be less showy. But when he's compared to his time with the Nigerian Premier League, where he used to dribble all the way from goal to midfield, his current playing style looks more controlled. So when you talk about Stanley Nwabali, a lot of people don't even know this part of Nwabali. He likes to play. He likes to joke. Nwabali's strange and hard to predict style has been compared to famous players like Reina Hageta, Josh Campos, who were also known for their unusual creative ways of playing. Dosu said, Chell likes goalkeepers like that, who plays boldly and fearless, while speaking on the Play Zone podcast. And Dosu said, the first time I saw his position, his picture, was when my older brother showed it to me. My brother was the goalkeeper coach for Go Round at that point. The player is tall. He's a very big man. He comes to life. He's a good goalkeeper for the future. He also mentioned that if the player brings his head down, he would definitely play as the goalkeeper for the national team for a long time. The most important thing, according to Dosu Joseph, is that first of all, he needs to hold up. But the coach likes him. So that's just what it is, and that's crazy. So no one should be talking about that. He wants goalkeeper who communicates with their defenders and the other team players to make them feel scared. So when it comes to his work, he's doing probably well. Yes, maybe he sometimes overdo things, but he's still working hard as a goalkeeper, keeping the ball out of the net when he's supposed to do so. He isn't a bad goalkeeper. Nwabali, you need to know, has kept, I think there's 8 clean sheets in 2 African Nations Cup tournaments, which 2 fewer than Vincent Ayema, Nigeria all-time record holder. So Nwabali is the man for the people. So let's not, let's not say it too much. Let me be factual with you. This goalkeeping department has suffered a lot of problems. It's suffered a lot. Since Vincent Ayema left the shores of the goalkeeping department, we started struggling. We have good goalkeepers in the past, the likes of Peter Rufai, the likes of Ike Showroom, the likes of, Vincent Emma, who's a legend of the game. Recent one from Wambali came to block that role. A lot of goalkeepers have come, Aloysius Argo. So if you look at them, what they've brought, Wambali looks to be quite different. He's that goalkeeper that likes to play. But what he does sometimes is risky. I think I understand the part where one body should man up. If not Maduka Okoye, who else? I look at the goalkeepers we have in Nigeria. I think Maduka Okoye for me is like the latest, the recent, is the best for me aside Wambali. So they need to give him that, the chance, the opportunity to own up, get some starts sometimes. I was watching Udinese winning Roma. He was the man who was on the post. He manned the post and he did this excellently well. Why can't we see other keepers have trials? And this is sometimes why I don't like some coaches. When they place you, I know you don't change the winning team, but when they place you there, that's just what it is. They don't want to skip, they don't want to change you, just make it the way it is. We've seen keeper, okay, like yesterday, the Carabao Cup, the EFL Cup, the semi-final, you saw Kepa with the Balaga. It was supposed to be David Raya. But the keeper, the coach knows that it's okay, let's have a tweak team, let's change the team. And that worked so well. We mustn't say you're number one all the time on the post to, give confidence to those who wants to be there. So when this said goalkeeper and coach is not around, it's not available, then someone else can just man the post, and it gives the team that diligent approach to say that we have a team. So if Dosu Joseph is talking, I should be listening, because if not for any reason, he has been at the goal post for a long time. He won the Olympic with Nigeria, Atlanta 96, if you recall, back in America, USA, where we stole the show. We won Argentina, won Brazil, and it was about his team, a team that had the quality. Bayaro, the brother Emmanuel Bayaro, Dosu Joseph, Testin Fatusi, Amokachi, Emmanuel Monike, Finidi Joy. These guys were good. Babangida's the man. These guys, Testin Fatusi, Uche Okechukwu, they had a very squad that was so compacted, Ikpeba, and they deserved that accolade. So if Dosu Joseph is talking this day, we should listen. But I want the pressure personally for Stanley Nwabali. Okay, we go on a very quick break. When we return, we'll tell them more about the social media polls, Yannick Sinner and the tennis world, what is really going on, and also we'll talk about Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao in the boxing world. What's really going on in the live golf world? Do you want to know? Just stay here, don't get anywhere. We'll be back just shortly. Yes, welcome back from that quick break. I think the recent and the latest has been us talking about who. We've been talking about Carlos Alcaraz, who decided to make Novak Djokovic not get that he deserves from the talk back. His talk back needs to go in that very way. Now, if you talk about Novak Djokovic, you're talking about Carlos Alcaraz, you're talking about Yannick Sinner, talk about the Melbourne, talk about the Australian Open, you understand that a lot of their talk back needs to be off. It works. Why are we saying this? The ATP World number 2 Yannick Sinner is fresh of a strong showing that the Australian Open, the Yannick Sinner's quest for a three-peat was unpainted by a resurgent Novak Djokovic performance in the semifinal, but there is no doubting his level of play. Unfortunately, being the second best player in the sport comes with intense scrutiny. Tennis fans are calling out Sinner and his racket sponsor, Heed, and then for using an older model during the 26th Australian Open. In December, Yannick Sinner headlined a splashy announcement for the head coach racket. And according to the legendary sportswear brand, the Head Speed racket is the racket of choice for the great Yannick Sinner. Power up your swing and play your best with our fastest racket yet. However, Yannick Sinner showed frustration with his racket while in Melbourne preparing for the Australian Open. Sinner ended up playing the Grand Slam tournament with an old racket he's uncomfortable with, using fans called on head on Instagram, and the brand responded with a detailed response. A fan on social media using, we'll have to bring you that post so you can see, that's the post that got me wild, that post on social media. A fan on social media was asking a question. He said, so why is Yannick Sinner still using the 22 racket? It's also noticeable that he prefers shared grommets. Why exactly aren't clone of the racket Sinner uses being sold? I'm not talking about weight or swing weight, of course. Then the head responded by saying, Yannick has already played with the new racket in training and in exhibition matches, but has not yet had the opportunity to use it in a tournament match. As the defending champion at the Australian Open, he deliberately strikes his stride and tested the match routine for maximum consistency. Let's see what the future holds. And that's from the head responding to that news. When asked about the shared grommets, Head responded by saying grommets technologies have a huge impact on the sound and feel of tennis rackets. We constantly revise and also revise materials. Simulation and grommets is not that one that is okay, so good. We constantly also revise this one, and our grommet's construction is to make our racket either more grips or push more, but always feeling more stable. We didn't have the same engineering flexibility with shared grommets as we have our new design on all our grommets. So Yannick Sinner now will return to action at the Doha ATP 500 Qatar ExxonMobil Open, scheduled for February 16-21 or 16-21, you could call it. And then everyone have to stay locked into Sports Illustrated serve. Let's see how the Italian will make sure he gets this one passed. It's all about Yannick Sinner. But, well, this is actually I think controversial talk because Yannick Sinner and his rackets, you can't be playing with the old racket. It's more like you're saying the player should play with an old boot. But the body that partners, the body that governs his game, the head responded by saying he had a very good time with it at the exhibition and also training. So him coming out to say that it's an old one, maybe he doesn't feel comfortable with that very one. Now let's talk about tennis more story. Kapasi named American Men's Tennis Player of the Week. And his name is Rice. Rice men's tennis senior Pierre Kapasi was named the American Conference Men's Tennis Player of the Week. The league announced Tuesday, this very moment. Kapasi is the first round player to earn the honor during the 2026 dual season. He went 3-0 in the 3-love single play with over Oregon, Lama, and also LSU. He was also teed with the Stanford player 3-6, 6-4 before the match was clinched. In doubles, Kapasi and Ye a 2-1 record with their match against LSU going on finish on Monday. Kapasi provided a clinching point in Rice's win over Oregon to advance to the OWLS during the RTA kickoff weekend in Stanford. His singles victory against LSU also put Rice on the board in the match. Rice returns to the action next week when it hosts the 25K PTT tournament before resuming team play on February 20 to 2022 or 22. And then in the Mofreboso, we'll be seeing another one come up, and that's about this very man we just talked about. But from that news, let's talk about golf. Justin Rose believes his decision to reject LIV Golf in 2022 has been validated by his opt-in and opt-out in form of the PGA Tour in recent years. Rose claimed his first tournament win in the season in the Farmers Insurance Open at the Torrey Pines, also marking his 13th career PGA Tour victory over the state says, and then since receiving the offer to join Saudi Bank LIV 4 years ago. The Englishman was a runner-up in the 2025 Masters and was a key component of the first away Ryder Cup with 13 years ago. Opportunities that he may have missed alongside a few countrymen, Lewis Sood and also Jan Potler, and they have left the PGA Tour. Coming from the Englishman, Rosie said, yeah, he did validate the decision to reject LIV. The way things are in the world of golf right now, I feel like it's good to see people wanting to play where it motivates them to be at their best. My career goals have always been attainable by staying on the PGA Tour, by staying with the European Tour, the PGA Tour base, because assessing them is fine. You know, it's not possible in the other way. I want to play in among the best players in the world. That obviously for me is what keeps me motivated, what keeps me hungry, what keeps me pushing. That's coming from Rose. The world number 3 has gone without a worldwide win for 3 years. We LIV Golf game also when they came calling ahead of his launch, but Rose's focus was no, and has now remained on winning a second career major. I can say congratulations to Rose, Justin Rose. You know why? If you follow golf well, the LIV Golf is money call. The LIV Golf has been money call, truth be told. A lot of kids on the street grew up knowing about the PGA Tour. That's what it is. But what is how the back cycle did? They came with a pump of money. They came with the money that a lot of players, a lot of golfers couldn't turn their back on and say no. Shout out to people like Rose. Shout out to legends like, Tiger Woods. They said, no, we can't make a move. Rory McIlroy at some point was shaky. He made a move, and then we saw the move. We saw John Ram stories. All of this, golfers. A money call was what just changed their scenario. But I'm looking at Justin Rose, who for 3 years have been up a medal. But this time around, with the PGA Tour, who he respects a lot, they're getting what they need. And I think this time, we have to start looking at the PGA Tour people. Why are you allowing the LIV Golf players return back to the PGA Tour? That's like a slap on the face of the PGA Tour, because you cannot afford to let people who left you because the money wasn't so big. The money was okay, don't get me wrong, but the Saudi-South bike here, that's the word. They came with a lot of money. They tempted people who couldn't say no to their move. And they ran away from the PGA Tour and they went to LIV. Now, being in the LIV Golf, you're in Saudi Arabia, they've invested a lot of money, but you still would not want to compare with the PGA Tour. So shout out to Justin Rose for that very move, kept himself at bay and never went away from the PGA Tour. But from that one, let's think about the LIV Golf. The LIV Golf has got a ranking, world ranking. LIV Golf will receive official world ranking points beginning this week, the 2026 season opening event in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It will be the first time in the league 5 years existence that it qualifies world ranking points. LIV events will be ranked based on the OWGR standard classification of small field tournament, with the ranking point distribution of cutoff applying to award points to player who finish in the top 10 and ties this one. The winner will receive the projected equivalent of an alternate event champion of the PGA Tour. According to Trevor Immelman, chairman of the OWGR, in a statement, this has been an incredible, complex and challenging process, and one which we have devoted a huge amount of time and energy to resolving in the 7 months since LIV Golf submitted their application. We fully recognize the need to rank the top men's player in the world, but at the same time, we have to find a way of doing it so it was equitable to the thousands of other people competing on other tours that operate and establish meritocratic pathways. We believe we have found a solution that achieves this twin aims and also enables the best performing players at LIV Golf event to receive the OWGR points. I would like to acknowledge the substantial and also constructive efforts made by Scott O'Neill and the team at the LIV Golf. We look forward to working with them on the implementing of their approach with immediate effect for the 26th LIV Golf season. So, well-deserved, good ranking for the LIV Golf. Well, okay. Fair enough. That's the word. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so we're actually talking about the LIV Golf news, not the Rose Justin news. But we also leave that one and just talk about this now. Lewis Hamilton live is on the date. His news is on the show now. People said he's a star, and I checked it and I made a research about that man. He's obviously a star. But this time around, dating history, you could call it, romance rumors with Kim Kardashian, whose report do we believe? Because Lewis Hamilton's personal life in the Formula One is back in the headline after fresh rumors linked him with a 7-time Formula One champion with the reality TV icon Kim Kardashian. Now, this report says, the report which surfaced over the weekend claimed the pair may be quietly spending time together. Neither Hamilton nor Kardashian has confirmed the speculation since, but still the story has spread fast, once again placing Hamilton's dating history under intense public focus. The renewed buzz has also revived interest in Hamilton's post and then past relationship over nearly 2 decades ago in the spotlight. The British driver has been linked with some of the biggest names of music, fashion, and entertainment. Recent reports suggested that Ferrari star Lewis Hamilton and Kim Kardashian enjoyed private time together during the Formula One off-season. Sources close to the Sun, reporting says, has alleged that the pair shared a room, enjoyed spa treatments together, and dined privately. Kardashian was also said to have flown in briefly on her private jet, accompanied by heavy security. However, there is no photographic proof. Or official statement to support their claims. Reputable outlets have described the story as unverified. Hamilton has not commented on this very one, saying he's been staying true to his long-standing habit of avoiding public discussions about his personal life. We know him, he doesn't like to talk a lot. But even so, the rumors were enough to restart conversation about his romantic past. So is the 7-time world champion Ferrari new signee for last season, in love. She's a reality TV star icon, you could say. It's like real recognized real. This would have worked. Looking at the picture, the footage you have on your screen, it looks so nice. They look so nice. They would have been looking so nice together. We've seen them before on some, deep hidden events. But whose report do we believe? We're still waiting for Lewis Hamilton, the English, to come out and say to the media that this is not true. This is untrue. This is our speculation. We also await the lady who does the media thing a lot. She's always in the news. So also let us know that this report is false. But up until then, we still want to say it's a speculation that both internationals, Lewis Hamilton and Kim Kardashian, are having something with themselves, or possibly you could say affairs. People are saying, we've seen them together in rooms, they've lunch together, they've been together, they stay together, they eat together, they dine together privately, and the rest of that. But what do we do? The media always want to find a way around this to, put it in the news. But official statement from the door would not be wrong. So we wait to see when that happens. But up until then, we still have to be mute and then bring it just as it unfolds. But looking at that very news, we still have to go and give you some update about Formula One. There's a man who, Formula One world champion Jenson Button is joining Aston Martin as a team ambassador ahead of the 26th season. The Silverstone-based squad have announced. Button, who previously carried out a similar role at Williams, will support Aston Martin's media, partner and commercial activities in a multi-year agreement, bringing a unique blend of credibility, global recognition, and storytelling power to the role. Button's career spanned almost 2 decades, covering stints at Williams, Benetton, Renault, Bar, Honda, Brown, JP, and also McLaren. The Briton claiming 15 Grand Prix victories and the 2009 world title. At this time in Formula One, Button went on to contest and also won the Super GT Championship in Japan with Honda, who have become Aston Martin engine partners for around 2026 and beyond. Button will also reunite with two-time world champion Fernando Alonso, the pair having been McLaren teammates during back, I think, 2015 and 2016 season. So, good news for this international. I'm liking it. Good news to see them do what they love to do. The pairing is not bad. McLaren has been in the news. If you follow Formula One well, you would understand. But can we talk about something else? Toughest ever. The story of boxing begins from this one. After 73 professional fights, Manny Pacquiao is still pushing for further accolades. But when reflecting on his career and his toughest contest to date, Pac-Man only had one answer. Pacquiao remains as the only 8th division world champion in the history of boxing and is heralded as one of the greatest pound-for-pound fighter to have also ever laced up the gloves. However, despite his success, the now 47-year-old made a comeback to the ring in July as he attempted to break his own record as the oldest ever welterweight world champion 42 in a clash with WBC title holder Mario Barrios. Now, speaking to Inside Boxing Live before the contest, Manny Pacquiao opened up on the other fight of his career, labeling the second installment of his labeled 4, a failed fight with Juan Manuel Paquez, where he won via a split decision as his toughest bout yet. The Filipino icon, talk about this Philippine, could also only muster a draw on the scorecard against Barrios, a decision which has convinced Pacquiao to stick around and try to claim world honors once again. Now, Pacquiao continues to be linked with the second world title shot in many fights, with WBA ruler Rolando Romero being touted as the likely dance partner, as well as the WBO champion Devin Haney. Although Manny Pacquiao's next move hinges as Conor Ben's decision to opt for either Romero or WBC route as he seeks a welterweight title shot of his own. Alternatively, Pacquiao has been mentioned for a lucrative rematch against Floyd Mayweather Jr., who could return to the professional ring almost a decade on from his supposed career finale against Conor McGregor. Manny Pacquiao, I like to talk about this man. We watched him at the ring. We saw a lot of Manny Pacquiao skills on the ring. You can talk about the Philippines. How many Philippines have we had in the news? So give it up to this very man, Manny Pacquiao. But you heard me talk about Floyd Mayweather. Let's talk about Mayweather in a bit. Floyd Mayweather is initiating legal action against Showtime, alleging that its involvement in his former manager's breach of fiduciary duty resulted in him being swindled out of the hundreds of millions of dollars. Mayweather boasts one of the most illustrious boxing careers in history. However, he maintains that he has not received the full benefits to which he was entitled. The Sporting News explains why Floyd Mayweather is feeling a $340 million lawsuit against Showtime. Now, people are asking the question, why is Mayweather suing Showtime? We'll tell you. Mayweather is suing Showtime allegedly that they significantly contributed to his ex-manager's charm and also his scheme that cost him hundreds of millions of dollars. In the lawsuit for Mayweather fight in California, which TMZ Sports obtained, Mayweather states his determination to recover hundreds of millions of dollars in misappropriated funds and damages. He described this as a part of a long-standing complex financial fraud and as allegedly orchestrated by his longtime advisor, Al Ayman. Additionally, he pledges that Ayman received significant support and assistance from Showtime and former Showtime sports president Steven Espinoza. If it was a Nigeria talk, it would have been an EFCC chase. Well, lucrative man, well-known money-wise, from Mayweather. His wealthy composure is what I love. Wealthy, composed, finesse. Whenever he's in the news, it's more like it's a memoir. It doesn't really put it out all like that. So this report states that he just remember filing a case. He just remember filing a case against Showtime. So we wait to know how that one will still be out. Yeah, what else should we tell you? The box of all is the news that you have to keep to yourself and be updated, because that's a Deontay Wilder story, that's a Tyson Fury story, that's a cheating allegation out there. Deontay Wilder claims Tyson Fury cannot enter the United States. He cannot enter the United States because of cheating, but that reportedly isn't the case. Wilder has sensationally claimed to Ring Magazine that Fury definitely cheated in the opening two fights in their trilogy held in 2018 and 2020. Their first fight ended in a split draw, with Fury being knocked down twice in round 9 and also 12 respectively before the final ball. After the second knockdown, he left fans stunned by rising back to his feet of the canvas and then managing to get through the round. The pair agreed to a rematch, which Fury won convincingly via a 7th round TKO on February 2020. The Gibson King again defeated Wilder in the final and also third final in 2021 via an 11th round knockout. After again, he got that determination and also dominated the fight much on the ring. So we just have to see how it goes from there. And you look into the NBA. Let's wrap up with this one. The NBA, Collier is set to assist Ellis in this one, and as Jazz beats Pacer. His name is Isaiah Collier. He had a career high 22 assists, the most in the NBA this season, and the most by a All-Star player since John Stockton did it back in 1992. And the Jazz beat the Indiana Pacers 1-1, 1-2 on Tuesday night with just 7 healthy players. Laurie McKinnon scored 27 points of the Jazz, who were short-handed after trading Georges Niang, Kyle Anderson, Walter Clayton Jr., Taylor Hendricks, and to Memphis earlier on Tuesday for Jaren Jackson Jr., Chuck Liddell, John Kocher, and then Vince Williams Jr. The last NBA player with 22 assists in a game was Denver's Nikola Jokic last season. I think it's Jokic, yes. Last season, that was last March 7. And then Collier, who is Isaiah, is now. He's played the entire game, also scored 17 points as points for more. Breeze Sensenbach also scored 20. Ace Billy had 19, and Kyle Flimpowski had 16, respectively, while we did see 16 rebounds. So if it's about the NBA, all of the bounds are going well for those who know, because Lakers are now making a huge decision on LeBron James also. Now, this is the last of them, to say the least. LeBron James, who happens to be some people's all-time best, basketballer. But the NBA trade deadline is Thursday, and it's always loomed as at least a slightly intriguing possibility surrounding LeBron James and Los Angeles Lakers. But it looks like there won't be any major king headlines before the deadline passes. The Lakers also were as high as the 2 seed in the Western Conference earlier this season, but now they are down to number 6, just trying to hold on to a spot above the player in the tournament. Their numbers with both LeBron James, Luka Doncic on the floor actually haven't been that good, but they still got time to hit their gloves and make a postseason run. So we have to just keep it on the line and then wait for LeBron James. LeBron James is, I'm a fan of LeBron James, but not so deeply. I've seen a lot of. I like Doncic a lot. The way he does the dunking is quite different. But a lot of people like LeBron James because of what he has done. LeBron James has been in the news. He's older, talking about stay-wise on the NBA. So I'm not surprised to have him, in the news, being named one of those people that we should be looking out for. And it sounds good. And that's about the NBA. But lastly, we tell you, please make sure you don't miss the game coming up tonight. It will be very intriguing, interesting, fantastic, and exciting. We'll be seeing Manchester City, who are 2-0 up against Newcastle. Don't forget, City has restraining their squad. But Eddie Howe might find a way around this one. Joelinton, Tonali, who they said you can't go, Anthony Gordon. They got Ivan Wissa, Wissa. They also have, Votamadi. I like the German international. He's got a very big height. So maybe he could do what his brother did yesterday, where Kai Havertz scored and did that big celebration. Not even minding he used to be a Chelsea player. He gave that Chelsea goal, the Champions League, if you recall, against City, the pass from Mason Mount. And up until then, he's been in the news. And then the good return for Arsenal, bringing some players, has turned the table around. It has shaped the team. So Arsenal, who people have failed to talk about, are in 4 major trophies right now. Are we going to see them clinch on the quadruple or treble or triple six? Time will tell for Mikel Arteta and his boys. But we have to say, the best side wins today. It's either it goes Man City away or it goes Newcastle away. But it will be very, very, very difficult because we might be asking Eddie, how did you do it? Thank you so much for being part of the show this morning. We have the media news coming up next. You've been watching Voice of People Television, and this is the Sports Republic show. Comes your way again tomorrow, every weekdays, but I could say Monday to Fridays. And this evening, Jeremy Palui and then Afeez Ogunbanjo will be on the show, and that will be the locker room. Please stay with them for more football, interesting conversation, spacious time as well, and not just about that, analysis at its finest. Thank you so much. I'll be doing this again with you when I return on your TV screen, and that hopefully would be on a Friday with a different language. You could say pidgin, take it back to the street where I could say I belong, I came from. Thank you so much. We'll do this again. Have yourself a beautiful morning. It's still morning, good morning. When the time is afternoon, we could say again, good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria. Save.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu. Kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwa ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra Menugwu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma Nigeria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara let's go Abia Anambra Ebonyi Enugu na Imo anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation,
oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. INEC sets 2027 election timetable despite Electoral Act delay. Senate moves to raise federal government's revenue shares. Troops destroy ISWAP's camp in Timbuktu Triangle. Bandits kill police officer for orders in Benue State. Nigeria's military aircraft fleet ranks 54th globally. Man dies trying to save goat from well in Oyo State. In business, Naira surges against the US dollar. In the world of sports, Super Falcons open camp February the 20th. In entertainment, legendary gospel music icon Ron Kenoly dies at 81. And now the news in full. Despite delays in the passage of the Amendment Electoral Act, the Independent National Electoral Commission says it is ready for 2027 general elections. INEC Chairman Professor Josh Amopitan told civil society groups in Abuja that the Commission has finalized the election timetable and schedule of activities. While some items may be affected if the National Assembly takes longer to pass the law, Amopitan said INEC will, for now, rely on the existing act to guide its preparations. Meanwhile, the Senate has begun moves to amend the 1999 Constitution to increase the federal government's share of revenue from the Federation account. Lawmakers say the current formula no longer reflects the center's responsibilities. Under the existing formula, the federal government gets 52.68%, the state, 36 states share 27.72%, and the 774 local councils get 20.6%. Senator Sunday Karimi, who sponsored the bill, said the adjustment is needed to fund federal roads and bolster efforts against banditry and terrorism. The bill, which has passed its first reading, aims to revise revenue allocation provisions in the Constitution. Karimi expressed confidence that a higher federal share would strengthen Nigeria's capacity to address insecurity and infrastructural challenges. And now to some security matters. Troops of Operation Hadinkai have destroyed 3 Islamic State West African province detention facilities deep in the Timbuktu Triangle, killing 32 fighters. Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, media officer for the operation, said the camps were located in Gujba, Yobe, and had long been used to hold abducted civilians. The offensive part of operations, Desert Sanity 5, marks a significant penetration of terrorist hideouts previously considered hard to reach. The facility would hold up to 300 captives. Sustained pressure from troops forced the militants to flee, allowing more than 70 captives to escape communities, including Goniri, Burentai, and Mandaragiru. Among the 32 Asian fighters killed were 2 senior commanders and 3 unit leaders, with others injured. The troops then demolished the camps to prevent their reuse. The military says the operation is a major blow to ISWAP, weakening their ability to detain civilians, enforce compliance, and raise funds through ransom. Elsewhere, the Benue Police Command has confirmed the killing of a mobile officer and 4 civilians by armed bandits in Abande Kwande local government area of the state. Police spokesperson DSP Edet Udeme confirmed the incidents in a statement, adding that the command extends its condolences to the victims' families and the Abande community. She also assured the public that efforts are underway to apprehend the perpetrators and restore peace within the area. In a related development, 10 people were reportedly killed by bandits in renewed attacks on the Woro and Nuku communities in Kaima local government area of Kwara State. A The state government, through a statement by Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak's chief press secretary, Rafiu Ajakoyi, confirmed the deaths. Governor Abdulrazak mourned the victims, noting that security forces are ramping up counter-terrorism efforts in the region. Moving on, Nigeria's military aircraft fleet totaled 159 units in 2026, ranking the country's 54th in the world, according to the Global Firepower Military Aircraft Fleet Air Strength Report. The fleets, spanning fixed wing and rotary wing aircraft, reflects Nigeria's overall air power capabilities. The Nigerian Air Force remains central to national defense, supporting counterterrorism, surveillance, troops mobility, and air support operations. The report notes an estimated 87% readiness rate, showing strong operational availabilities. The fleet focuses on internal security and rapid deployment rather than long-range power projection. It includes 14 fighter jets, 24 attack aircrafts, 12 transport planes, 28 trainers, and 12 special mission aircraft for surveillance and reconnaissance. Rotary wing platforms dominate with 69 helicopters, including 15 attack helicopters. The fleet currently lacks aerial refueling aircraft, limiting operational range, but its structure prioritizes versatility for domestic security operations. In another development, management and staff of the People's Democratic Party and the People's Democratic Institute have reaffirmed their loyalty to the Tanimu Turaki-led National Working Committee. In a joint statement in Abuja, some staff said they would not recognize any leadership other than the NWC elected at the party's national convention in Ibadan, Oyo State. Describing themselves as custodian of the PDP Secretariat, the staff said the Turaki-led NWC was validly elected in line with the party's constitution and approved by the legitimate organs. They dismissed recent conflicting court rulings from Ibadan and Abuja, insisting that leadership and convention matters are internal party affairs, citing Supreme Court precedents. The staff said the convention was legally convened by the National Executive Committee at the 101 meeting on July the 24th, 2025, and that INEC was duly notified and present in line with the Electoral Act. They also faulted attempts to impose a caretaker committee, noting that the PDP constitution makes no provision for such. The statement urged party members nationwide to remain resolute as the party prepares for the 2027 general elections. In a rather sad story, a 45-year-old man has died while attempting to rescue his goat from a deep well in the Mokola area of Saki, Oyo State. The Oyo State Fire Services Agency said the man became trapped after entering the well and was unable to come out. The agency's chairman, Maruf Akiwande, confirmed the incident, adding that firefighters later recovered the man's lifeless body. Akiwande warned the public against entering wells, noting that the practice is dangerous and can lead to serious injuries or death. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon, David. And how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well? All right, Barrister, let's go to some political party matters this afternoon. Interestingly, the People's Democratic Party and the People's Democratic Institute has reaffirmed their loyalty to the Tanimu Turaki-led National Working Committee, of course, pledging allegiance to them. Now, that again is at the backdrop of the court ruling coming from Ibadan about the fact that the Turaki-led PDP leadership is not the legal one. What's your position with this particular conversation, Barrister? Looking at the fact that these staffs that works in the National Secretariat of the PDP are saying we are loyal to no other person than the Turaki-led PDP leadership.
As long as the court has pronounced, the best thing is to obey the court judgment or decision.
Even with a conflicting court decision, Barrister?
Which one is the higher court here? It is the higher court that you should obey his judgment and not the lower court.
Okay.
That's the truth. If two courts are giving judgment on the same issue, you should look at the courts and the authorities, the jurisdictions. And so, I don't think after the Supreme Court has spoken, any other court, in fact, going to any other court with the same matter will amount to foolishness.
Now, Barrister, help Nigerians make sense of this situation. The part where internal party affairs, citing the Supreme Court's precedents now on political parties, is there the possibility that the courts giving judgments now, even after the Supreme Court's ruling on party internal affairs, is it a possibility that that is still going to play a major role should any of the leadership of the PDP maybe it constitutes another convention that brings a presidential candidate? Would that still come into play, Barrister?
Look, this idea that the court cannot intervene in the internal affairs of a party.
That's the Supreme Court judgment.
That does not include when it involves criminality or forgery or misrepresentation. You cannot commit all these things and now tell me that the court should not intervene. I don't think so. So, PDP should follow what the Superior Court have said so that they can move forward. Any other person or any other distractions is not welcomed. Mr. Makinde and his other PDP stalwarts who have now come to the realization that they need an opposition should make sure that things are put in place so that they can become that opposition that Nigerians are looking for.
Now, Barrister, the PDP is saying that their convention was legally convened. I mean, looking at the fact that they had also, according to that statement, that they also had an INEC official present and they were notified in that particular convention. So, as it stands, the INEC, that of course is the electoral body, is recognizing a particular faction of the PDP, and then court orders are coming against that particular convention. How much of a lacuna are we going to be experiencing when it comes to information as regarding internal crisis within a political party?
INEC have no choice than to obey what the court have said. INEC have no choice at all. They cannot be above our court or above our laws. There is to conduct election. That is the responsibility of INEC, to conduct general election in a free and fair manner. And so any other thing outside this is null and void.
Interesting. Well, I like the part that we've brought in INEC into the system. Now let's jump to the major story of conversation. As it stands, Barrister, the new INEC chair, Josh Amupiton, has said that INEC is very ready for the 2027 general election. In fact, he did say that the timetable is ready against the backdrop of the fact that there is conversation surrounding electoral reforms within the Senate. Barrister, as it stands right now, should the Senate have any other reform to add up to what is existing? Would INEC change her timetable, or are we going to find an election postponement or time elongation from what we already have?
In fact, the most important item for reform in that Electoral Act is the status of IREV and BVAS. IREV and BVAS, we understand, was not made legal. That means you cannot challenge any decision taken on the basis of IREV or BVAS before now. And so, based on that, the former INEC chairman, Yakubu Mahmood, used that particular discretionary concept to mess the last election up. And so everybody is now saying, look, in order to have a free and fair election, you must make IREV and BVAS legally binding. Any vote that did not pass through this medium is null and void. And so the ruckus caused by this development is well acknowledged by the National Assembly. And so today, I believe that they are going to work towards this reform, so that we now know that whoever wins is the winner, not an election manipulated by anybody to give another person victory. And so that's what we expect.
Okay. Now, Barrister, I still want to stay on the status of the constitutional powers binding on the IREV and the BVAS. Looking at this particular situation, Barrister, some have said that this present National Assembly would not want to work against itself on trying to making it a binding law that any election that has nothing to do with the IREV and the BVAS would be null and void. There are conversations about the fact that the Senate might not even look in that direction, because what they are looking in the direction is on the part of vote buy-in and, of course, voter apathy as well for inmates. Now, Barrister, as it stands, would the status of IREV and BVAS be changed in these present reforms? Plus, Barrister, is Nigeria truly ready for such a technological development as concerning our election?
If they don't, it may cause problem. And that problem is what all of us want to avoid. Because if IREV and BVAS were not used legally, people may not have faith in the election, and they may not even come out to vote. And so the onus is on the National Assembly to do the needful so that people can have confidence in the election. If they don't, then the shame will be on them, not on me or anybody, because they have the opportunity to do the right thing so that Nigeria can move forward. And now they are, for whatever reason, look, whether you do it now or tomorrow, the fact remains that it will be done. So don't look at laws when they are made, whether it will benefit you or not. No. Your children may benefit from it. You know, the country will benefit from it. So why not do the right thing and forget about the pecuniary gain you want to make out of it? It will not help us if we begin to make law to suit us. That means no law will be made. Because the next person will say, okay, I want to change this law to suit me. The other person will come and say, this law is not good, let's do this way so that I will benefit from it. And so the beat goes on. That's not how laws are made, though.
No, Barrister, aside the fact that these laws may be made now or maybe in the future, again, I ask, is Nigeria truly ready for this level of technological development, owing to the fact that, first off, we're still battling with electricity supplies. And of course, internet access is not something that we can fully be boasting of. Is Nigeria truly ready for such a reform? Should it be passed tomorrow?
We are very, very ready. In fact, we are very enthusiastic about it. You know, You cannot wait until all the fault lines are corrected before you can do the right thing. No. You start with the right thing, then with time, every other thing will fall in place. So we are really ready based on the clamor for this electoral reform.
All right, then. Let's move to another conversation, Barrister. As it stands, there are reports that the Senate has begun moves to amend the 1999 Constitution to increase the federal government's share of revenue from the federation accounts. Now, lawmakers say the current formula does no longer reflect the center's responsibility. What do you make of this, Barrister? Increasing the federal government's share in federation account.
No. In a federal system, like we claim to be practicing, it's always the two arms of government, the federal and states.
Yes.
This other one, they are talking of local government. I don't know where it came from. That's just the simple truth. And so, the federal government is not expected to be telling the states what to do and what not to do with their own money. Because you, the federal government, you are collecting the largest share. You start doing something with your own money, and then the share will be on the states if they don't do anything in their own states. So you lead the train, you lead the pack as the federal government by demonstrating that you know how to manage resources and all that. It is on that basis you cannot challenge the state government and ask them what are they doing that this is, no. So we who goes to equity must go with clean hands. It is not allocating more funds to the federal government that is the issue here.
What's the issue?
Because already the federal government have enough resources. They are collecting, it's the management. David, the management of resources. This particular administration, they are not good in that. Because each time you are talking of money, I remember that a certain 210 trillion is missing somewhere in an NPCL. And up to today, nobody talking about it. Nobody. Is that not money? Imagine what that money could do to the economy of this country. Yet somebody or some people are with it. And they are using it to do all manner of things, compromise the system and all that. So the federal government should account for the money that are accrued to it first. Because the states are using whatever they are giving. So you that is the giver and the owner of the largest share, what are you doing with the money? All the things that you are supposed to be doing with that money as the federal government, are you doing them? Federal road, federal hospitals, federal schools. If you have done so well in this area, in fact, the states they'll be voluntarily, they'll be doing things on their own.
But Barrister, is there the possibility that the federal government seems overwhelmed with so much responsibility in their hands? Thus, the reason for the call for increase in the revenue they get? Because right now it's looking more like the net is expanding. Isn't that one of the reasons?
No, the federal government is not using the money accruing to them. They are not using it in a very frugal manner. The federal government have been very reckless with money. So they should not blame the states. Because you are the father, the federal government, you're supposed to show good example. And so if you are not showing good example, why are you disturbing the states? They are learning from you now.
It's interesting you mentioned the fact that management has been the major bane of conversation when it comes to the federal government. There was, just an aside, Barrister, there was a news story I stumbled across early hours of this morning. It was in Punch newspaper, November the 28th, 2025, where the NNPCL has, in a statement, a report, that the NNPCL spent 17.5 trillion naira securing fuel pipelines and others in just 12 months. Barrister, even after the subsidies gone conversation and we have more money, if 17.2 trillion naira securing pipeline for a nation that has armed forces, Barrister?
I have told you here that management is the issue here. That is 17 trillion naira in 1 year. You and I know that in fact, there is fraud there. There is lies there. You know, there is deceit there. What will you be policing with 17 trillion naira in 1 year?
Yet we're still borrowing.
Yes, and yet the pipelines are still busting. The Tantita contract they gave Tompolo, what happened with that one? And so you can see, if they want to justify where your money went to, they will cook up one project or the other and tie the money to that project and say, this is where we spend the money. That is not fair now. So the federal government have been very, very profligate when it comes to managing the resources of this country. Very, very profligate.
Now, Barrister, you did say earlier that the states are looking at the body language of the federal government. Thus, the reason why they also do not even invest more when they get their funds. Barrister, there's a conversation surrounding defection of state governors that are not in the ruling party. One of the statements is the fact that the state governors seem to be assured of federal support on some of the projects in their state. Should it get to that level for the federal to do more on some of the roads, particularly, that are linked to them to have been gotten done?
It is now, you know, when I mentioned how the federal government behaves, you know, it looks like a child's play, but it is the reality. Why would you tie an allocation of a state to the state belonging to your party? Why? This is statutory allocation. This is constitutional allocation. You don't need to do it because the state is coming to your party. I remember in those days of MPN, MPP and all that, Mbakwe, who used to be the only governor of MPP from the southeast, you know, whenever he comes to Lagos to collect, they will be dribbling him up and down. At a point, they were calling the man a whipping governor because he is only one in MPP, and they are forcing him to come to MPN because MPN was the ruling party. So all these things does not show leadership. It is very ridiculous and very childish. So if all of them come into your party, what will now happen? What will now happen? That means you won't even know when you are gone wrong because no opposition to criticize you, no opposition to tell you where you are making mistakes, no opposition to challenge you. That is just the implication. And in a democracy, yes, opposition is very, very necessary. In a democracy, opposition is sine qua non. In fact, it is compulsory. And so you are trying to dry them up so that what will not happen? Nobody can talk to you, nobody can challenge you, nobody can, provide alternative. It will not help us, it will not.
All right, Barrister, let's still talk about this same increase in the federal government's allocation in the fact. There are concerns about the fact that state governments have started receiving more money. Barrister, looking at this significant increase, since, of course, the subsidy removal situation, should the state government and, of course, the people in extension truly and solely ask questions from their state and local government chairmen?
It is our responsibility to hold the government accountable, both state and federal. In fact, this is where I call on the press to put these politicians on their toes by making inquiries. Go to government houses and ask questions on the project, on the money they are receiving, on everything under the sun. Ask them. Ask them. Because it is in the absence of this interrogation that the state government and the federal government are doing whatever they like. But if they know that the press is very vigilant and active, that the press is coming to ask questions, they will be very careful in using our money. That's just the simple truth.
Well, then again, questions again will be asked. Would the state government truly show reports of what they spend on every single allocation that they get every month?
It is when you ask them, yes. When you, the press, ask them, they will be shocked. That's just the simple
Barrister,
truth.
if the federal government has not declared what they used the last year's budget for, do you think the states will do the same?
Like we are running 3 budgets and whatever for reasons best known to APC-led administration. But that does not stop the press from asking questions. You know, that is your responsibility, the fourth estate of the realm. So it is your duty, your responsibility to go and ask government officials, this is what is going on here. This, what is going on here. And they don't have any other choice than to answer you, reply you, so that you will coach them and let the people now know what is going on. I cannot sit down here and speculate. Let them tell us first.
All right, then, Barrister, let's move to another conversation. Interestingly, some good news coming from the Nigerian army, and I'm talking about the troops of Operation Hadinkai have destroyed 3 Islamic State West African province detention facilities deep in the Timbuktu Triangle, of course, killing 32 fighters. Now, in that same victory news, we also have in the news today some unfortunate incidents where bandits kill police officers and 4 others in Benue State. Barrister, the situation of insecurity in Nigeria is something that we'll keep talking about, and we're hoping that we get it right as we move forward. In fact, even in Kwara State, bandits killed 10 and burn homes in Kwara State. I'm trying to model up these stories together so we can have an understanding of what exactly we are looking at. But another interesting one, Barrister, is the fact that the Nigerian military aircraft fleets have totaled 159 units in 2026. Is this hope for the fight against insecurity, Barrister?
There will always be hope where there is the will. I don't believe that there's any terrorist organization or group that can defeat a government. No, it can never happen, except that government is complicit in what is going on. If the government is determined to finish this thing today, all it needed is to give the necessary order to the military. That's just the truth. We will overcome all these things if we remove those behind the sponsor and all that. And all these things depend on the government. Yes. It depends on the government because it is the government that is the driving force here.
Well, Barrister, in the 2026 budget, there seemed to be some increase in the allocation for the security network. Should that also be a cherry news, owing to the fact that there would be much more funding on the part of security?
As it is today, the budget we have is more than enough. It's a question of using it resourcefully, managing what has been given. The military has been well funded, except they are asking for our head now. Apart from that, we have funded this military properly. Let them use the money judiciously and tackle this menace. That is what we expect from them. Because since Buhari era till now, the military has been having a large chunk of our money. They have. And so we don't see any result. That's why some of us are angry.
Barrister, with this contrasting statement I just made now, because we also see some military personnel take onto social media platforms to complain of their welfare. Should we believe what is being told by the government as concerning allocation to the military, or should we believe the reality of some of these personnel coming out publicly to talk about their welfare, how they've been poorly been funded?
It is said that they are giving 1,500 naira a day for their meal. But the combatants in the battlefield are complaining that the money doesn't get to them. Their line managers are always keeping this money and all that.
Barrister, even 1,500, sorry to butt in there, even 1,500 cannot give a major balanced diet meal, one meal. So 1,500 for military personnel who are supposed to be not just well-fed, but also motivated. Is that some figure that we should be celebrating?
Nobody is talking of balanced diet now, David.
I'm talking about taking care of the military personnel.
1.5 cannot take care of your meal in the first place, based on how expensive foodstuffs are and all that.
Right.
So we are talking of a situation whereby you will show some level of concern, some level of inclusiveness, some level of sympathy, some level of recognition for what these guys are doing at the battlefield. That is the meaning of, that is the purpose of that money. To know that, yes, somebody is fighting somewhere on our behalf. When you give them that money, it gives them a sense of belonging. It shows that, yes, government is, looking after their welfare and all that. That is the purpose. So if the money is not getting to them, then they should ask their line managers. That's just the simple truth. You can no longer blame the government on this particular case, because the money had to pass through somebody,
right,
to get to somebody. You cannot expect those in Nassau to say, line up, all of you, come and be collecting 1.5. No, they will pass it through their line managers.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo, for joining the conversation. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst. Once again, thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break now. When we return, Lagos Assembly orders stop to Makoko demolitions amid government's defense. These and more when we return after this break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The Lagos State House of Assembly has ordered a halt to the demolition exercise at Makoko waterfront. Chairman of the ad hoc committee, Nohim Adams, said the 40-member assembly, on behalf of Speaker Mudashiru Obasa, directed all ministries to stop demolitions in Makoko, Akwagbon, and Shogunru immediately. Adams assured residents that the order would be fully enforced and that compensations will be provided to those affected. The order follows protests by hundreds of displaced residents last week, which led to arrest of some activists. Meanwhile, the Lagos State government maintains the demolitions are a life-saving measure, not an attempt to displace the community. Our correspondent reports this.
Alongside Ikeja, Lagos State officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. As you look at a city like Venice, now Venice is a bridge on water. And I thank him for drawing my attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times, one of the cities that I love visiting. And that's what you have in Venice, can you compare to what you have in Makoko? In Venice, the local authorities say they're striving one, a flourishing oil block, they go to Makoko and portray the people as being very poor, and portray the people as people who are pushed to be living in the conditions in which they are living by the government, and portray them as people who are hopeless. But they do not know that that is one side of Makoko that they have seen. But then, we all know what is behind all of this. They send such pictures overseas and tell the world that there has been a lot of things in Nigeria. Some will even go to Makoko on their birthdays and begin to share drinks and all of that, as if the people are beggars. I think this idea of denigrating people in order to promote yourself and your interests is very bad.
The special advisor to the governor on EGIS, urban renewal, Dr. Babatunde Olajide, says the urban regeneration is a top priority for the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration. He explained that the plans aim to create a safe and conducive environment for residents while improving infrastructure and sanitation.
If we do not do them, then we are endangering the lives of the people that we signed and swore and vote to protect. As a result of that, you have something, areas have been classified action areas. This governor has actually not classified any area as an action area. This has been done during the time of Asiwaju, during the time of BRF, during the time of Governor Ambode. But you see, we cannot continue to just designate areas, do you have something, as slum areas or blighted areas when we have not even tackled the ones that we have on ground. There is no need to be trying to go to other areas. So we are only still dealing with the things that we found in the books. However, we need to do it, and I've explained all of these things to you. These are things that we have to do in a systematic way. We have to do it according to international conventions. What we all signed to at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992 in Brazil is that everybody is entitled to adequate shelter. Adequate, not shelters that are dangerous.
Dr. Olajide revealed that the state has committed $2 million as counterpart funding for Makoko regeneration, with an additional $8 million expected from the United Nations agencies. Residents affected by safety-related demolitions in Palirura, Oniru, Bombata Market, and other areas have been compensated. The government confirms the core Makoko fishing settlement was untouched. Officials emphasized that the Water City project and broader regeneration of the waterfront communities will continue to design to protect lives while improving living conditions for the residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so very much, Oyeka, for that report. Moving on, the need for interconnected platforms to boost trade, talent, and heritage in Africa took center stage at a Lagos News Conference announcing activities for this year's African Continental Free Trade Area Festival scheduled for Abuja. Stakeholders also called for continental roadmap to ensure inclusive AfCFTA implementation. Voice of the People TV's correspondent Trace Peters reports.
Drive toward deeper integration in trade, talent, and culture took center stage in Lagos as stakeholders converged for a press conference ahead of AfterFest. Africa Connected Through Trade, Talent, and Culture, and this is scheduled to hold in Abuja this March. The lawmaker, Desmond Elliott, welcomed guests and underscored the importance of the festival as a platform for promoting African culture and strengthening continental identity.
This is now a broader means by which you can connect with other African brothers and sisters, in sharing ideas, innovation, creativity, and all whatnot. So this is a platform that is being birthed to us to utilize and to help for the growth and the better economic improvement of Africa and us individually. Individual countries, individual selves. It's far-reaching. So to everyone coming from different perspectives and different reasons, you can get answers to. In a nutshell, that's what you call it. But it's creating that platform. So as you know, this is the press conference intimating people of what is to come in March. So basically connecting through 54 African countries, bringing them under one roof, having your own idea being shared and accepted from other parts of the continent, I think is mind-blowing and fantastic.
Project's lead, engineer Mandy, presented the vision of AfterFest as an Africa for Africa initiative designed to solve ecosystem challenges by connecting business, innovation, talent, and culture.
We have decided to
do Africa for Africans. It's about time that we come together. It doesn't matter wherever you are in your career or whoever you are, wherever your business is. It's time for us to come together, identify the existing problems, identify the existing bottlenecks, the things that are preventing us from scaling up, talk about them, and then we find sustainable solutions for these problems so we can scale. And that's the only way we can build Africa. It's a collaborative approach. It's not a competitive approach, because it is a platform which is an ecosystem build where each and every one of us come with our different and unique skills, put them together and build a structurized project in it that empowers each and everyone and each and every businesses. That is the only
Innovation, unity, and excellence, describing the festival as a step towards building legacy and empowering Africans to shape their own future.
We also want to be able to push the narrative that Africa has a lot of talents that are not valued as they are supposed to be valued. There are young sports talents that are bought from South America, they are bought from other parts in Europe. But if you look at some of the big clubs in Europe, it's African players that are doing most of the work. So through these, we want to have platforms where we talk about how can we change the value of African sports people so that we can begin to compete in the market based on what the statistics shows. The statistics shows that a lot of Premier League clubs will not do well without African teams in Spanish league and in other leagues. And again, so you could see that with the AFCON that just concluded. You see the value that African players bring. So we want to discuss that and see how we change the value. When we change the value for African players, we want to make sure that when African players, they make a move, a lot of that resources comes back to the local area where they came from to develop it, create small football stadiums, give scholarship, build infrastructure. So we want to put that in some very organized plan. And that's one of the reasons I'm very passionate about the whole football sector part of it.
Organizers say AfterFest aims to mobilize young people, support entrepreneurs, spotlight African excellence, and position the continent as one integrated market.
Africa's future is being shaped by ideas, innovation, and collaboration. AfterFest is not just a festival, it is a meeting point for trade, talent, and culture across continents. As March 2026 comes closer, expectations are high to open new doors of opportunities for millions across Africa. From Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so very much, Praise, for that report. From there on, let's move to some business stories. The Naira rebounded sharply against the dollar at the official foreign exchange market on Tuesday. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed the Naira rose to 1,372 Naira 91 kobo per dollar, up from 1,390 Naira 36 kobo on Monday, a day-to-day gain of 17 Naira 45 kobo. This marks one of the biggest daily appreciations since October 2nd, 2024, when the central bank introduced the electronic foreign exchange margin system. At the black market, the Naira also strengthened, rising to 1,400 Naira per dollar from around 1,470 Naira the previous day. The gains is both official and parallel markets comes as Nigeria's foreign reserve climbed to $46.59 billion on February the 2nd, up from $46.28 billion at the end of January. This follows Monday's drop of the Naira against the dollar at the official parallel market. And from that business story, we'll go straight talking sports. Nigeria Super Falcons will open camp on February the 20th ahead of the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. Coach Justin Magudu's side will train in Abuja before traveling to Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire for the Wafubi Invitational Tournament. Ghana and Senegal will also feature in the competition, scheduled for February the 27th to March the 7th. The defending champions are expected to play additional friendly matches as part of their WAFCON preparations. The tournament will also serve as Africa's qualifier for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil, with the 4 semi-finalists earning tickets. Nigeria have been drawn in Group C alongside Zambia, Egypt, and Malawi. From that sports story, let's go straight talking entertainment. Renowned American gospel musician and worship leader Ron Kenoly has died at the age of 81. The news was announced by his longtime music director, Bruno Miranda, on Kelly's official Instagram page. Kenali, a pioneer of contemporary worship music, rose to global fame in the 1990s with 1992 album Lift Him Up, with Ron Kenali producing enduring worship classics like Ancient of Days, Jesus is Alive, and We're Growing Up. Over his career, he released more than 20 albums, including God is Able and Welcome Home, and served as a pastor and worship leader at Jubilee Christian Center in San Jose, California. He was a regular at international worship conferences, mentoring teens and leading large-scale praise gatherings. Tributes have poured in from gospel artists, pastors, and fans worldwide, including Nigerian minister Nathaniel Bassi, praising his influence on modern worship. The cause of his death has not been disclosed, but memorial service details are expected soon. And with that particular entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Ziro Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand, a practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, people who are shaping the world around us. And I know that you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And today is a new day to stay inspired, grounded, because we are bringing you an exciting blend of just stories that come alive. And yes, please stay with us while we ride together. So first off today, we are going to talk about a singer that has been an icon, and his name is Ron Kenoly. He has actually passed away at the age of 82. Yeah, and it's, you know, when we talk about some Gen Zs that don't even know, you know, songs about Ron Kenoly, when we talk about Lift Him Up, when we talk about Let Everything That Has Breath. So it's a lot of things. I enjoyed his music while growing up. But if you ask the Gen Z now, waiting they know about this man, they don't know anything. The ones where they mention self go they shock you. But actually, it's really it's a painful thing because definitely we always miss him. But his songs are still, you know, will still be in our hearts, and we'll keep singing them and keep playing them. You know, a lot of people have actually come out, fans have actually come out to say things concerning him. A lot of people have been so inspired and motivated by his songs. So let's hear what our comment section people have actually come out to say. Some people don't even know the song, but then some of his songs actually. So let's see what some people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said Ron Kenoly didn't just lead songs, he led hearts into God's presence. His worship shifted atmosphere, carried joy, and taught generations that praise is power. A timeless voice, a lasting legacy. R.I.P. at Ron Kenoly. Actually, that's true. See, his songs are really, really inspiring. I remember when I was little, because I'm always this church girl. I always go to church. Yeah. So growing up, songs like that in choir, a lot of people, me especially, I do sing that in choir. And we remember, you know, rehearsing songs from him. So it's actually a lot. Right now, we will miss him, because me personally, I'll miss him because his songs has been inspiring to me. So let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say. Yeah. And Harrison said, we grew up singing your songs, and so was every household, actually. And your legacy will live on, rest on, legendary. And Mami Amor said, oh my God, Lift Him Up. That's my favorite song. Actually, I think that's my favorite too. And because we dance with Waiting No Good, come out for that song for school. Rest well, sir. Amen. And your favorite social prefect said, one of my favorite songs from him is the one with the South African Children's Praise from Every Nation. Actually, yes, remember that. And then Rize or Cam said, blessing and honor, glory and power be unto the ancient of days. Okay. And one Mama Franklin said, oh Lord, you made my childhood, sir. Rest well. And the Food Networking said, my heart is just dropped. He made growing up beautiful. And another person said, your kingdom shall reign over all the earth. Sing to the ancient of days. Rest on, legend. Thank you for inspiring us. You will forever be missed. Rest on with the ancient of days. Actually, let's come to think about growing up. See, those days when they grow up, you know, children of nowadays, I don't know whether they get that kind of respect again. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You know, listening to songs from, you know, our gospel singers as then was something that every parent would want their child to, you know, to grow with. But right now, children now don't even want. If you like, call waiting you want talk, they go, the one way they their heart, now they want they sing. But come to think of it, when we're growing up, we don't even sing, we don't, you know, mention all those kind of names. I trust our African mothers. We will be so keen about, you know, training your child well. But please come to think of it, it's actually beautiful seeing that we actually sang those songs, we grew up with those songs, and a lot of people actually know, except this Gen Z where they stay now, we know they don't even understand, they don't even know who the person be, said, because if we talk about it, they'll be like, who be this kind of person? Actually, that is the truth. So, you know, growing up, and listening to some of his songs were really, really inspiring. And tell me, I'll tell you something. I won't talk this one about the Goofy drag me. See, you listen to this man's song, I Never Marry. God will help you. Because trust me, it was in everybody's lips as a den while growing up. A lot of people knew the song, and me too. I grew up, listening to him, and it was really, really inspiring. And come to think of it, this is where we say that, yes, people will come. Definitely, people will also die. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because this life, nobody comes to live this life forever and ever and ever and ever. No will die. No, definitely they wait for everybody. Now deep down inside the ground. So what matters the most is how you've lived your life, what legacy you've lived, how you inspire people. The lives where you don't touch, that be the most important thing. Because if you live this life, you don't touch anybody's life, nobody will remember you. But we pray that he rests in peace in Jesus' name. Let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Ron Kenoly. And yes, Blozy said, oh, the Lord be magnified. Let all who seek you rejoice and be glad in you. Let such as love your salvation say continually, the Lord be magnified. And another person said, you brought so many to his glorious light and touched lives through praises and worship to the King of Kings. You will always be remembered as your heavenly songs lives in our hearts. Rest on God's general. And another person said, rest well, legend. Omoge Kate said, you made my childhood in Christ memorable. Thank you. And Rakuisi said, not dead, but sleeping with the Lord. Actually, we have more comments. A lot of people are quite sad that he has passed away, but a lot of people still remember his songs, and the songs actually inspired them. One thing I've always said is how you've lived your life. If you have impacted people's lives, that is when you be remembered. So remember that one day, definitely, waiting just who you've on this 6 feet with the ground, but it's better that you live your life, live it well, and live it pleased. All right, and yes, that takes us to our next gist. Right now, we're talking about Boy Spice actually has actually made a comment on social media about submission and protection. So Nigerian singer Boy Spice has stirred conversations online following a viral claim quoting him as saying, if you don't submit to me, I don't owe you my protection. So the alleged statement, which surfaced on social media, has sparked mixed reactions, with many social media users criticizing it as promoting unhealthy power dynamics, while others urged the public to verify. And you know what I'm trying to say? See, this is a lot. If you don't, okay, this is what he said. He said, heels in the context is used metaphorically to highlight, all right, basically what I'm trying to say is that if you don't submit to me, I don't owe you any protection. He is trying to say that. I feel there's a wrong thing with that thing he said. So there's basically, was he trying to say that if you're not close to him, or if he's not dating you, or he's not dating, okay, this is what he said. He said, somebody posted, actually, Priya posted, she said, some men will carry you when you feel hurt. Others will stand there and say, I warned you about those heels. And if he lectures you when you're in pain, he's not your person. The right one lifts first, talks later. And he replied, said, if you can't submit to my leadership or guidance, then I don't owe you my protection. If I am nice enough to still come through for you, then you are in no place to dictate my process. Next time, listen or be with someone you love enough to listen to. Ha. Wow. So are you trying to tell me that, okay, because I don't listen to you, you can't, come through for me when I'm in need or something like that? This is crazy. I feel a lot of, our young people going to carry this thing, they go too far. See, love is, how will I put this now? Love is not something that you just, feel that, okay, because this person not trigger me. You see, love is pure. Even when that person not really wants to submit to you, because you love that person, I'm telling you the truth, it's the fact. Because you love that person, you always want to come through for that person. But I always say this, I said, in as much as you people are together or anything, do you get what I'm trying to say? This love has to be balanced. You don't have to keep it one-sided that, oh, it's only this person that, does these things. There's always this person that cares, always this person that supports and everything. It's normal. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But let it not be like it's one-sided. Always try to show that care. I think this is just two people, you know, trying to bring things together to make it work. Do you get? But a lot of people don't get heartbreak. They don't tear their hearts upside down. Where sometimes they know they fit believe people again. Do you get? But in situations like this, I think it is not how that person wants to. If you've shown that care first, you get what I'm trying to say? Definitely that person will want to also love you too, you know, and submit to you. So don't be shouting all this thing. Though the Bible said, ladies or the wives, submit to your husband. You get what I'm trying to say? In as much as he said that, I don't totally agree like that. You get? So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, we have a lot of comments of what people have said concerning the statement Boy Spice said. Let's take some comments and see what people said. And somebody said, Pharaoh submission is end. Okay. In fact, she's not submitting. You should do some analysis and ask yourself if you're even a good leader. That's another thing. And unfortunately, having a scrotum is not one of the qualities of a good leader. Or did you skip social studies? Oh my God. All right. Another person said, but why is respect and submission such triggering words to some ladies? It's not that it's triggering. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Some women want to write that fact that, okay, we are submissive, but they want to just, you know, they know, see, we can't take away the pride and ego some men have. Definitely, it's just written all over them. They like their ego, they like their pride. You get what I'm trying to say? So they don't like to be, you know, used. They want to stand as the man. Now waiting they teach them. You understand? But it's not be by like that. Do you get? It's not like that. Sometimes to prove that yes, you have this pride and to prove that yes, you are the man. Sometimes it's not by gra-gra. You need to be humble. It's very... See, we're talking about the submissive and caring and everything. But some men can never... They don't even like being humble. That is just the truth. So let's not even start dragging this thing at all. Because some men now, they come out of my comment section, they talk plenty things. Let's take more comments and see what people are saying about this. And yes, and he said, and what are you doing in a relationship with a man too unreasonable and capable, immature, irresponsible to respect or submit to? And because the next argument is not all men deserves that, why are you with a man who doesn't deserve it though? Genuinely curious. And another person said, protection from what? And Oluchi Unusual said, now women where they find men, where go lead them, I blame. Lead you, go where, for what and why? It's well. Let's take more comments and hear what people are saying about this. And Gracie Ben said, I think it's women that actually do the protecting more than the men. Okay, come to think of it, women do the protecting more than the men. Some men know the agree stand as the man. I'm telling you, when it comes to protecting, ladies are really strong. If I start saying things now, they'll say, Precious, you are saying this, you're saying this. But it's the truth. You know, some men don't really, stand up to their responsibilities as a man. Yes, ladies are now the ones being the husband and being also the wife at the same time. So if you need that respect, you earn it. If you want us to submit to you, you should earn it. Do you get? All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, somebody said, coming from someone who can't even protect his career. Okay. And Omalishan said, Nigerian men definition of submissive is different. Abio, they don't want me, they clean their leg. And Lucy NG said, last, you are not God. Now God, they protect people. Oh, Abio, protection not there your hand. Now, woman you be, no keep it. And Global Quever said, submission on top wearing heels or not. All these babies. Okay, not be call them babies, but they are big babies. All right. Michael Edwards said, me will first remind you how I have warned you before hurting yourself, then help you up. I know they pamper when no they hear word. Okay. And Chrissy said, real question is, are you worth submitting to? And Tommy Omola said, men are so obsessed with this submission of a thing. And Adun Adiola said he's actually kind of right and wrong, Sha. Actually, that's what I was saying. And Istra Gelly said, submission isn't forced, it's earned. Thank you. And I said that too. It flows naturally when a woman feels seen, heard, and appreciated. And Nkesi said, protectors protecting women from other protectors will never make sense, Sha. And Simply Beauty Anna said, all those ones we don't submit to you since you don't marry any of them. Actually, let me tell you, you can actually be submissive to someone or a guy and still not end up with the person. See, I've come to notice that some guys really like when ladies are really, violent. I won't put it violent, but ras. They like women that stand to their words or stand to themselves. Maybe because they feel that, okay, that if they're not around, that the woman can actually stand in. Some men know they like ladies where they too calm, but they shout, oh, I want my lady to be submissive, to be this, to be that. When they can't see the submissive lady now, okay, no, they don't go with that. I don't even know. Sometimes I ask myself, I say, waiting these men they want. Because they know they just there everywhere. But to come to think of it, when a man wants something, he wants that thing. It doesn't matter how you put it. If it's that thing that he has made up his mind to have, he's gonna have it. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. And yes, favorite Coco said, Omo, I won't be triggered. Let me scroll. And another person said, I'm seeing a lot of these small boys saying stuff like this, which is very reminiscent of the and red pill culture. Stay safe out there, ladies. And Dark Koran said, you sure say no, be you really need protection, eh? Boy, Corey. Okay, and Mike Futo said, I am a man, but that woman is right. Protect her and complain later when she's fine, actually. And the Food Networking said, there are good Nigerian men, there are good Nigerian men. There are good Nigerian men. Why they shout they are good Nigerian men? Okay, actually, they are good Nigerian men. And King J. Coco said, this is an intelligent perspective. It takes an open and intelligent mind to understand his position, but it's clear a lot of commenters are losing it. And Mira said, men stress me somehow, and most of them are like this. And Oluchi probably said, protection for what and who? Are we to submit because we want protection? I thought submission is something we are expected to do for a husband that loves us. Actually, yes, we are expected to submit as a wife. And husband, love your wife. Wife, submit to your husband. Yes. And K. Funky said, yes, now they want you to provide, give them princess treatment, buy stuff and all. But the moment you say, don't wear this because I don't like it, then you're controlling. But let's talk about this. Do you know a lot of men do this thing a lot of times? They want to be there for, like, they want to, give their wife, tell their wives clothes to wear, their ladies clothes to wear, things not to put on. And I feel a lot of ladies have actually, been in that position whereby they put on clothes, selected or picked out by their husband. So if you want, my own suggestion is that if you want your wife to, or your lady to dress in some way you want her to dress, why don't you go to the market, get those clothes for her? You don't need to be imposing things. See, there's a way to talk to a lady calmly, humble. That's why I said humble. To be humble is very, very important, because a lot of men don't just want to be humble. They just want to be living that life of ego and pride. Nobody is disputing the fact that you are the head of the house. But there are some cases you need to calm down. Not be everything you want to put gara everywhere. Everybody now, no be so it take be. There are some ladies that you will speak to them in such manner and they will not want to listen to you. Yes, despite the fact that they are your wives. And later now you say, oh, the wife is not being submissive and the wife is not. Now, like this, they start. So you people should learn the act of being, humble. Be humble to your wife. Not be everything. There are some things you don't need to talk too much. You just calmly talk to her. And ladies love it when a guy is being so calm, relaxed, speak to me in a well-mannered way. I'm not you come and be speaking to me anyhow. It's a lot of things. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, stunning look Makeover said, someone said boy Corey. And Bookie's 2025 said princess spies. Okay, Elizabeth said, who una they protect all of us from Mbong. And Nelson said, well, I don't blame you. I blame women that find short men and small size men. God, I beg you. Waiting on concern short men and small men for this matter now. And she said, I mean, just say you can't possibly carry her up. I mean, with that, with what exactly? Short, I beg now. See, it's not about being, you see, Nelson Jennifer is not saying a lot. It's not about being short. Even if you're short, it doesn't matter. What we are trying to say is that men should be humble to their wives, and the ladies should be submissive to their husbands. It's very, very important, because you cannot tell me that, oh, you want to talk to your lady and you speak to her anyway. Definitely she will not be submissive to you. Yes, the only person that can be submissive to you, like you said, that the only person that needs your protection is someone that is submissive to you. Are you yourself, humble to the lady to speak to her in the right manner? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Okay, your lady wants to look good and she's wearing a heel, and you're like, oh, why is she wearing a heel? I told her not to wear the heel. And is that how to speak to her? You speak to her in a well-mannered way. You don't scold her outside. You don't speak to her wrongly. Even if you want to shout for her, not be outside, you're supposed to shout for her. There's a way to do all those things. I'm not supposed to be teaching you all these things. Men! All right, and enough of that. We're going to move over to our next story. And guess what? Our next story is about Lagos State has jailed 115 street beggars in enforcement or operation. So the Lagos State authorities have arrested 115 street beggars during a recent enforcement operation aimed at clearing public space and maintaining order across the city. So the operation carried out by the Lagos State Task Force on Environmental and Public Safety targeted various parts of the state where street begging and related activities are prevalent, and reflecting the government's commitment to public safety and law enforcement. And in the same crackdown, 26 suspected members of the notorious Omotako group, individuals reportedly involved in the public nuisance activities, were arraigned and jailed by magistrate court initially after admitting their offences. So state officials emphasized that such measures are part of ongoing efforts to ensure compliance with Lagos laws and to create a more orderly and safe environment for residents. See, make we talk about this begging thing. It don't do too much. Just from yet, nobody is safe again. Like, a lot of people, I can count how many beggars I'll see on the streets once I come out from my house. It's a lot in us, but this is where I'm coming from. A lot of people, we know that things are not really, so cozy and rosy for everybody. Nobody was born with a golden spoon. We get to the fact that a lot of people are going through, monetary aspect, financial issues, and the rest of them. And money not today people hand now. People are trying to manage and the rest of them. But we understand, but this begging thing is now, people are now using it as a business. Do you get what I'm trying to say? The person that you saw today that is begging, okay, if you give this person a particular amount of money, that money will not be enough. You will still come back again. Do you get what I'm trying to say? To come and collect another one. And it seems that, they are now doing this business, and it's like, they are okay with their life the way they want to be beggars, and they want to keep collecting money from people. If you tell them now that you want to help these people now, okay, let me just help you with some amount of money so that you could start a business or something. No, you just one day for rude. And that is where I come and I said, that is total, that one, I don't mark and bad. All these things, because I can count how many people you can just come out from the road. You go see all those small children. You will call the hand, auntie, give me money. I'm like, what is going on? If you give these people money now, tomorrow you go still see them again. As they don't catch them now, everybody don't they come. All right, a lot of people don't come out, talk their own experience concerning this begging thing, and it's a lot of things. So let's see what people have actually come out and our comment section are saying. And F. Young Caesar said, Lekki street boy, them don't pack your colleagues. Hey, God, I beg you. When I don't, they mention people name. And I am Rooney said, yet beggars still full Aja Bridge. Omotaku boys still plenty for Aja. Just few days ago, they dealt with a citizen because he had tire issues. Oh my God. And I am Odu Maru for real said, as you arrest them, go and make provisions for them. All right, yes, even as you're arresting them, that's your government. If people are carrying them, still make provisions for them, because a lot of people really need this help, because that is how to pull these people out of the streets. Because definitely they go still the streets if you no still help them. Do you understand? Because every time I see all of them, I'm like, little children that are supposed to be in school will be on the street begging. It's a lot of things. And I asked this question, I said, these children are not supposed to be in school. Their mates are really learning, and no, they're streets, they beg. Even if you say you want to, a lot of them now really want to actually, they need the help. Seriously. So let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody else said, the main beggar are the Aberu. Okay, Mini Candy said, arrest Aberus too. And Lagos Team Forum said, Omotaku be Aberu. Those ones need to be arrested massively. We have more comments. Let's take more and more comments from what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And Zappy Tech Plug said they should deport them to Ogun State straight. God, I beg you. And I am Harry West said misplaced priority. And Osuna Dade said, sir, please extend your hand of arrest to Aja Access, especially for Omatakun. Then plenty like weary. Okay. And Edo State Furniture Man said, Rono. And Makao Sola said, more day mile 2, folks under bridge in Yana Eba. And come to think of it, all these places that are calling, there are a lot of them. You will see a lot of them on the streets. And we know right now that people are really going through a lot, but there should be measures that need to be taken, you know, concerning these kind of things, concerning situations like this. They need to be helped out. If there are homes they could stay, if there are homes they could keep them, definitely let there be homes to keep them, to feed them. A lot of people find it difficult to get, you know, food. Even with the little money they get, they can't actually, because they can't actually, you know, use it. They can actually use it to, you know, do a business or, you know, get a business done. But no, they just want to be on the streets because they feel so comfortable about that as well. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Not Applicable said, they are still everywhere on the island. Coastal Road looks like homes for the homeless. Miscreants sleeping on the road at Boki Village already gathering momentum again on that same road. Thugs working with police to assault motorists. Lagos state government is not ready for this project. All right, and another person said other civilized countries will take care of their citizens while Nigeria will arrest and jail their citizens because they are on the streets begging. Only one, Rainan, said, where their president. All right. I don't think that's questions for that's only one right now. And Frame said a country that doesn't pay citizens money to her citizens is arresting beggars and physically challenged people without adequate provisions. And in Korea, see, it's a lot. Actually, when I even saw the pictures of these people that have been arrested, and what came to my mind is, okay, if we give these people money, they just, I think this is the measures they need to take, helping them, because definitely they are physically challenged and they can't even help themselves. Do you get? But come to think of it, if after helping these people and they are still on the streets, so what is now the essence of doing all these things? So first of all, I think they have to fix these things. They have to tell them, say, come on, I know the street again. Do you understand? Don't be on the street again, but let us help you if you want to be helped. But not because I feel that these measures they are taking now, right now, is just the best for them, because they know the year what. If you still give them money or anything, they will still want to be on the street. We have more comments, and let's take more comments from people. And yes, somebody said the prison is overcrowded. Where will they put them? The government needs to start considering other options apart from prisons and fines. What about community service? Give them room and provisions, wares, and send them out with monitors on their hands or feet and guards to ensure they clean their community. We have to find a better way to handle this, or else we will be creating more problems while solving them. And Chris Official said, if it's possible, make them stop Abere work. These days, they recruit them from children that are supposed to be in school while being on the road, jumping from one bus to another, collecting money from their masters. It's well. Good move, everyone should. And Abdul Tif said, 3 months is too small, though. And another person said they should start arresting those beggars at the airport with suit and tie. Them swear for those ones. Even right on the tarmac, you see them begging. Eric Anthony said, person they beg because una no create job, yet una arrest them and jail them for 3 months. And Mark Donald said, your team should also visit the coastal road towards Marawa and Jakande. They openly defecate and cause a whole lot of nuisance to motorists, especially when there is traffic. It's a lot of things. I just pray that, the whole thing will be fixed for these people. The physically challenged people would will be able to, get something doing for themselves and not being on the streets. And the little ones will go back to school and, stop being on the streets and begging. Yes, that's it for that. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have juicy talks to talk with you. And please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
All the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali. I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour. As it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
And welcome back to you, my beautiful people. You have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akubaru, aka Call Me Prezi. And we've been talking about a lot of things, and I'm sure you are excited about those ones we're about to drop right now, because our next gist is about a Ghanaian man living in Denmark was reportedly found dead after learning through a DNA test that the 4 children he had raised were biologically not his. And social media has actually, online platforms, including a lot of us has widely circulated the story describing the man as devastated by the revelation. So my question is, why do I always get this kind of, this kind of stories all the time? We're still talking about this DNA thing, DNA that. A lot of people, some ladies, I need to start putting this thing down. Like, ladies have to start having this respect and out of shame, no shame. How would you want to keep a man like that? Like, you have to go outside, have babies, and not let your husband know? It's terrible. It's terrible. Now see, inflicting pain on somebody's son. He has not gone to kill himself because of he found out that the 4 children he had was never his. It's really terrible how ladies do some things, and I always talk about this all the time. I said, if relationship where you date or marriage where you date, you know, just get peace of mind, and definitely so suppose they see all those red signs, say no, this person not before you, but no, you will decide to stay inside marriages like that. I'm not basically talking about you. I'm talking about both the men too. Yes, because they also face abuse too. This is a lot. You know, a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things about the man. We don't go by himself because the 4 children in no saying do DNA, and the 4 children where the wife will give him say no be in own. So because of that, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And Onyinye Ogochukwu said, so many men have fertility issues. How can you live with your wife and none of them children is yours? Like how? Now, okay, Onyinye Ogochukwu, are you now blaming the man? If I think it's better that the man is supposed to know, right? Because why would you want to be cheating in a marriage that you are in a marriage and you're cheating with your husband? It's crazy. You get? So you're not trying to say that, oh, you're blaming the man for having fertility issues. If he has fertility issues, is it not best that the both of you will know and work towards that and help yourself than cheating? Anything way bad. I know there's the paint and no try paint and good or anything. Anything that is bad is bad. All right, and Pataya said he leave Nigeria, go Ghana. Go to bed, go. And another person said everyone is polygamous in nature. Just pray to marry an upright partner. Just know that marriage ought to be nurtured by both partners. Any form of neglect, both emotional and financial, can lead to such devastating outcomes. Make una they fear God. Oh. Seriously, it's really painful. You know, come to think of it, like you have 4 children, and you've been nurturing them, you've been taking them to school, you pay for their school fees, you've been training these children that are not yours. And when they are now grown, to some extent, you will now try and go and do DNA. You will now find out that, oh, the kids where you don't born, no be your own. It's disheartening, it's painful. But if you ask me, what I was saying, now make that man just keep quiet. As the children, make it just they train the children, because definitely those children are his, and they've grown up to know that he is the father. They've grown up to know that, you know, they see the man as the father. So that one where you won't come, they say you won't go kill himself. I don't even support that one. Do you understand? Because I don't support the fact that because say he don't notice, say he don't do DNA test, and them definitely the 4 children when he gets no being own. No mean saying go by himself. Actually, that one ain't bad pass. Because why you go kill yourself for waiting? Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said now she will move in with their real dad. So he lost both and alive. Just know suicide is not an option, actually. And Prank Hottie said, how can a woman be this wicked? He loved and trained strangers and provided for the wife for 19 years or more. Bust my head. And Joy Isaac said, this is so sad. Don't ever do this. And that to a man that loves you wholeheartedly, never even hurt a being that loves you. Actually, this is really painful. You know, some men are really, really caring fathers, and they are right there to, you know, take care of their children, do all those things for their child. And you come in as a lady to say that, oh, 19 years of our lives, 19 years in our marriage, the children are not yours. It's crazy. I wouldn't even expect the man to take that. A lot of people can't even take that kind of thing. And this is where the thing has led the man to do. It's well. Just know that say blood don't stay in your hand as a woman. I'm telling you, because you followed, you participated in killing him. I'm telling you. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. And yes, somebody said DNA test should be a must before insurance or birth certificate. And somebody said paternity deception should come with a jail term. And I am Christina said, thank God she's Ghanaian, not Nigeria. We for hear another one. I thought other African countries' women are better than Nigerian women. And another person said, I am Kingston said DNA is a must. It's nothing to do with trust. And Ada Ikwere said, men, this is why I advise that you mustn't seek permission from your wife to do a DNA. Don't do it once the child is born to avoid story that touches not one, but whole kids. Not even one is his. I hope the woman gets punished for this. Actually, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And Amanda Chisom said, do DNA at birth. Any woman telling you it means you don't trust her in Johnson. And even me, that is a woman who will do DNA before they swap my baby. How can anybody be this mean? And Obiano just said, if you can do DNA test, then you men should get yourself tested for sperm count. Okay, majority of una they shout DNA is a must, as if una sperm they active. All right, at Obianuju, I think these are measures that has to be taken. You know, a lot of people get married to the fact that, oh, I just want to get married, and put a lot of things in. They don't put a lot of things in check. A lot of people don't go do the genotype. They don't get to go to the hospital, check themselves if they're okay or fit to get married. Do you get? Somebody go there, they marry AS. ASS go home, they marry AS. It's crazy. All these things has to be put in check. You don't just come out one day and say, oh, I want to get married. Yes, you will get married, but you have to put all these things in place. Go for health check. Very, very important. You can't just come out one day and say, okay, because this person don't accept me as his wife, as his husband, you just won't go do marriage like that. That is not the way it is. All this has to be put in check. If it's what you can stay in the marriage and say, oh, because my husband no fit give me children, definitely we trust in God that it is now left for your choice than putting a man in such position and then telling him that, oh, after 19 years, not even saying 2 or 3 years, 19 whole years of his life. Now in content, open up, say the pikin, say all the children where you don't born for him, say none of them being children. How do you expect the man to feel? Actually. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have more and more comments and let's see what more people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, another person said, do a DNA test, DNA at birth, or any woman telling you it means you don't trust her. Okay, and another person said, I'm still finding it hard to process such extreme paternity fraud. How would all of the children not be yours? Maybe the man gets... All right, and we have more comments, and yes, Wetcraft said, who come lose now? The man just cry and move on. I still chose life over the biggest betrayal. And another person said, honestly, paternity fraud should be treated as a felony and a criminal offense. And another person said, for children, what if there was an error somewhere? And Yusuf Rai said, don't let anyone gaslight you. A DNA test is a must. And Onyinye Ogochukwu says, so many men have fertility issues. How can you live with your wife and none of the children is yours? Like how? It's a lot of things. I just feel that, killing yourself or suicide is never an option. If you've been in that position where, okay, you don't really go do tests, all those kind of things that happen, definitely. I go still say make you carry that child as your own, definitely, because the children has grown up to see you as their father, actually. But you need to, tell the woman and let the woman know that, see, waiting she do, you say you don't already know, but, killing yourself is out of it. All right, and yes, that takes us to our next gist. And next, we're talking about a 20-year-old student, Suleiman Rahama Onono, at the Federal College of Education, Okene, was found dead in a bush in Ika Adugo area along the Okene-Lokoja Highway after being reported missing on January 24, 2026. Her family and alongside security operatives had been searching for her for several days before lifeless body was discovered, sparking widespread concern among local residents and the student community. So authorities have taken her body to the morgue for autopsy and preservation as investigations continue. So this is where I still bring up this thing that a lot of us, some ladies we have to be careful. I don't know, we have to be really careful now. I'm not saying this basically for ladies or anything, but everybody has to be very careful. Where you go to, please let people know. Yes. If you're going to see somebody, I think you should let people know. You don't just go out like that. And a lot of things are happening like that, and nobody cares. So you have to be very careful. We've marked a lot of deaths since this 2026, and it's, you know, it's crazy. A lot of people are going every blessed day. And not be saying, you know, they hear them. They hear them, but you just don't want to you don't want to listen. It's a lot of things, and this is really, really sad. And I just pray that God gives the family the strength to bear this loss, because it's a lot of things. I just feel that how would you know, be in such positions? A lot of people have you know, I've seen stories where ladies, you know, go for, basically you might be going for a business, you might be going for a job, and, you know, something might happen. But just try to let somebody know so that they will not say where they go, oh, okay, they go this place. Make person know say you don't they come out. No, you will just come out like that. You don't even tell anybody. How do you now want them people to find you if you get missing? It's a lot of things. Let's take comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this young lady. And yes, somebody said, this is very heartbreaking. And ladies, we need to be very, very careful. And somebody said, you see how you put her face boldly here? That's how corporate and government criminals need to be treated. And another person said, what day? All right, people still they do this kind of thing for 2026. All right, and Legendary said, may the preparators never escape karma if you are money and centered as a girl. Accepting the relationship is dependent on who spends on you and other characters you already know that will make you predisposed and easily targeted by ritualists, organ harvesters, and diseased from them. We have more comments. Let's see more. And the RC Luxury said, Jesus. And Olowo said, I really wish some of my schoolgirls learn from this. And DL Toro said, this is so sad. Yeah, Allah protect and guide us from our enemies. And Super Care of Nigeria said, God. And another person said, this year just started now. Lord, protect your children. We have more comments. Let's take more and more comments. And Big Jasper J said, there will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves and lovers of money. All right, Duke Power says, it shall never be well with the culprit. You will pray for that and you won't find it. All your loved ones will suffer the greatest pain of life. You will suffer to you, okay? And I am fresh, he said, them Babaluku boys. Okay, money where you know fit get past common governments on. All right, when Rinze said, public police should raid some of these native doctors because they are the cause of this gruesome death. And Kenny Hassan said, waiting on us still believe in those juju wey no go give you Davido clock money. When I go just waste this innocent girl is unfair. God will punish anybody who gets hand in her death by the grace of God. And another person said, can IG introduce a dislike button for posts like this? And Miss Chidel said, at this rate, it's hard to be a girl because the hate on our gender is too much. And the Fooding Network said, these wicked people should have been eradicated from our society. Ritual killings have lingered for too long. And another person said, how do these evil people sleep? Like how? It's a lot of things. This is also bringing the awareness that you people should be careful. If you're going out, if you're doing anything, please let somebody know. It is very important. Don't feel that, oh, because you are now big, I cannot tell anybody where I'm going to. No. Because anything where you go see come out from that thing, you go use your head, carry on. So be very, very careful where you're going to. Always let somebody know. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you are going viral or going global, please tell your stories with heart. And yes, subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agumano, aka Call Me Prezi. See you next time. Bye.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng.
Full of questions. In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers. Yes, this is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening. PTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where United States President Donald Trump has signed a law extending the preferential trade program for Africa. The African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, through December 31st, effective retroactively from September 30th, 2025. The U.S. Trade Representative Jamison Gurr said that his office would work with Congress this year to update the program to provide more market access for U.S. businesses, farmers, and ranchers, and to align with Trump's America First trade policy. First enacted in 2000 to provide duty-free access to the U.S. market for eligible sub-Saharan African countries covering 1,800 products, AGOA expired in September, putting hundreds of thousands of African jobs on the line. However, the U.S. House of Representatives last month passed legislation to extend the law for 3 years, but the Senate later reduced the extension to 1 year, with the House concurring. Moving on, and still on some trade matters, President Abdurrahman Abdullahi said Somaliland expects to reach a trade agreement soon with Israel and is willing to offer rights to valuable mineral deposits as part of a deal. Israel's late December 2025 became the first country to recognize the Republic of Somaliland, a northeastern part of Somalia that has claimed independence for decades. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said Israel would seek immediate cooperation in agriculture, health, technology, and the economy. Speaking from Dubai, President Abdullahi said no bilateral economic deal with Israel had yet been reached, but that Somaliland expected to sign a partnership agreement. He further explained that there was no trade and no investment from Israel yet, but expressed hope for the Jewish state's investment, trade, and hopefully Somaliland will engage with the business people and the government of Israel soon. According to him, Somaliland is very rich in minerals, oil, gas, marine, in agriculture as well, energy, and others that Israel needs. And in turn, Somaliland would seek access to Israelis' technology. Meanwhile, the United States has condemned South Africa's expulsion of Israel's top diplomat last week as a part of prioritizing grievance politics. The U.S. State Department's deputy spokesperson, Tommy Pigott, said on X that expelling a diplomat for calling out the African Nation Congress ties to Hamas and other anti-Semitic radicals prioritizes grievance politics over the good of South Africa and its citizens. South Africa had last Friday declared the top diplomat at Israel's embassy persona non grata and ordered him out within 72 hours. It accused him of unacceptable violations of diplomatic norms and practices, including insulting South Africa's president. On its part, Israel responded by expelling South Africa's senior diplomatic representative to its country. Both countries have had strained relations since South Africa in 2024 brought a genocide case in 2024 to the International Court of Justice against Israel over its assault on Gaza. Away from that report, West African countries have taken a major step towards strengthening regional epidemic preparedness by inaugurating the first end-to-end access roadmap for Lassa fever vaccines. The roadmap was developed under the leadership of the West African Health Organization, WAHO, with support from the Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation, CP. Inaugurated on Tuesday during a webinar, the framework is designed to ensure equitable access once vaccines becomes available. According to reports, it is the first regional-led framework of its kind, mapping the full pathway for moving a Lassa fever vaccine from development to sustained use across West Africa. Lassa fever remains a persistent public health threat in the sub-region, causing thousands of deaths annually and placing significant pressure on an already fragile health system. CP's Executive Director for Access and Business Development, Emma Whitley, said the roadmap was a critical step in preparing countries ahead of expected vaccines approval. Moving on, the United Nations Children Fund, that's UNICEF, has warned that over 450,000 children in South Sudan's Jogli state are at imminent risk of acute malnutrition as escalating violence has caused widespread displacement and disrupted essential health services. In a statement, UNICEF's country representative, Naola Skinner, noted that a malnourished child without treatment is 12 times more likely to die. Skinner further urged all parties to immediately halt the violence and ensure rapid, unimpeded, safe access for humanitarian aid and workers to reach highly vulnerable displaced groups. The UN agency regretted that delivering emergency aid has been significantly hindered as travel restrictions by river, air, and road were preventing humanitarian agencies reaching vulnerable populations in need. According to UNICEF, six counties in Jogli have depleted therapeutic foods for severely malnourished children, while 17 health facilities across the country have closed due to conflicts, with 10 incidents of looting, including 5 in Jogli. In another development, UNICEF has expressed concern over recent reports of child abduction in Cabo Delgado province of northern Mozambique and urged the immediate release of all abducted children to ensure their safe returns to families and communities. In a statement on X, the UN agency said child abduction by non-state armed groups represents grave violation of children's rights and international law. UNICEF said it was working with the Mozambican government and partners to prevent abduction, support afflicted families, and strengthen protection services, while urging all parties to prioritize children's safety and rights. Meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates, that's the UAE, has pledged to donate $500 million to a UN fund for humanitarian aid for Sudan amid the United States push to renew efforts towards a truce in the conflict that has devastated the country. Sudan has accused the UAE of arming the paramilitary rapid support forces, that's the RSF, which has been fighting the Sudanese army in the civil war since April 2023. In a charge the UAE denies, but which UN experts and US lawmakers have found credible. Speaking at a donor event in Washington, UAE State Minister Lana Nusebe said her country wanted to see a truce in the conflict without referring to her country's alleged support for the RSF. The U.S. Special Envoy for Africa, Masad Boulos, said he expected a total of $1.5 billion of new funding to be pledged at the Washington event, including an additional $200 million for Sudan from the U.S. And in South Africa, Kenya, President William Ruto has exempted about 1.5 million working Kenyans earning up to 30,000 Kenyan shillings from income tax in the government's new tax relief measures. He said another 500,000 working Kenyans earning up to 50,000 Kenyan shillings will also benefit from a reduction from 35% to 25% in the pay-as-you-earn. Ruto explained that the move is aimed at easing the cost of living and boosting disposable income among low and middle income earners. According to him, that is how progressively the government is going to manage the cost of living bottom up. The National Treasury Cabinet Secretary, John Mbadi, had told a public participation forum on budget processes in Meru Town that a tax law amendment bill was ready for presentation to the parliament. And from Kenya, we'll move straight to Liberia, where Liberia's former finance minister, Samuel Twe Jr., has dismissed as technically and legally impossible the claims by Finance and Development Planning Minister Augustine Ngafuan that the government has reversed public sector salary harmonization at key integrity institutions. In a written response, Twe challenged Ngafuan's assertion that harmonization had been undone at institutions such as the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission and the General Auditing Commission. He noted that both institutions already operated under a single pay system prior to the 2019 reform, meaning they were not harmonized as government officials now suggested. He stated that the reform merely applied standardized pay grades to enforce equity and transparency. According to him, harmonization was not about increasing or decreasing salary, but abolishing the dual pay system of basic salary and general allowances and replacing it with a single transparent income subject to one tax. From Liberia, move straight to Ethiopia, where Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed says the world's second university focused on artificial intelligence is expected to be launched in Ethiopia in 2027. Abiy told Parliament that construction for the university was already underway, with operations set to begin within the next year. He stressed the importance of equipping Ethiopia's youth for future challenges, highlighting technology as one of Ethiopia's 5 pillars of growth. Abiy added that just as the nation's forefathers established Ethiopian Airlines and made it a globally respected institution, this university will open a better and more advanced era for the country's children. According to him, the AI-focused university will specialize in fields like machine learning, robotic and data sciences, with instruction and research drawing on both the Ethiopian diaspora and international expertise. He emphasized that the university would have a Pan-African approach, offering 100 scholarships with 2 reserved for students from each African country. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumor. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. All right, also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njue. Mr. Martins is a financial advisor and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Martins also is the CEO and founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Also from Kenya is Mr. Nicholas Oyor. Mr. Nicholas is a human rights activist and also the Secretary General of the Free Kenyan Movement. Mr. Nicholas, well, I like to call you Comrade. Comrade Nicholas, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation this beautiful afternoon.
Thank you for having me and thank you for giving us the chance to explain and listen to the world.
All right then.
Africa.
Thank you so very much, Comrade. Also joining us all the way from Liberia is Mr. Hansen Blayan. Mr. Hansen is a communication and media professional and also a media consultant as well. Mr. Hansen, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation as well. Well, I would like Mr. Hansen to unmute his mic if he's already with us so we can establish communication. All right, then. Well, while we still expect him, let's get to the conversation proper. Well, I'd like to start from the studio here. And interestingly, Barrister, the situation from Ethiopia is quite a very, very interesting one. Ethiopia trying to build an AI university. I mean, they call it an empowerment program for the young people. Some has also said this is a political vanity project to distract, of course, the people from the instability and economic hardship that is presently plaguing Ethiopia as a country. But of course, you know, the government has a different understanding in this conversation.
Anything that will give knowledge to the youth should be welcomed. Since the world have accepted that AI is the in thing, why not? If not, is it not proper for you to educate you train them properly on how to make use of this AI, instead of allowing them to learn from the wrong hands? And so if the government is trying to build a university of that size, in fact, they should be encouraged because of the ripple effects and the far-reaching implication, because it is a plus for Africa, not just for Ethiopia. Since the man claimed that it will be the biggest in the whole world,
right?
That means foreigners will even come here to seek for knowledge. I think I welcome it.
Now, Barrister, before I move to our virtual guests, there are the conversation from opposition that is stating that can a country that shut down the internet during political crisis be so credible enough to claim to lead Africa to the AI future? Because this is what opposition clearly is saying to the world.
Look, we should leave politics out of everything. This same opposition,
right?
If the table were to be turned, they would do worse than what they are claiming. That thing is just politics. The university is for everybody. They will not come there today and say that if your father is in the opposition, you don't come to the university. They will not come tomorrow after this university have been established. They will say, if you are from a certain region, a certain tribe, you will not come to that university. So let us remove everything. Let us remove politics from everything. This is impacting knowledge on the youth.
Okay.
So you cannot say because internet was shut, this and that. Is it, the person in power today, is he going to be there forever?
Big question there, because I mean, Ethiopian airline was never the job of the present administration. All right, then let's take this conversation to Kenya, where we have Mr. Nicholas join us. Well, comrade, let me start with the fact that, like I said earlier, some opposition figures have said, look, a government that clearly shut down internet during, some political crisis is planning to lead Africa to the AI future. But the concerns about the fact that Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, clearly is trying to do what is right. And then the part of the young people joining to want to be a part of this. Some have said the concern would be, would these young people, after learning in Ethiopia, still stay in the country, or would they, because of higher pay, have what the entire Africa is suffering from, the brain drain syndrome, fly to Silicon Valley to start serving other countries that is not even Africa or Ethiopia?
Yeah, I want to start by saying that very serious changes in the world have also come from very bad leaderships before. There have been dictators who have done very serious things in this world. And they've done good things that have taken things to a different planet. So I would give them a benefit of a doubt, the leadership in Ethiopia. And I would say that it is a good thing to have Africa begin to start thinking about leading in the next world that we are coming into. AI is going to be very important. But I get the concern of the opposition. Because reality is this, that you find governments use the opportunity to try and bring things that are sweeteners for them to maybe become relevant and to give themselves some leverage. But I think we need to take the good and ensure that we stay with the good. And it is important that we know that Africa needs to start thinking about how is it going to position itself in this new world. But then another issue that I want to advise Africans around the world is that we have to also understand, we have to take this AI matter in a manner that let's say, we have to be cautious with some of these things, taking it much away from what it's supposed to do. And I think having a university whereby the good of doing AI can be taught makes a lot of sense for me.
All right, then. I'm still staying with you, comrade. Interestingly, civil society in Ethiopia has clearly been saying and asking questions if whether the scholarship would truly be equitable or politically influenced, because that has been the bane of conversation in Ethiopia lately. Looking at the fact that civil society groups are also calling for this level of concerns, how much of credibility should Africans and even Ethiopians be expecting from this development by the government of Prime Minister Abiy in Ethiopia?
Yeah, I think they have to express that concern. It is important. And I think the discussion must be that they don't let the ball out of the court. They need to continue pushing and pushing. I think that is one thing that the opposition has to do, to push and to ensure that that equitability is pushed forward. And they must also find a way of ensuring that they don't keep their voices down. I like the fact that they are speaking about it, because if they don't speak, some of these things will just pass and you'll find problems. We have had situations like here in Kenya, we brought the free education program. And when it came, oh my, I got a very serious fear when I had the minister then, George Saitoti, the late George Saitoti, say that we are going to deal with the matters when we get there. We are going to cross the bridge when we get there. You know, you can go there and find that the bridge is not even there. So really, I think the opposition bringing their voice out is helping this matter to become an issue that is going to be dealt with in a way that every issue parameter is looked at. And I think that is a good thing.
All right, then. Let me still stay in Kenya while I go to the financial expert in this conversation. Mr. Martins, interestingly, this conversation is quite an interesting one because questions are being asked about the funding, the financing, and all of that. Well, interestingly as it sounds, opposition parties have also questioned whether or not the Ethiopian government can fully afford such ambitious projects amid debts and inflation at the high in Ethiopia's economy. What's your position as a financial expert?
Thank you, Mr. David. One to start with is that the opposition in every country is to keep the governance or the government on check. So when the opposition comes in to negate what the government is proposing, it does not necessarily say that they have misplaced the priorities. One thing is we have to understand is that AI is one of the mechanisms that is taking Africa into the third world. In the next 10 years to come, we've been currently having Dangote as the richest man in Africa. But to see if we adapt and accept AI at this current time, the next 10 years, the richest man in Africa is the people who have adapted the technology. Secondly, in the economy, the vast economy, we have to adapt to AI. AI is one of the of the technology that is going to bring Africa into another state of world. Because one thing is that even trading, or what we call forex trading, AI is one of the tools that will help us to adapt and to make money vast. Secondly, when we come to agriculture, AI will enable us to adapt and to deal with the issue on even the climate change. It will orient us in the moving to the future. So AI is the way to go. But what we can ask is, does Ethiopia have financial muscle to establish this institution, to run well on it? As my brother said, every government is coming with a new product, but to implement becomes an issue. So the issue here is to see, it's not about bringing something on paper or just to bring and draft, but implementation is the best avenue.
All right, then let me take this conversation to Liberia, where media consultant and expert is also standing by. Mr. Hansel, interestingly, like we've all been saying on this table, financing will be a major situation, but That's not the question I want to find out from you. On the part of the young people, and of course the brain drain that I spoke about earlier, is there the possibility that the Ethiopian government can retain, should and after this university is inaugurated and is running, and of course gets graduates, can the Ethiopian government retain her people to stay in the country and of course serve, rather than have the main brain drain that has been a situation across Africa?
Thank you so much, and I think that it's very important to have such a conversations around the table, because young people traveling from Africa to Europe, it is not just a brain drain, but it is capturing, according is capturing of young people from another continent to use as a labor force in another market. So Ethiopian government, they have a huge prospect of economy. I'm not in Ethiopia, but I read a lot of prospectus of economy and whatever. But it is prudent that there can be a policy and documents to retain young people, especially with the talents and skills, to contribute to meaningful inventions and economic reforms. That alone will help the country itself to maintain young people and contribute to the growth of the economy through different sectors. It could be science, it could be tech, it could be innovation, it could be construction, it could be engineering, whatever way, that will be an avenue. And it's not just Ethiopia. It is an issue that is largely that is affecting the African continent as a whole. Liberia, Nigeria, and young people, the leaders don't see as an issues yet. But I don't know when will they recognize when all of the young people who are the best are in Europe contributing to the European economy, and they are being the best in the continent of the world. So I think it is necessary that Africa develops a program, not just develop, but it should be actionable, and young people should be a key factors in driving this.
All right, then let's take this conversation again back to Kenya, where our comrade Nicholas is still with us. Well, comrade, interesting and cheering news coming from your country, particularly in the fact that President William Ruto has made a major exemption for Kenya's low middle income earners. What's the position with this decision? Now, you know for a fact that this is not about the first time that this kind of conversation is propping up, because in the days of Uhuru Kenyatta as well, there was also an exemption during the COVID relief period. But then, looking at the fact that Kenyans earning up to 30,000 Kenyan shillings from income tax in, of course, the government's new tax relief, is this a cheering news as it stands? I don't know if Comrade is still with me. Comrade, can you please unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly? Comrade Nicholas, I don't know if you heard my question. Okay, well, let me bring it to the studio before I return back to Kenya. Barrister, tax again, well, some would say this is something that is running across Africa, tax relief for Kenyans. What do you think this might portend for Kenyans? Because like we know in Nigeria, low-income earners are gaining more because they won't be paying that much tax anymore. Almost same thing is happening in Kenya. What's your position with this development?
Look, if you have impoverished people and you have decided to show remorse and regret, I don't see anything wrong with that. These are poor people that you impoverish. You made them poor by your policy and by your actions. So why should I not celebrate you? Why should I clap for you? The tax exemption is a drop in the ocean of need. How much is being exempted here? Why not empower the people properly and tax them? Yes. Empower them properly and tax them. Nobody will break any head. But to tell me now, because of politics or election or whatever, you now bring tokenism and you call it a relief.
You think this is tokenism by the president, Barrister?
So what?
You think this is tokenism by the president?
How much does it amount to?
Well, because about 1.5 million working class Kenyans will be enjoying from this.
The exemptions now, how much were they supposed to pay that you are now telling them not to pay again? That is the issue. If the exemption amount to little or nothing, of what use is that? The people, as if I'm not mistaken, they are still where they are. Your tax exemption cannot make them to be richer. It can't make them to be richer. Their income level is still the same thing. Their status is still the same thing. And so I didn't see anything. Rather, empower them properly. Do the right thing. Let there be, standard state of living for the people, so that even with the exemption, they can now live like human being. So that's what I'm saying here.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to the very place where it's happening. Of course, we are experiencing such in Nigeria here. So, Mr. Martins, as a financial advisor, President William Ruto did say the bottom-up model is clearly going to be helping the informal sector. I mean, the informal sector majority. But from your perspective, how much of an impact would these exemptions have on the almost 1.5 million working Kenyans that are earning up to 30,000 Kenyan shillings? Mr. Martins, I don't know if you heard my question. I would like you to unmute your mic so you can chime in on this conversation.
Thank you. I want to say this is a good thing. However, it has come too late. I think government should evaluate the tax every year so that they can assess, are we making progress or are we abandoning our people? So this issue of tax should be evaluated very well, so that this is one of the policy that determine the country growth on GDP in every country. Secondly, it has come a time when we are on a I think it is few months to another election, so we can say it is a campaign tool. So basically, to abandon, and it is a civic duty of every citizen to pay tax. But we have to factor the inflation. If someone is earning 30,000, is equivalent to around 10,000 US dollar. That means if this person is paying rent, house rent and other bills equivalent to 20,000, so this person is remaining with the 10,000, which cannot sustain him or his or a family. So on the benchmarking of the tax is very essential, so that we may not abandon the people. Secondly, moving it from 30,000 to 50,000, it's a good move, because now you will find the family who have been struggling to budget their monthly bills, they are at ease.
All right, then. Well, I think your point is clearly gotten there. Let me still stay in Kenya. Comrade Nicholas, I don't know if you're still with us. I would like to establish communication with you again before I ask my question. Are you still there, Comrade Nicholas? All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Liberia. Well, interestingly, Mr. Hansen Blayan, you understand what it means to have a tax reduction for people who are earning below up to 30,000 Kenyan shilling. But let me bring it to the part of the IMF statement as concerning the economy of Kenya. Some have said that this tax relief measure by the president is clearly collapsing because of the IMF's pressure, particularly on the economy of Kenya. Now, looking at the fact that this is a conversation, is there a possibility that the country, I'm talking about Kenya, is surrendering the economic sovereignty of her state to such pressure by IMF's pronunciation of the economy not doing well in 2026?
So I think Africa have similar issues around, and I don't know. But I think it is important that such a level be given to people, citizens, that are earning such a money because of the standards of living. Because when IMF give you money to your economy to be infused, they give you requirement, they give you different instruments to follow. So in an event where the government want to make policy statement politically, to motivate citizens, due to outright of things. We know Kenya built a whole lot in the midst of the Gen Z protests. They have reshaped a lot of things, restructure, and we don't root as a president politically. He want to score some mark. But with this, I think the government will even though listen to the IMF report, but there might be some level of leverage in for the government to exercise it because they see it as a way of bringing peace to the people and also as well as peace.
All right,
The same with our countries, Liberia. We have something called the harmonization, and it affects people in every sector with salary deduction. It was the same recommendation from the IMF. And the thing is, those it's not just affecting the IMF, it affects the same government who try to take on this approach to follow the different instruments that are recommended by IMF. By the end of the day, citizens crowd about it, citizens complain about it, and this recommendation it affects the same country. That's the reason some country government tends to be changed because of this, but they fail to understand or to explain what is it that with money we took from IMF, what are those conditions that come along. So I think these are the conditions that IMF gave the country when they gave them money as a form of credit or borrow.
All right, then.
So that's it.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Hansen Blaine, for your submission. Now, let me bring it back to the studio, too. And, of course, talking about the main conversation this afternoon, Barrister, interestingly, as we speak, the AGOA agreements have been extended for 1 year. And, again, this seems to be cheering news coming from the United States government. But some have said that this particular decision by the U.S. government is also an indication of the fact that even the U.S. government clearly cannot do without this level of bilateral trade that has been gained thus far with African nations. What's your position with the extension of the AGOA agreement?
The first time Bill Clinton brought this in to Africa, did you make use of it? I remember Okonjo-Iweala, our sister at WTO, complaining that Africans are not making use of the AGOA agreement, that the trade imbalance is still very low in Africa, that we are not taking advantage, especially Nigeria. And so if they extend it now and people are saying that America don't need you, they don't need you.
You think so, Barrister?
In what way?
Because South Africa is clearly gaining from this. I mean, South African government were clearly pushing, solely because they are the only ones who are doing voluminous trade with that particular agreement. So they are gaining more from it.
Okay. So it is you that is gaining, not Africa. I mean, not America. It is you that is gaining. That's why they brought it to you. So what I'm saying in essence, that America's economy is too big to depend on anybody or any country. They can always find alternative. So it is you who is not taking advantage. They didn't extend it because they are gaining from you. Don't think so. After all, what are you even producing? Remember that the last time we took our beans and the yam to Europe and America, they returned them because they were too chemicalized. Is that not what happened? Since that time, what have you been exporting to those places? So they don't actually need you. What they need, they can find alternative.
Well, but Barrister, there are also conversations about the fact that this particular extension, even though the House of Rep did say they were proposing 3 years, and then when it got to the bigger house, it dropped to just 12 months. Some have said that this clearly looks like a political trap, kind of, so to say, to force African nations into bilateral deals on the U.S. terms. Do you believe this kind of assertion?
No, did they change the terms of the AGOA that Bill Clinton established it with?
The reduction of years is of concern, Barrister.
The reduction
of years. It's the extension of years. You would recall that Obama extended this for 10 years, and then it was later brought back to 3 years. So this reduction, isn't this more like a concern on its own.
It is keeping with Donald Trump. It is keeping with him. Donald Trump don't want you to make use of America. They don't want you to gain so much from America. Everything Donald Trump is doing in America, he thinks of America first. So if they needed you that much, why would they reduce it like some people are saying? It is the keeping with the principles of Donald Trump to make sure that whatever you want to do with America, whatever you want to get with America will be minimal. Not to give you all the latitude to operate in America.
All right, then, Barrister, because of our time, let's go straight to Kenya and, of course, wrap up this conversation. Mr. Martins, I understand you're still with us. Well, Barrister just said that this is more like still keeping it in words because Donald Trump clearly is still talking Africa first. But again, America first, I beg your pardon. Now, does this clearly mean that there is a reflective change in the fundamental shift on U.S. foreign policies as concerning Africa with this reduction of 12 months from a proposed 3 years?
Mr. David, I think this African growth and opportunity Act is very beneficial to Africa countries. However, I think the vision of the term from 1 year, it's something that reduction of that it's because of most of the Africa countries are violating the international law. You remember South Africa tariff was raised from 20 to 40. And that's why you can see when they have tug of war between South Africa and the United States. Secondly, Africa, we are benefiting from International Monetary Fund. So you find that when Africa gets loan from this institution. So hence when they get loans, they trade within dollars, and this dollar is what is keeping us in check with the United States. So they need us more because even US are loan us more what we call loans. They have even what we call petrodollars, where they are trading with the country that are that have minerals like oil.
All right,
Secondly,
sorry to butt in here, Mr. Martins. Because of our time, I would ask that you please just allow maybe 30 seconds, Mr. Hansen Blayan to have his take on this, because I want this conversation to go round. In 30 seconds, Mr. Hansen, what's your position with this development coming from the extension of AGOA in 30 seconds?
Thank you so much. And I think the platform is always amazing. So this whole AGOA agreement, it was signed to law by Bill Clinton, May 18, 2000, to help African economy to diversify through export of oil and whatever. But what I want to say is, this is not a fair trade because they are taking the raw materials and processing in the U.S. and at the end it come back into a very expensive. Africa need to reshift their policy and think about building factories to process this material and thinking on the AGOA trade as a way to improve.
All right, then. Thank you so very much for your submission, Mr. Hansen Blayan, communication experts and consultants in Liberia. Thank you for your submission. Also, thank you so very much, Mr. Martin Sirere, for your submission as well. Financial advisor, CEO, Wellgate Insurance Agency in Kenya. Thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation. And yes, Comrade Nicholas Oyo, also from Kenya, I want to say a big thank you to you. I understand they had to rush in for another meeting in Kenya. Thank you so very much. And yes, Barrister, thank you so very much for always being here.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, business and sports of the African stories will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. S&P Global Rating has warned that African governments face rising debt risk as hard currencies repayment schedules in 2026 increase pressure on external buffers and contributing to rollover risk. Its latest African Sovereign Outlook report shows that government external debt repayments are now over 3 times higher than 2012. According to S&P Benjamin Young, structural high debt and low concentrated revenues bases will continue to pose key risks. He added that in the report that the government external debt repayments likely to exceed $90 billion this year. External vulnerability have also increased, with government's external debt repayments approaching a peak. Egypt accounts for nearly 1/3 of this year's tally, with $27 billion due in principal repayments, followed by Angola, South Africa, and Nigeria. S&P noted that average sovereign rating in the region have reached their highest level since late 2020, reflecting reform momentum and improved growth. And from business, we move straight to talking sports. Morocco's Football Federation says that to safeguard all rights guaranteed by law, it will appeal the Confederation of African Football sanction over last month's African Cup of Nations final against Senegal, which the country lost 1-0 in extra time. The Federation criticized as disproportionate to the seriousness and gravity of the incident, the sanctions for interruption after Senegalese players staged a walkout, as well as a pitch invasion by their fans and confrontation with players and staff. Among others, CAF Disciplinary Committee had handed Senegal's coach Pape Thiaw a 5-match ban and a $100,000 fine for instructing his team leave the pitch after a VAR decision disallowed a goal late in regular time. In all, Senegal's side was fined a total of $715,000, 9 match bans as well. Morocco, who had earlier failed to overturn the match result after losing a controversial injury time penalty, also incurred fines totaling $315,000 and 5 match bans for misconduct by their players, staff, and supporters. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television. Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Maritime Frontier Show on VOP Television. My name is Dele Utomi. Over the past few weeks, we have been seeing a reappearance of the hitherto taking care of traffic gridlock along the port corridors, especially between the Mile 2 and Tinkan, and from the Leventis Bridge down to Apapa Wharf. This is creating some kind of problems for stakeholders and port users. And people are worried that the experiences we've had over the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years are coming back again to haunt us. Now, the topic today, our topic today, we are asking ourselves, is the traffic gridlock reappearing for good? And we're asking the question, which way? What are the things that we need to do to make this traffic gridlock disappear? And first and foremost, what are the causes of this traffic jam that we are experiencing right now? Is it deliberate? Is it a fallout of the activities within the port, the increased activities, or also? What are the reasons why the traffic gridlock is reappearing again? Today on the show, we have Dr. Aziz Abayomi Mustafa, a stakeholder within the sector, maritime practitioner. Dr. Abayomi, you're welcome to the program, sir.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah. So, of course, we all know that the issue of traffic along the Apapa and the Tinkan corridors have been taken care of over the past 2-3 years. But over the past few weeks now, going to a month or two, we are seeing a reappearance of the traffic gridlock. What are the major causative factors here? What are the causes of this reappearing traffic?
Well, thank you for having me once again. It is surprising to every one of us. And at the same time, it's not a surprise to me in question, because it's a lack of focus from the port regulator agency, which is the Nigerian Shippers Council.
Okay.
Now, what we are facing right now is a crisis, because all the container that we are seeing, which you mentioned earlier on, what we are seeing right now, is particular to one shipping company, which is MSC.
That's the Mediterranean Shipping Company?
Yes.
Okay.
In the past scope of 2 weeks plus now, container cannot be returned back to the terminal because MSC said there is no vessel that will pick them up. They now turn...
That there is no vessel to pick up the empty containers that they brought into the country.
Yes, but there is a vessel that can bring container inward.
Loaded containers.
Yes, but there is no empty vessel. There's no vessel that can take empty container outbound to their final destination. That is where you see the trucks pile up on the road. Now, there are so many implications to that. The so-called Port Regulator Shippers Council, they are just a toothless bulldog. They can't find any solution to this problem. But when you come to increments, without due consultation with a stakeholder, they can increase shipping and terminal within 2 hours. But when you come to sanitize the port, the government is talking about ease of doing business. But where is the ease of doing business here? Those truckers on the road, they have livelihood of Nigeria. MSC have turned them to a container
holding bay.
So if it is 1 month or 2 months before a vessel that can pick empty container arrive Nigeria, they will be there.
Who bears the cost of that?
Nigeria bears the cost.
At that particular moment, who bears the cost?
At that particular moment, we bear the cost is the freight forwarders, clearing agent, or the consignee. There is something we call...
What about the truck owner?
It's still there. That is why I said earlier on, you are killing somebody's business. Lie down. Because turnaround time, the transporter can take a container and draw within 2 days, pick another one to another destination. But you have killed him because of your action. And Shippers Council are there. I'm talking about what happened. You can go yourself and see. It's there. Now, who bear the cost? Three party involved rather. The transporter, the owner of the truck, the agent, and the importer, the consignee.
Okay.
Now, the MSC are taking advantage of incapacity of shippers council. There's something we call container deposit.
Yeah.
If it is a 1 by 40 feet container, minimum as 200,000 naira, there's a time frame for you to return the container.
What is the daily charge for not returning the 1 by 40 foot container?
The daily charge is varies. But
is it from shipping companies to shipping or from terminal to terminal?
No, terminal don't have a problem regarding demurrage when it comes to containers. So what terminal charges, they are using their terminal.
Storage fee.
Yes. So whatever the case, but when it comes to container itself, return container, not returning container, it has to do with the shipping line.
Okay.
So that is why they ask you to make a deposit of some amount so that when you return the container to them on time, they will return that money back to you. But otherwise, if you don't return on time, that money will be forfeited. And then they will
sir, what's the average cost of a 1 by 40 foot container?
It's 200,000 naira.
Per day?
Not per day.
That's the deposit.
That's the deposit.
They'll be deducting money from it on
every daily basis. For example, now you have 7 days to return the container.
7 days.
7 days.
Okay. And is it from ship to shore, or is it as soon as the vessel arrives?
No. When the container left, we are taking your container from the terminal with the goods.
Yeah. What I'm asking is, how do they start? When do they start the charges? Is it when you have finished your clearing of the goods?
When you are finished, yes. Immediately you take away your container from the terminal. It will be sure that container has been taken from the terminal.
Okay, that's when they
yes, that is when they start charging. Yes, yeah, because the terminal will tell them this container has been left the port, so they will start now charging immediately after you have left the port.
Okay.
So within that maximum of 7 days, you must have a 7 days in what they call DO, delivery order. So when it exceeds that 7 days, the container has not been returned. That 200,000 naira has gone. And they will now stay charging again for you because of what we call detention. It's 2 things.
Okay.
Demurrage is when the container is still in the terminal. Detention is when you don't return the container on time to the terminal.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That is a standard globally.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
You understand? So they will now be charging. Now, those empty containers lying down in the port, MSC is charging both the importer and the freight agents.
The ones lying in the port?
Yes.
But they have received them?
On the truck.
Okay,
the one yet
along the corridor?
Along the corridor. They are charging them. So whenever, even if it take 1 month or so to drop, whenever the importer bring another shipment through MSC will charge them for detention of their empty container.
Please, let's get something clear. The containers on top of the trucks, they are supposed to be assessing the terminal where MSC will take hold of it.
Yes.
Are we?
Yes.
That's the right thing. That's the practice.
That is practice, yes.
So why are they not assessing the port or the terminal where MSC should take hold of their
because the terminal don't want to accept empty container to occupy a space where they can bring in an inbound container. Right? And the MSC is telling the terminal that there is no vessel to come and pick the empty container. So the terminal operator refused to accept the empty container to be dropped in their terminal because MSC said they don't have a provision for evacuating the empty container. So therefore, it will stay as long as they want.
Now, the terminal operator and the shipping company, it means that they are working hand in hand.
They are working.
Hand in glove.
Yes. The terminal is operating as a business entity on their own.
Yeah, of course.
While the shipping company also operating on business on their own. But there is an agreement between 2 of them. So you want to occupy a space. Now, we're putting this container here. How long will it take you for bringing a vessel to come and evacuate the empty? Now, MSC informed the terminal as at now, there is no vessel coming. So if the terminal accepts all the empty to be dropped in the terminal, then the inboard for the other vessel, it will be very difficult for them. That is what we call congestion at the port, because a lot of the terminal are occupied by empty containers. Then there will be a problem. We now go back to what it used to be in the last 8 or 10 years ago. Because why? Inefficiency of Nigerian Shippers Council to regulate this.
Part of the reason why the ports were concessioned is because of things like this.
Yes.
The port has been concessioned now for, this year will make it 20 years.
20 years, 2006, yes.
2006.
Yes.
This year will make it 20 years.
Yes.
In a few months, it will be 20 years.
Mm.
Would you, in your own judgment, on your own estimation, say that most of the objectives of concessioning these ports have been achieved in terms of efficiency, in terms of growth, in terms of creating employment and opportunities for Nigerians, and in terms of the general services that people should have from the port? What's your opinion on this?
You see, growth is not nothing by the day. It's a consistency. And every day by day, we are having the challenges. So the more the challenges, the more the solving the problem. But in the last 20 years, there is a lot of challenges and a lot of progress. The port is not used to what it used to be before. So in terms the private sector have helped a lot. So and I can remember then, before the concession, you go to the terminal, you will look for your container by yourself.
Oh.
Yes. It might take you a week or 1 week looking around, where is this container? But after the concession, technology have come to play. So right now, you don't look for your container by yourself. It is the duty of the terminal. They know where they stack everything. So they will bring the container from the terminal, come to what we call examination bay. Then after the examination bay, they will return it back. So what you have now, after you have gotten your DO, you give your trucks, they will enter the terminal, they themselves will load the container by themselves. So compared to where it used to be before the concession. So things have changed drastically. In terms of infrastructure have changed. So far, so good. I think last year or so, APMT are bringing one of the largest container to berth in Nigeria. So even there are more to it, because if MPA, during the time of a former MPA MD, he said, yes, the infrastructure, Nigeria port infrastructure has decayed.
Okay.
We don't have what we call latest technology as well. That is why we are still lingering what we are doing right now. But I think the blue economy, the Minister of Blue Economy is trying to, I think last year they have budgeted about $1 billion for modernization, for infrastructure. So the more you do the modernization, the more you put the latest technology, the more they attract foreign investment, the more the easier for the port to go on smoothly. But however, implementation is the key. We have a fantastic plan layout, but implementation is the key. That is a Nigerian problem. Ways to implement this.
Okay, sir. Over the past few weeks, there's been this brouhaha between stakeholders and the Nigerian Shippers Council and the particular shipping company you just mentioned, now MSC, over the increase in charges. Do you think that this reappearance of a traffic has something to do with it? Because in the end, it's been deadlocked. The Shippers Council says, who incidentally approved the increase in charges, have been issued. And it's now because of protests, has not asked them to hold on and not go into effecting the charge increase. So do you think that because they are unable now to effect the charge increase, they are finding ways of maybe making Nigerians pay more or stakeholders pay the price through this means of not allowing effective and smooth operation within the port corridor? Do you think so?
I don't think so, because a company cannot be under a nation.
So you don't think that there's any kind of a sabotage there?
I don't think there's a kind of sabotage. To me personally.
Okay.
But they might be behind. But what I'm saying is that Shippers Council lack power. Even the power within them, they have, I said something a few minutes ago that implementation. Okay, when you said you want to increase your service charge, what is your service? How effective are you? Let me tell you a scenario. You can find out by yourself, just maybe tomorrow or by next week, go to the MXC, look at the way they're operating. You can imagine a MSC, they have a security to check what is happening within their office, which is normal. I was there myself on Thursday because sometimes I don't rely on what people say. I want to see myself what is happening. I went to their office. I have something we do with them. And I'm seeing the security, a private security that was engaged by MSC.
Not an in-house security.
No. A private security with their company tag was written all over. Taking a document, calling the agent that come and take your deal is ready, your deal, yeah, with your documents here and there. I look at it, is this how it's being operated? And I call the young man, please come. Let me ask you a question. What you are doing, is it part of the security? If anything go wrong here, right now, in terms of security lapses, and they look at the CCTV, you will be blamed. He said, yes. So is this part of your job? He said, well, actually, it's not part of his job. But that is part of what they asked him to do. So two things involved. The company, the security firm, they will like to align with the MSC so that MSC will not terminate their contract. If the contract was terminated, another security company will come in. So how can the MSC engage a security firm just to check the environment so that there is no be any issue, then allow same security to do the work of a whole logistic?
Carry out some of the operational duties. So why do you think that is so?
Well,
is it exploitation? Is it the fact that you do not want to employ people who they will pay? Or is it that they have a kind of agreement with the security company? Why do you think so?
I don't personally, maybe they have the agreement with because the way I understand the gentleman, he don't want to lose his job. So let him do what the company asks him to do. He has a family to feed. This thing started right from the gate up to the. But now, what is wrong with the shippers? Shippers Council will not look into this area. If you go there now, you have to subject all your documents to the security, whereby they have a normal staff that is working. But everything has to do with the operation is the security. And when security is working, left the primary call of security and working for MSC, if anything happened there, who will be to be blamed? And Shippers Council cannot see anything wrong in this. And he went ahead and approved their increments. What services are they render? This is the same MSC that sometimes it might take you 2 years before you can see your container refund, or more than that. The payment that you paid after you return your container back to them, they won't pay you on time.
That's a container deposit.
Container deposit, their refund. They won't pay you on time. It might take you 2 years. I have the experience. In fact, I will have to let it slide.
Okay, sir. We've heard the feedbacks we get from some of our listeners, viewers. They complain about there's something you people call telex charge. We've received some complaints that these things are duplicated here in Nigeria. That it's supposed to be a charge that you get from the source of the cargo, but that's some of these shipping companies, especially the one you've mentioned now, also duplicate it here. You are made to pay it again in naira by the time you are about to clear your goods.
Yeah.
Why is it so? Although some may I say it's small money, 12,000 naira per container.
15,000 naira.
So but why is it so?
Well, why is it so is it has to go back to the Shippers Council.
The economic regulator.
Yes. When you are importing into Nigeria, it should be in case of the original bill of lading before they will send it by DHL. You now look at it. Using DHL might be expensive. Okay.
Korea, you mean?
Yes, yeah. Sorry, Korea rather. Okay, let me use telex relays.
Okay.
So at the point of loading from destination, you pay everything. So when you get here, they don't require original bill of lading because it's a telex. They have the copy. But their own here, they want to make the Nigeria at every point of in time. So when you say the money is small, some charge 12,000, some charge 15,000 naira, multiply that 15,000 naira into 1 million container. Know how much it will give you. Meanwhile, this charge has been charged from the origin. So when an agent protests, you will now look at it, okay, it's better for me to pay this 15,000 naira than paying demurrage for shipping and terminal, because demurrage is about 29 to 30,000 naira some terminal. So now, okay, 15,000 naira, let me pay and let it go. Because they realize that the economic regulators are not doing what they're supposed to do. And by the time you file a complaint, it might take them a week or so before they, someone even say, is it not 15,000 naira, go and pay and carry your container. Even sometimes, you can't say that to the importer. You're looking at you, how much is 15,000 naira? But a drop of water, it makes a mighty ocean.
Okay, let's not digress so far. The major topic for today is the issue of the traffic gridlock. What do you think the regulator should do to arrest the situation? I know that the last time the situation was completely arrested, about 2-3 years ago, it was a combination of agencies of government, including the state government, the customs, the NPA, and a whole lot of them that came
and the
together.
federal government as well.
Federal government,
yes,
through the Nigerian Customs Service, and NPA, and the Lagos State government, and including the police, they all came together and say, enough is enough, let's do this. Now, it's building up again, costing Nigerians a whole lot of money, causing traffic hiccup for other road users. What do we do to nip it in the bud before it degenerates to what it used to be 4, 5, 6 years ago?
Well, the answer is simple. There's a plan and procedure for everything.
Yeah, sure.
So, you that we are bringing a container into Nigeria, you should be able to make a plan for evacuation.
Exactly.
Go to this many terminal. All those containers that you are seeing, all of them are empty. And some have been there for years. So they have turned Nigeria to a dump site. So what sanction Shippers Council give them? You cannot blame me for your inefficiency. You cannot blame me. I've done my part, take my cargo out, then I want to return your container. You say you don't have a vessel to come and pick up your container. It's your problem. You should be able to have a backup.
Yeah.
Is your vessel not coming to the neighborhood country and pick up a container? Why is Nigeria is different? It's because of lack of power or inefficiency of Nigerian Shippers Council not to do what they need to do. They are just there, parabolating around. And when the agents start up their crisis, agent has come. Because we can't keep things like this and looking at the nation losing billions of naira. Nigeria just returned to the category C in IMO, right, of recent. And unfortunately, this thing is coming back to like this. So how will the IMO looking at Nigeria, laughable country? Is that how it has been done? In other countries, as an IMO number, we have everything. So something needs to be done urgently, because if something is not done urgently, the other shipping company will follow same, and we now go back to what used to be.
So what do you advise them to do to arrest this particular situation? Because we have a video of the situation right now, the traffic building up.
Yes.
And it's not looking nice. If it continues this way, over the next couple of days, we are going to go back to 3-4 years ago. It's so what needs to be done practically?
Do you know the other implication of this now?
Tell me, sir.
The cost of haulage
skyrocket.
Automatically, there is no way about it. So where you used to charge 300,000 naira before, it might be times 3 of that, because the transporter will look that if I take MSC container now 2 weeks, I might not be able
to get another job.
So it will charge money for 2 weeks. That is it. And MSC are smiling, looking at Nigeria. They are smiling because they are smiling to bank. All the deposit, everything we are paid is gone. Right. They will still charge you. So the best thing they can do for right now is to arrange themselves and bring a vessel that will evacuate all these empty containers to their various destinations. It is not a Nigerian problem. They are causing the problem.
What if it is not done?
Well, what is not done is that the implication will go back more to the economy, go deeper, because you understand the logistics, the manufacturer, the ecosystem will be affected. At the end of the day, it is the common man that will pay this money.
But I just asked you a question now about whether you think that it's not sabotage. You say you do not think so, because they increased their charges. You people protested, the stakeholders, we all protested.
Yes.
And now they've gone back to their the previous charge that they used to charge. Yeah. And now these things are cropping up. It can easily be...
So it's like you want to use Peter to rub the paw.
Yeah, it can easily be said that, yes, if you are not paying us the increase in charges, then we can get through another form, taking your deposits, container deposits.
Yes, it can be. But at the same time, if it is sabotage, then it has to be the collaboration with the Shippers Council.
Okay.
Are they pretending that they don't know what is going on?
It's clear to even the blind.
Yes.
That they are aware of what is happening.
And it's as if nothing is happening. They don't care. So it's we just find ourselves, unfortunately, in the last leadership of Shippers Council, they are all failures.
So why do you think, because virtually every stakeholder has been kicking Shippers Council over their nonchalant attitude towards the regulation of the sector, their major duty, and not wielding the big stick, especially when where the shipping companies and the terminal operators are concerned. They seem to be pampering them or working in cahoots with the shipping companies because virtually everybody is complaining. Why do you think they are not doing their duty?
Well, one of the things that they are not doing their thing is their duty is that they lack foresight. It's like somebody have a power, you don't know how to execute the power. And maybe they know how to do, but other way around. Somebody said, you can't go beyond that. You know, I said something earlier on. I said, how can a company bigger than a nation? How can one company put us under hostage or head us into hostage? And there is a responsibility. It is an act that established Shippers Council. Mm. So why can't you use the act? In the last couple of 4 years, tell me how many shipping line or terminal Shippers Council was able to find? Are all of them doing the right thing? Capital no. But when it comes to increments, they went to Shippers Council, okay, maybe the cost of diesel are increased, maybe the cost of electricity are increased, so therefore we need to increase our charges without even consideration. Shippers Council will give a start and go ahead about it. So something is wrong.
Obviously, something is
wrong. Yeah.
So what do you think the federal government should do? Because this is a port economic regulator of the port.
Yes.
Yeah. Even though they are not the only regulators, NPA acts as regulator of the,
NPA is a landlord.
Is a landlord, yes.
To to maintain the infrastructure of the port, the water side,
so
everything.
They are also regulators in such a way, the physical infrastructure.
Yes.
But the major regulator here is the Nigeria Shippers Council.
Yes.
And their role is vital in the development and growth of the maritime sector. But virtually every human being working in this sector agrees that they are not doing nearly enough to see that the proper things that should be done are done. And it's beginning to look like they do not care one way or the other. The executive secretary of the council, Barrister Pius Akuta, Keima Akuta, he seems to be on a wool, has gone on a wool. I mean, because the last meetings that were held, he was not there. And the continuous meetings that they've been holding, he was not there in the last one. Why do you think he's not bothered with all these shenanigans going on within the sector?
Because he lack foresight. He don't know what he's doing. He's a man that can only sit down, rely on based on the information we are giving.
Okay.
And those information, they will not give him an accurate.
Oh.
If he has a will, okay, let me myself tour the port. Let's see what is going on myself. That is how a good leader should be. Not relying on what everybody was saying. Because definitely this management will not tell him the truth. And how do you wear the truth? From the risk stakeholder. We are the risk stakeholder. Every day I go to port, it's one problem or the other. But the Shippers Council will never tell him what is going on. And even if the stakeholder tell him, it's nonchalant attitude, he doesn't care. Because he's listening to the masters. That is why I said earlier on.
So you are saying that it's at the whims and caprices of the shipping companies?
He doesn't have it. Even looking at it, if one of these shipping line looking at it, they might even call one or two people or gather that man removing and to be removed. So there's a limit to what he can do.
That means it's not obviously he's not effective and it's not qualified to be in that position.
We all know that it's not effective. But when you're talking about it's not qualified to be in that position, the political way in Nigeria don't look at qualification.
No. We all know that he's a PhD holder in law.
It's not about that.
But it's irrelevant in terms of
that is what I'm saying.
Administration of the Nigerian Shippers Council.
Yes.
This is qualification, academic qualification relevant.
We are not.
And experience relevant for the administration of the Nigerian Shippers Council. That is the question we are asking.
It's not about qualification I'm talking about. It's about the reality on the ground.
Being able to do the job.
Yes. You might have all the quality, all the qualification on everything, but somebody might be a failure at the jobs. Because why? You don't want to take a bold step. You know, in this country, it is a very difficult to tell the truth to the power. When you tell the truth to the power, you will become an antagonist or you become an opposition. But let's say it the way it is.
So that the country can move forward.
Okay.
That's the essence of this program.
Yeah, you now look at it. What is the problem? Is this problem is not today. In the past, how did they do it? But in Nigerian context, we don't look at the past. How this person will be able to solve this problem. So let me, maybe if I can apply one or two, but I want to do it on my own, then we have a problem.
No, it's a thing that is the concern now today. Of course, her papa, it was building up and then it didn't take care of. If there's, with this kind of laxity, even the pride of the moment in terms of port modernization operation and effectiveness is the Lekki deep sea port, which everybody is saying, yes, they are doing well and they are on the upward trajectory. It means also that this sickness can be exported to Lekki.
It can be exported. You know, I said something earlier on. I said, with the way MSC is doing, the other shipping line might also follow suit
a lead from them.
From it. Why? They want to save a cost and make more money. maybe they are, okay, don't worry, when we are coming, we will arrange for a bigger vessel. Until the bigger vessel come to Nigeria and bring in some container, then we can be able to evacuate. So with that, they have saved billions. But at the same time with that, they are killing billions of Nigeria economy. So if they are able to do it, the other line, shipping line were also, okay, let us apply this to as well. Every company want to make a profit. I want to reduce a cost. So this is where the issue of Shippers Council will come from. You talk about the Lekki Seaport. MSC is not going to Lekki Seaport.
Okay.
There are only some shipping company and there. And whenever they take a container empty back to the ship to the Lekki Seaport, they accept it.
No, what I'm actually saying there, I'm not talking about the MSC itself. If you just said something about the other shipping companies can, but of course now, once they see that what is obtained here, they can also apply it. And after all, what is good for the goose is good for the gander.
That is where what you mentioned earlier on, sabotaging, come from.
So why?
At the end of the day, the ecosystem will be collapsed. It's collapsed.
And then we'll go back to the olden days.
Yes.
And then, because these things have some kind of spiraling effect, if this traffic situation continues, like you said, we have just a few months ago, we were readmitted into the category C of the IMO.
Now, let me...
And part of the reason why
I am coming, sir. Let me tell you that.
Okay.
Even the category C that the Nigerian
has been admitted
to, it's like a lobby.
Yeah, 14 years lobby now.
It's a lobby, going up and down, going up and down. If
years.
you are doing the right thing, you don't have to lobby for anything. The action will speak.
Louder than...
You understand me? The reality on the ground will speak for you. So you don't have to lobby for anything before you get anything. So I'm just wondering, when they are celebrating Nigeria has gone back to the category C, is that reduced the cost of freight to Nigeria? Is that reduced the operation of the shipping company cost here in Nigeria? After the category C, they now went ahead to increase, and the Shippers Council grabbed them the approval. It take intervention, it take the agent to rise up before the suspension of this. Now, we now go back to where it is. Just like you said, sabotaging. At the end of the day, this shipping council, some of them, why this, they might give one reason or the other. It's simply because maybe they have not the cost of operation to bring one vessel or the other. At the end of the day, Shippers Council will dance to their stool because of their inefficiency.
Now, two things happened last year that should be propelling us, encouraging us to do more and be better. One is what you mentioned. The readmission into the category C of the IMO Council. Two, the election of the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeni, to become the chairman of council.
World Customs Organization.
World Customs Organization. Those two things are supposed to propel Nigeria, as you know, we are not being recognized in the Committee of Maritime Nations or Maritime Organizations. So that's, yes, we are becoming a clout. So we are supposed to be propelled by this to do better, manage our ports better, modernize our ports, create better efficiency, and grow the port area, ultimately growing the Nigerian economy. Why are we not taking advantage of these two things that happened to us, two good things that happened to us last year?
You know, I said something earlier on. I talked about the implementation. The Nigerian Customs Service are doing their own best.
Yeah, they seem to be the only oasis in the desert.
Yes, they are leading.
Yeah.
But is the other agencies are following suit? Nigerian Customs is the key when it comes to the movement of maritime here and there, and they have other agencies that have their own role to play. But the way the Nigerian Customs Service are going on technology is the other to follow. Nigerian Customs Service is almost on about 70% of their implementation, when the others realize that they're supposed to
Modernize.
Modernize as well.
Wow.
Because it's going to affect them.
Yeah.
It's going to affect them.
Obviously.
Yes, sir. So that is why the government looking at it, okay, let's come into national single window.
Yeah, I was going to come there.
Sammy,
In a few months' time, the national single window is going to be implemented.
Implemented, yes.
With this kind of thing now, how is it going to happen? I mean, this kind of gridlock that's happening now is going to become a mess.
Just like when Nigerian custom moved to Biodogu, do you know the implication? Storage incur. Container was unable to cleared. Issue started from the bank to the shipping company to the terminal. And it is a gain for shipping and terminal because demurrage is there. They are smiling. But if you could remember, I said something back then that when custom want to start this process, they could have aligned with Nigerian Port Authority and a shipper council so that this issue, it might go into a delay. So kindly give a window for demurrage because everything that's come around is affecting Nigeria in one way or the other.
Yeah.
You know what is happening. So when the national window will be introduced in a few months, it's going to be a little bit setback.
So the teething problem is going to occur and it's going to cause some initial ripples.
Definitely. We will see. It is happening. So we are not new to it. But it might not take a longer time in which nobody know the future right now based on what has done in the past. But there are going to be a little challenges. You know, when you are migrating from one thing to another, a glitch was happening. And any disadvantage to it is an advantage to the shipping and terminal.
Yeah. They have nothing to lose, but everything to gain.
Yes, anything to gain.
Which is the main reason the Nigerian Shippers Council administrators should be up and doing and not sit on their hands and make sure that they protect Nigerians and do what the law says they should do. Regulate the environment, the economic environment of the maritime sector. Let anybody who else should be sanctioned.
They don't have the power to sanction.
So why? If
there is a window to that for them to sanction, even to withdraw.
Are you saying that they do not have the power to sanction?
They have the power to do that. That's what I'm saying. Implementation is the key.
They do not have the will.
They don't have the will to do that.
No.
Now, let me tell you, sir. If you go to Apapa now, ask maybe some people, ask them, who is Shippers Council? Many don't know Shippers Council.
We are talking about the stakeholders here now.
Many don't know. It is only few of us that know what
the function of
Shippers Council. Many don't know the function of Shippers Council. Many of these shipping company or shipping line, when you go there, look at the way they treat the stakeholders. Some of them you queue on outside. Inside the sun. They wanted to make money from you. Some of them where all this money you pay online, you submit online. Even with the technology submit online, sometime until you get there physically.
You won't have things done.
You will not have things done.
And these are multinational companies.
When you send a mail, you send a mail, you attach everything. Maybe your mail is they have 600 mail. And your mail is number 600. Before they could attend to 600. And some of these things, when it comes to financial associates, it's not here in Nigeria. When you send mail to them, they have to forward to their headquarters one way or the other. It's from there. They will now get approval and send back. So look at the time frame.
The manner loss.
Yes.
And of course, the money loss in the process.
It's a process.
Because like they say in business, time is money.
Time is money. And sometimes network, you might have a network glitch. We are talking about internet. It can down anywhere in the world. Yeah. So we is to blame. We is to bear the consequence. In Nigeria,
are there no mechanisms for putting the blame at the doorstep of the particular person that breaches the agreement?
That is supposed to be with the Shippers Council. to put the right thing. Because when personally, let me use personally, I'm expecting what we call DO, and I didn't get my DO on time. We have written
the DO is the document you get after all clearance to go and pick up your cargo.
Yes, they call it delivery order. They will now send a mail to the terminal that this container has been kindly released to the agent or the consignee. We now took that to the terminal where they give us what we call TDO. So if maybe we sent a mail and we are on behind the schedule, we are expecting them, they have not responded. What happened? You need to go there physically and to go and find out what is happening.
In the modern day 2026, you still do that?
We still do that.
Please, sir, give us a pattern shot. We are running out of time, sir.
Okay.
We spent about no more time. Give us a pattern shot on what should be done to curtail this traffic gridlock that's building along the first corridor, and then for what the federal government should do generally.
What the federal government should do generally is call all this shipping line together and the terminal. Enough of your excuses that you don't have a vessel to come and pick up the empties. Since you can arrange for a vessel to bring in goods to Nigeria, and as well you can arrange for a vessel to take your container back too. So we don't want excuses. If anything happens henceforth, you will be fined like this, or your operation might be suspended. But mind you, some of this shipping line, the people behind them, they are the policymaker at the top. So it will be very difficult.
People. So it's like Nigerians are between the devil and the deep blue sea, the way it is right now.
Yes.
So what is the way out?
Well,
we just say, okay, we'll keep praying and do nothing about it.
It's not about prayer. This is not a God problem. This is a man-made problem.
Exactly.
The solution is there physically. Everybody knows the solution. Let them put this into perspective and wait so that
the right person should be put in the right place so that they can do the job that they are meant to do.
Exactly.
As administrators and the regulators.
Yes. If it is being sanctioned. If it's been withdrawn the license. Heaven will not fall. We have other companies that can do it and do it better.
Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We've been speaking with Dr. Aziz Abayomi Mustafa, a maritime guru, practitioner of many decades here in Nigeria. It's extremely traumatic for Nigerians to be passing through this at this moment in time, because we've had the experiences over time where you'll be stuck in traffic for hours on end. A distance of about 2 kilometers, you spend 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Some trucks stay there for days in order to move their cargoes or the empty containers into the ports and then bring them out. We don't want to go back to that period. And so we are calling on the federal government and everyone concerned to take care of the situation right now and make the corridors free from any logjam. This is Dele Utomi on the Maritime Frontier Show. I'd like to see you again watching us next week. Have yourself a lovely day. Thank you.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian Presidential Mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian President and Vice President, as well as meeting spaces.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma.
Hello there and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOB TV, where story shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Makinde versus Wike, the fight for PDP's future. I think we can't get enough of this particular two matured heavyweights. It has gotten to a point where we have to always keep our TV, on standby, get set to read papers, because once this particular side is done, this one would always reply in less than 24 hours. All right, join the conversation with experts in sciences and perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udom. Let's look into other stories with details. U.S. deploys troops to Nigeria to combat terrorism. The U.S. military has confirmed the deployment of a small team of troops to Nigeria to enhance collaboration between the two countries in combating the growing terrorist threat in West Africa. General Devin R.M. Anderson, head of U.S. military's Africa Command, has disclosed this at a briefing, stating that the team brings a unique capacity and, of course, capability to support Nigerian forces in their fight against terrorism. This is actually long overdue. After the 25 December, strike, we expected them to have, done more. And as regards to the Kaduna situation, if they have been doing more, I don't think these guys would have, even tried to attack anywhere. We just had the Kwara State's, situation today, which is quite heartbreaking. But of course, I'll just stay here, and I believe we would bring you, more news and, of course, information as regards to that particular situation. Away from that particular one, Tinubu assures World Bank of irreversible economic reform. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has assured the World Bank that Nigeria's economic reform are irreversible, framing them as essential for harnessing the nation's vast potentialities. Tinubu made the assurance during a meeting with the World Bank delegation led by Managing Director of Operation, Anna Berge. At the State House, he emphasized that the reforms, despite initial hardship, are crucial for the country's growth and development. And away from that particular, let's come to the former CBN governor now. Emefiele complied with Buhari's directive on Naira note production, says a witness. A witness called Chinedu Emere told the Abuja High Court that former Central Bank of Nigeria CBN governor Godwin Emefiele complied with former President Muhammad Buhari's directive to produce the redesigned Naira notes locally. Emery also made an assertion that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission investigator testified that Emefiele submitted a memorandum to Buhari seeking approval to redesign and produce the note, which was approved with a directive for local production. The witness also confirmed that the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting Company produced the note, but a foreign company, De La Rue, was involved in the redesign. This is actually very serious here, because if we're all coming out at this point to talk about how the Naira note was, designed, redesigned, and all of that, why was it even, conceived in the first place? That's the question we should be asking. We are the only nation in the world that has two different 1,000 Naira notes, 500 different 1,000 Naira, 500 Naira notes, and of course 200 Naira notes. Like, how did we get here? So we are now spending old and new. Why? And here we are actually making a case for ourselves. So what should we do? What should the courts do? Go and look for Buhari where he is? No, that's not the case. He has so many cases in front of him. Of course, so many properties, has been seized, and of course, some forfeited already. But we still have to look into that particular situation. I am always very concerned when it comes to the CBN, the EFCC, and of course the INEC, commission, because these are, positions that people were meant to actually guard with their hearts, and to make sure that they have the interests of the people at heart, and not you going into these positions, these offices, for your own personal gain and interest. And this is the reason why we have to take our time to look into this particular one. Whatsoever investigation that needs to be done, it has to be, and the public deserves to know the developing, research, of course, revelations that whatsoever is going on as regards to that particular case. Nothing should actually go behind doors. And even if he decides to apologize to some people that were hurting as regards to, political sector, we still want, justice to be done. That's all we're saying. That's what we want. Away from that particular one, PDP staff reaffirm loyalty to a Turaki-led National Working Committee. The management and staff of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and of course the People's Democratic Institute have reaffirmed their allegiance to the Tamino Turaki-led National Working Committee. In a joint statement, the 76 staff members described the Turaki-led leadership as a valid, elected, and urged party members to remain resolute despite legal challenges. The staff also called on the National Judicial Council to intervene in what they describe as inconsistent rulings by judges. Okay, so I would like to just leave this particular one for my guest analysts because we have so much to say as regards to this. I'm surprised that this is coming from that a particular court sitting in Abuja said there should be no convention. And they actually went to Oyo State. Another court told them, go ahead. So, and today you're actually having issues, with another court, nullifying whatever convention you did. But I would actually rest that particular one until we go into the conversation proper. Lagos Assembly pledges compensation for Makoko demolition victims. The Lagos State House of Assembly has pledged a compensation to residents of the area in Makoko and, of course, adjoining communities affected by recent demolitions. The House of Assembly has also ordered an immediate halt to the exercise, citing concern over the impact on residents. The affected communities have petitioned the Assembly, leading to a meeting between lawmakers and community representatives. The Assembly assured that those whose properties were demolished would be compensated and that any future task force would involve community representatives. This is quite a very serious, situation here, and it breaks my heart whenever I see this particular footage. I have really taken my time to, run away from this particular one, in as much as this is my profession, but it breaks my heart a lot because I keep, reflecting and thinking about how these people are coping. You can look at that particular picture, on the screen where this woman has not had a good sleep. This is to let you know that she has been sleeping in that boat, but she does not have any choice. She needs to make ends meet. She has to shade in the morning. I'm talking about the tomatoes, the pepper she has there in that particular canoe, and she needs to take a nap. We don't know where she would actually paddle this particular canoe to before people can start patronizing her, knowing fully well that everything in that area has been scattered. This is quite a very, serious situation here. And I love the fact that the Lagos State House of Assembly has actually, put a halt to the demolition. But before this particular demolition, there was meant to be a proper, a roundtable talks with, the representatives instead of this particular situation. This is quite a very, heartbreaking situation here. But away from this particular one, let's move into the Kogi State quarters now. Kogi shut schools over security concerns. The Kogi State government has actually temporarily closed all primary and secondary schools across the state due to security concerns, citing credible intelligence reports. According to the Commissioner of Information and Communication, Kingsley Femi Fango, the decision was taken to safeguard pupils, students, and of course teachers. The closure is expected to last until February 16, 2026, when schools are scheduled to resume. Right away from that particular one, National Assembly denies delaying Electoral Act amendment. The National Assembly has denied deliberate delaying the consideration and passing of the bill that we've been talking about here. The chairman of House Committee on Electoral Matters, Adebayo Balogun, has said that the delay was procedural rather than political. And he also said that work on the bill was ongoing and that in both chambers, they actually are doing so much to see how to, get everything ready. Balogun expressed optimism that the harmonization stage would soon be completed, saying the bill would be transmitted to the president for assent and in readiness for the 2027 general elections. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube, for Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation here. Makinde versus Wike, the fight for PDP's future. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the program It is Still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has declared that expelled elements described as vagabonds no longer have control over the People's Democratic Party. Makinde made the statement at the commissioning of the Oyo PDP Secretariat, where he also announced that the building would be named after Al-Haji Omokumi Mustafa, the former state chairman who led the party back to power in 2019. In response, Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, through his aide, Larry Olayinka, fired back, calling Makinde a repentant vagabond and questioning his political consistency. The crisis within the PDP deepens as both sides exchange blows, of course, with the party's future hanging in the balance. When I'm being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimihele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you, Savio. How's your day? Great to be with you.
I needed that serious laughter because no matter what I do, I would always use the statement that whenever you are here on any Wednesday, it is always about PDP, or PDP will sneak in to the conversation. But of course, today, they are just the only one, on the table today. So, but I would like you to respond to any of the news stories if you want to before we go into.
No, that Mark Oko story is it's a human angle story and it's very pathetic. You see, I'm an urban regional planner by profession, and I know too well when you are talking of urban renewal.
Urban renewal, yes.
What you are supposed to do. The way the Lagos State government handled that matter, it was too drastic. One would have expected that those people, that's the ancestral home of those people. First of all, you have to look at, their economic mainstay. You have to look at, the type of people that live there. What is their, whether they are medium income earner, low income earner, or high income earners, Then you now think of, okay, if we want to replan this place and make it habitable, planning does not bring inconvenience to people. What planning is all about is to make people comfortable and be conducive in their place of living. Then you have to, first of all, get a place for these people. It's not a fire brigade thing. For the past, for some years, give them decent place to live, plan that place, provide the necessary infrastructures, like water, electricity, telecommunications, security, and all that, then this may not be a flamboyant apartment. It could be the one we normally call self-contained, room and parlor, for families to live. Convenience, with absolute convenience. Toilet, kitchen, and all that. It could be high-rise, so as to be able to take the number of persons that you want to displace You know, you would have done your, put up your data, statistic. You know, okay, we are going to resettle 500 households. You're talking of households, you're talking of husband, wife, and children. Then you will not make provision for them. Then even before you start demolition, you will have relocated them. Because even if you want to make that place to become a highbrow area, the people that will live in that highbrow area still need people that will service them. And the people that will service them don't need to come all the way from probably Ikotun, Yaba, and all that, no far distance before they can come and earn a living within the highbrow area. It is those people that you just resettled within that vicinity that will still be like those artisans, the domestic staff and all that, security and all that. So these high-rise people, these people that you have planned the place for, the big men that you have planned it for. So Lagos State government just rolling in bulldozer, you know, scattering everywhere. People are now scampering for help and where to live, and that's not part of planning. Okay, planning don't bring discomfort.
I love the fact that you started off this point from, you know, this particular angle, because I've been really concerned about, you know, this situation. And I would use the North as, you know, an example. You know, let me stay in Abuja. When they took the capital from Lagos to Abuja, you know, Abuja had indigents.
Yes.
Different indigents. But of course, the major areas were occupied by the Igbagis. I don't know if you have an idea about the Igbagis.
Yeah.
Now, in every eyebrow area in Abuja, till date, as we're actually, you know, having this program, there is always the other side where the locals are allowed to stay. So the only thing that divides them is just the express. So for example, we have Lokogoma here, we have Kabusa here. So Lokogoma area, of course, the eyebrow, the estate, and all of that.
Yeah.
Guess what? My help, you know, well, it wasn't a living, just come in and go, you know. My help was staying in Kabusa. So they were the locals.
Yeah.
From this side, just like what you were saying.
Yeah.
You don't have to start calling them from afar.
No, at all.
You know,
yes.
They are always on this other side.
Yeah.
And some of them around the same Lokogoma, they actually took them to Apo resettlement. That was how the name resettlement came up.
Yes.
You know, and we have some in Katankwe in different areas. Not like you just come or you just give them 1 month, whatever. You just come and start demolishing things.
No, you don't do that.
It's not done that way.
Planning does not bring inconvenience to people.
You understand?
Planning actually brings convenience, because what it is the art and science of redesigning an environment to bring that convenience and comfort for the living.
Because no matter the class of people you want to have there,
yes,
you understand?
They will need service.
Yes, they will need the service of all these people.
And it is this same low-income earners that will also have jobs within this
place.
High-income earners. You understand? You know.
But for that particular picture we saw, that's really, really heartbreaking.
No,
that's really. It shows that woman has not gotten enough.
No, he has not have place to sleep.
You know,
you can see even the canoe. It's now her home.
Her home, the marketplace, her shop.
And
you
all
understand?
That. You don't do that. That was what people condemned during the destruction or the demolition of Morocco. Even though some people were resettled in Morocco who were legal landlords.
Yeah.
But here, we have not seen anything about that. So Lagos State House of Assembly coming in at this time, they're coming in too belated.
But my question, before we move into the main conversation, is it like the executive just gets to carry out situation without the legislators sometimes? I don't know. Were they not meant to work hand in hand?
Yeah, because the legislators have failed in their responsibility. They failed in their duties. They sold themselves to the executive.
Because legislators were meant to be contacted.
Laws, yes,
because every legislator in that House of Assembly, as we speak,
come from a constituent.
They are coming from a constituent.
Yes.
They have a particular area they represent.
Even that Maroko,
that particular Makoko has a particular House of Assembly member, a representative.
Yes.
Either from the state level or from the federal level.
Yes.
So are you telling me that a state governor will just tell the commissioner, oh, we want to use that land, go and do this and do that?
Because over the years, the legislative arm of government, which is supposed to even be the strongest arm, because those are supposed to be the arm of government that are closer to the people, that makes law for the people. That's why they are voted in. Remember, even when we're talking about military administration, executive and judiciary are present in military administration. It's only that legislative arm that we don't have in that military administration. So they are the arm of government that ought to have even been much more respected. But unfortunately, when they get into office, they allow the executive to, spit into their mouth.
Because I've not seen any oversight function when it comes to this situation.
There's no oversight function.
I'm not seeing anything
all
here.
All they're after is, their constituency.
In as much as they're trying to cushion the effects of this situation, but for me, I wouldn't want to call it medicine.
It's coming too late.
But it's really, really late.
Yeah, and even as they are talking about halting the demolition, the people that they arrested as a result of protests,
that's another case.
They should drop that charges and let these people, because there's nobody that will be going through this that will not, react. They arrested some comedians and some social media influencers. Why are you charging people? Police said because they are abusing them. They are abusing the police. Can you imagine that?
Okay, Mr. Elvis.
Is that not allowed?
Let's come back home. This is Nigeria, and there are so many abnormalities that we feel it is
singing songs of abuse.
It's okay.
Do you protest and be clapping hands for the person that infringe hardship on you?
But
why do you call it protest?
If you are saying they are singing song of abuse in Abuja, some people sang war song and they were also arrested. So what are you saying? So protest is not allowed in Nigeria. The earlier we know, the better for us. Protest is not actually allowed.
That's where the legislators fail in their responsibility, because they should have been able to interpret the law and tell the people that you have the right to protest and speak it to the executive. Why are they rolling out armed tanks and rolling out police and army to go and start, disrupting protests?
Okay, so Mr. Elvis, let's come back home as regards to. I wouldn't say your people.
No, they are not. We are.
No. It's not like you always make it great for them.
Yeah,
but just that in one way or the other, you don't like the fact that one of the biggest political parties in West Africa.
It must not go down.
I think I'm correct.
Yeah, in West Africa.
PDP happens to be one of the most biggest political parties in West Africa.
Especially when you are talking of leading Nigeria out of the military.
Yes, and it's painful that we are all watching the same party go from here to here, and these men are not even thinking that they are bringing the party down. And the party has gotten to a point where some random person can actually ridicule it. But I would like to start off from the judicial system. Of course, the Federal High Courts are ruling, as regards to the impact on PDP. Let me quickly bring you up to speed again. Not like you're not aware, but don't forget that the same people crying out now, they had a court ruling from Abuja, don't hold any convention.
Yeah.
And they went to discuss, just like Dr. Anosike would always say, they went to Sheyi Makinde's lawyer or his court, his own judge, decided to push for another case, and they said, go ahead with your convention. Now, this is another court from, Oyo State, countering one other court sitting in Abuja. And after the same convention and court ruling, another court saw Anyanwu off. Don't forget,
Yes.
And the Sheyi Makinde were actually happy that, thank God at last, he's actually off this particular one. And the Turaki-led faction were so excited. But less than just, I think 12 days, the window was just between 12 days to 13 days. Okay. And another court, sitting in Abuja, said, whatsoever convention that was done in Oyo State has been nullified. And now the Wike faction are excited. And not only the nullification, but the court also still said that whatsoever national working committee that was constituted from the convention has been dissolved. Let the whole structure go back to the caretaker, which is reinstating the same iron that another court removed. Yeah. So, Mr. Elvis, if I may ask you, the Federal High Court from either Abuja or your state, wherever it wants to be, how has it impacted, PDP? Because this situation looks so confusing. Now we don't even know who is the real PDP anymore.
Well, Savior, it's funny that the judiciary, keep throwing Nigeria into confusion and frustration, especially when we are talking about party affairs in this nation. Even the judgment that came from the Supreme Court concerning, political parties should go and, sort out their matter by themselves. Today, some lawyers will tell you that judgment is ambiguous because the Supreme Court just made that pronouncement and they never, told Nigerians how they arrive at that. But that's not the issue. The issue here is that as PDP is going through this crisis from Abuja down to Oyo, then now back to Abuja, then back to now that the judgment has come, one would even not believe that the iron fashion that the court made pronouncements about some weeks ago that their tenure has actually ended, and as a result, they are no longer legal to be calling them, parading themselves as leadership of PDP. This is a tenure that expired in December. Why are you now referring to such tenure now, such person now as, okay, go and take up the leadership of that party if you are not wanting to cause confusion? These people's tenure has elapsed. Then the one that you said, okay, the Ibadan Convention and the leadership that came up from that Ibadan Convention, they are not the rightful persons and that they've been sacked and that they should leave office. You are leaving that place in vague. There is a vacuum. Anyway, when judgment of this nature comes, because there is going to be an appeal, these people will not leave office for now. They are still going to, remain in the office while they appeal it. Because what we are seeing in PDP is just a confusion that to weaken the party more, so that they will not have a footing by 2027 general election. But when I see the problem of PDP, sometimes I weep for them, but sometimes I remove my sympathy for them because most of the things that happen in PDP happened as a result of PDP themselves. The leadership of PDP were not truthful to themselves, and they never knew what they actually needed. After losing that 2015 general election, one would have expected that PDP would have known where their problem lies and be able to think of, okay, even if we don't win the 2019 election, we don't win the 2023 election, let us begin to put our house in order. But because they have not learned from...
Mr. Evans, I would like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller here. Okay. Hello?
Hello, this is Aina calling from Lagos.
Aina, happy New Year to you.
Same to you. I've been calling and it's not been reachable.
Sorry about
that. Let me start with what I totally concur with what my analyst is saying. The judiciary has turned Nigeria upside down. I don't believe a party will take a matter to court for a court to make a pronouncement to clear an issue. Rather, they will leave the court even more confused than they enter the court. Then tell me what did you use if the judiciary have not lost its taste? And I tell you, till we handle the issue of judiciary, Nigeria still have a long way to go. I'm telling you. So this is a matter I pity for PDP because with the way the judiciary has played PDP down, PDP is far gone. It's dead and rested. So I don't know what else to say, but PDP is dead and rested. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your call. I wouldn't want you people to always say that PDP is, dead and gone and all of that. He said is in support of your submission as regards to the judiciary, destroying, so many things, when it comes to their judgment and party allowing the judiciary to take over. But usually when it comes to a situation like this, it's only the judiciary that can actually, solve litigations conversation, or any matter, to be precise. Otherwise, it will always become a serious, political issues that it might even get messier than that. Don't forget that if the judiciary didn't come in on time, these matured men actually, deemed it fit and they didn't care their status. They went to Abuja to disgrace themselves. And that was the reason why the Nigerian police force had to shut that particular secretariat down. Because sometimes we get to feel, I understand that the judiciary is, we are still asking them or we still want them to do better. In as much as their NBA presidents, spoke yesterday as regards to what some of their colleagues are doing that is not really okay. And he told them to, take up this job with all seriousness and consider the people. He said so much, as regards to, boosting their morale up. Let me just use that word. But when it comes to situations like this, sometimes it might even lead to anarchy. Because if you are saying the Nigerian police force to stay off, the judicial system to stay off, and let the politicians do their thing, that's where thuggery will enter. That's where the normal confrontation and fights would enter. At the end of the day, it will become a street mayor. You saw what these matured men did to themselves. I didn't even know that some governors actually learned Kung Fu. No, I was surprised. No, Mr. Davis, you saw the video. I didn't know until they started kicking themselves, throwing off legs. I was like, really? So this governor also has this talent. So I'm not totally in support of the situation of us saying that we're taking matters off from judiciary, but we want our judicial system of government to be transparent enough and actually do what they are called to do for the people. That's all we're really concerned about.
You have just answered it. If they cannot be transparent enough to solve Nigeria problem, they should not add to Nigerians' problems. That's where the issue is. Because what we have seen, some of these judgments we've seen, look at the judgment of the Labour Party, look at the one that is coming for PDP. Which of them have they actually been sincere to Nigerians? Which of them have they actually been there to say, okay, let us actually solve this problem once and for all? Give judgment that Nigerians will not go and be interpreting and be confusing themselves.
But I think for that of Labour Party, it is settled now, right?
No, I mean, no, it's settled now. But not before now. I mean, even when you say Abure is appealing,
he said it was appeal.
He said he's going to appeal. Yeah. So that one is by the wayside. Let's wait for what the appeal will say. But you know the judgment that they gave that came back and forth that you know Abure was off and on at the time, and then even still have to recognize Abure and all those ones.
But now he has been taken off from the portal finally.
Well, let us believe that as INEC have done that, then the judiciary appeal will not bring him back. So that's let's that it remain in that.
So it's
so a situation where they have not categorically defined their leaning in this democracy, Savior, is very pathetic, because when we are confused in democracy, we say let's go to court. Let court make their pronouncement. But sometimes now, sometimes now when we go to court, the court compound our confusion.
No, it now looks as if it is even the court that was meant to come to us.
Yeah, you will not come back and be angry at ourselves. And leading to the confusion you just made mention of, when there are no categorical judgment that gives solution to problems, it leads to anarchy. And those are some of the things that the judiciary has been trying to foil, in Nigeria for some time now. You see, the PDP matter has become an issue that it is like a deliberate design that PDP must not work. It must not work.
Okay, sir, when you use the word a deliberate design that PDP must not work, do you think that Makinde has also contributed to this crisis?
Makinde is not a member of the judiciary. Makinde went to court when they were talking about that convention.
Okay.
I said, okay, court, also let us also hear from you. What is your pronouncement on this matter?
Why should Makinde go to another court in Oyo State?
But some other politicians have been doing it.
When it was a court in Abuja that actually said that convention should not hold.
That is where I am saying that judiciary has failed in their responsibility. Why will judiciary allow two of their courts to now being used as scapegoats to push a different narrative for the same...
we should also hold ourselves accountable because we are also the one going to them.
The judiciary should be able to tell the system, sanitize the system and say, this is not applicable in this system. This arm of government, you cannot come and destabilize it. That's the only arm of government that is a professional arm of government. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Because everybody in the judiciary are either lawyer or judges. Judicial arm.
Yeah.
These are people that are trained to do their job, excellently, without looking at both sides. You see the scale of equity. It's not nobody, it's not given in such a way that I have to be on this side, lean to this side or whatever. In the legislative arm, everybody can be a legislator. You see lawyers there, you see medical doctors.
They're all elected.
Different, multiple profession.
Yeah.
They are elected to be there. But this is executive, the same thing. But why are they not putting all that toga of integrity? That they also believe that they are the last hope of the common man. Recently, some of their judgment has not reflected it. So when you are saying politicians are meant to spin narratives, provided they're looking for a way to favor them. So if the politician want to use them to demean their office, they should be able to help. You can't do this. You can't do this. If there is a judgment in Abuja and Oyo State Court again is picking up another judgment, the judiciary will still have NJC. The National Judicial Commission should be able to say, no, the judges that are responsible for this kind of narrative should be sanctioned immediately so that it will serve as deterrent to others who may be not seeing it. That's why we are now seeing this compounded and confused set of judgments that are coming up, and which is not helping. Because if they allow politicians to take away the toga of integrity that is bestowed on them, judiciary will be rubbished, just like every other arm of government is already rubbished. Nobody gives integrity to executive and legislators any longer in this nation, because we know what they are made of. When it is as they switch them, they will continue to allow it to be sweeting them. There's any English like that. Because, Savior, when they are sharing SUV in the legislative chambers, do you hear them quarrel?
It is not even.
It's sweet them.
It is not even about the SUV that I'm even more concerned. I'm more concerned about the prayers that they send to their emails.
Okay. When they send in prayer, okay, this Christmas now, prayers were sent to emails.
Prayers were sent.
We didn't hear because when it was mistakenly made, when it was mistakenly pronounced last time, the Oga was warned. We don't do that. So they operate like a kind of secret court. And remember that these are people that we elected to go and represent us and make laws for us. So as they benefit from it at your own and my own detriment, we don't hear them quarrel. But we only hear them quarrel when they feel that this narrative is not going to be beneficial to them. And this quarrel, they'll tell you, oh, we are shutting down, we are going on recess, we are setting up a committee to look into it. By the time they come back, they don't go back to it. They have settled themselves. They just came back from recess. Emails were sent to their respective
Mr.
bosses.
Elvis, I need to ask you that question. What kind of email do they send that has to do with prayers? What kind of prayers, I would like to know.
They are praying for the unity of this nation, and they are praying that insecurity should go up.
But the prayers seems like the prayer is connected with bank accounts.
No, that's the major prayer.
I'd like to send me such prayers,
Yeah, we need it. We need it because we have no. We that the watchdog, we that the brand, the fourth realm of the estate, the media, but we don't benefit from the prayer.
Sincerely, but Mr. Elvis, I would like you to talk about the main crisis now in PDP. And it's so painful that, just like I said, while I was opening this conversation, PDP happens to be arguably one of the biggest.
Yeah,
in Africa. In Africa, not even West Africa.
Because the only party you can liken to PDP before now was supposed to be ANC. But if you look at PDP, is operating in a population of over 250 million people.
You understand?
You understand that you cannot compare it to South Africa.
So PDP, as big as PDP, and the crisis has actually gotten to this point. Do you think that PDP can still even, pick up again, in 2027 or before 2027?
No.
Or 2027 is gone?
No, 2027 is practically
Okay, so
gone.
what will happen to this party?
No, the party may stay, but not this 2027 matter, because the hands that is pushing PDP down want to push them down beyond 2027 general election, because even if the court made pronouncement now say okay, the Madakis fashion take over the secretariat and all that, you know Nigeria court before that pronouncement comes, we'll be talking of March, April, and when is primaries have already come, and that the only thing that kind of pronouncement we do, and these people as worthy as they are and as disastrous as they are, they will still go to Supreme Court. So nobody, no candidate, aspirant will be wanting to pick up a political party's form that you are not sure of who is going to sign your form. And you now go and spend all the millions to do your campaign. And at the end of the day, probably your people may like you, because 2027 general election is going to be more of individuals, the integrity of individuals more than parties. Parties have disappointed Nigeria so much over the years. When we were clamoring for when the Nigerians were clamoring for APC in 2014, 2015, nobody knew that APC was coming to be the worst. So in this same 2027 that is coming now, for instance, you have your people's support and say, okay, go, and you are going under the PDP. And at the end of the day, one other faction signs your form. Then court now make pronouncement and say that faction that signs your form is illegal. All the millions you have spent in the campaign, and even the choice your people, the candidate vote your people gave to you, being their choice, would have been eroded. So PDP might not have it good in 2027 general election, because these court cases that we have seen is going to go too far into the elections before they may have whether it's going to favor them or not. But when 2027 election comes and go, the activities in the party would have come down a little bit. A new government would have been coming on stream. So let them just begin to work towards 2031. But that is the carcass of PDP that will be left. Because I see many of them
still defecting,
joining other parties, especially now that they have already started pinching tent with ADC. Many of them are already pitching tent with ADC. So many are still going to go to some other parties.
Okay, so when you say when you talk about a pitching tent with ADC, of course, some people had already given the predictions that PDP might even become a merger with the ADC and of course Labour Party, just to see this election through. But when it comes to Wike and Makinde's situation, I'm just really worried. Is it like there is nothing that can be done for these particular two factions to be settled and PDP coming together? And not only that, do you even think that PDP can still come back together as regards to really shedding their swords as regards to every weight and, restoring peace in that party? And what can INEC do, as regards to playing their role in settling this crisis, if at all there is any way forward?
Well, INEC cannot do it. Let me just start with that. INEC cannot do anything if there's any matter in court. INEC will only wait for court to give their judgment before they will now know where to follow. Sometimes they will even tell you because the case is in the court, that's why their hands are clipped, recognizing who is the chairman of a particular faction or whatever.
Yeah.
So that of INEC is waiting for court. Sometimes you see they go to their website to go and start changing names from time to time as regard the judgment from court.
Yeah.
So INEC is weak on that. Wike and Makinde matter. It's just like matter of two friends who have now become enemies, kind of. Makinde was among those G5 that Wike used in scattering PDP in 2015 election. I mean, in 2023 election. Wike and Makinde they were members of the G5. They all flocked around Wike to scatter PDP. Now, Makinde has now come to discover now that, we can't remain like this. Unfortunately, the same Wike, after scattering the PDP election in 2023 general election, he still went further and became minister. And look at all his press charts, media charts.
Yeah.
There's no
Media
time.
palace.
He doesn't have anything to say about PDP, which means he continue in the destruction that PDP must not come up. So you look at the thank you visit hurriedly put together in December. Moving around all the local government. What was he talking about? That he has a rebel coalition. He brought the PDP chairman of Rivers State, belonging to his own faction, and the APC chairman, who also belongs to his faction. There are two APC chairmen in Rivers. You have the Tony Okocha, and you have the Emeka Beke, which the court recognized. Emeka Beke is the one, but Abuja is sponsoring Tony Okocha. Then we also have the PDP faction, who is loyal to Wike, since he declared himself as the leader of PDP and said PDP, he has a faction even after his expulsion. So when you see this kind of thing, you see that crisis is going to take a long time, because even Makinde himself has his own intention for PDP. And you see, when Wike was talking yesterday, he said he's interested in
Oyo State.
Why will you be talking about being interested in another person's state?
No,
remember when he said this
in PDP or your state. So
he said he's interested. But as far as Oyo State is concerned, Makinde is a PDP governor. So he's the leader of PDP in Oyo State, not another
what
person.
Wike is trying to say is that Makinde is not recognized in PDP.
The people of Oyo State are the one that will say that, not him. So the Oyo people should rally around their governor and tell Wike he should not insult the sensibility of their governor. That's the sitting governor. He said this one to Bala Mohammed sometime and said if he interferes in Rivers matter, he will cause trouble for him in his state. Yeah. Remember, he said it when Fubara.
But whenever.
So who is Wike that is warning other sitting executive governors?
For Wike to say things like this to anybody, it shows that he has so much influence in that. That not only that, he actually saw those people through to that office. But in closing, we're actually pressed for time and we have to just round up in just 30 seconds. Is Wike winning on every side? Don't forget that the president, after Bwala actually made that statement, everybody thought, this was the president's statement. But here, the president told Fubara that Wike is the leader of the political structure, just like I've been telling you that Wike actually holds the political structure of Rivers State. And now the president has made it clear that either PDP or APC, Wike is the political structure leader of that particular state. And even asking them to recognize Wike's candidates for the by-election. What does that tell you?
It is not an issue. It is the Rivers people that own the structure, not Wike, not even President Tinubu. If APC decides to trade Fubara for Wike, that is insulting the Rivers people. If the Rivers people say he has done well for us, and this is the candidate we want for 2027 general election, the structure they are talking about belongs to the Rivers people. Fubara can as well jettison that party and pick up the ticket of another party. If the Rivers people are with him, he will get it back. It's not all about Wike.
Well, you
actually saw to see more. unfolding drama.
Okay.
But we're also going to look at the progressive governor, if they're going to support Tinubu to override Fubara's responsibility and headship of that political party, leadership of that political party in Rivers.
Okay.
If they allow it, which means they're also failing their responsibility. I'm talking about the progressive governors who are leaders in their respective states and now are aligning with the president to now, denigrate one of them because there is a bull in the China shop in Abuja who is now living larger than even both political parties.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harris, for that particular one. But don't forget that the same way you said that Fubara, if the people are supporting Fubara, if they are behind him, he can easily pick any other ticket. Don't forget that Wiki also went home over the weekend and we saw the massive crowd. It shows that Wiki also has
It is not the crowd, Savior.
Okay.
It is let electoral system be credible and free and fair.
If we're talking about credibility and free and fair election, of course, Fubara was selected and not elected. That's another conversation.
Yes, that is where we are coming from.
That's why his godfather can be saying all of this.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining the program today again, sir. Hopefully, I would actually see you next week Wednesday. This is how far we can actually go on the program. Yes, if you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put. Coming up next is a locker room. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it or I'll find you.
and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekelha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa, with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and
of the people. Big up VOP TV. My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on 49, right? 2564 Atlantic County.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
All right, welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Apeliohai, and we've got a trading show for you today. It's all about football, talking about the round leather game, the biggest sport in the world as far as sport is concerned. I'm not doing it alone. The usual suspects are with me to take a look at all the action, talking about international allegiance to the Carabao Cup, and as well as the situation in the French Cup. A lot of things happened. And the reason why Demola Lookman made the choice to move to Atletico Madrid, definitely to a lot of Nigerians, it was clearly obvious. And someone asked me a question, was it yesterday? Was it a trick question? Saying, had it been he made the move to Fenerbahce, would Nigerians have celebrated it this much? The way they celebrated his move to Atletico Madrid. And I said, okay, Nigerians don't settle for less. Anyway, but that's not to say the Turkish league is less, because the real victor plays in the Turkish league. And of course, he's the biggest player in the Super Eagles. But we know, under controlled circumstances, Victor Osimhen wouldn't have been playing in the Turkish league. But it is what it is. That's a story a lot of football fans know about because they've been enjoying the best of the locker room. And today, we want to educate you more as far as football matters is concerned. The Algerian Hafiz Ogunbanjo is here with me. It's great to have you join us. And of course, it's been a strong song period for the Gunners faithful, but it is what it is. It's great to have you join us all the way from Algeria.
All right. Good evening. I just touched down from Algiers. Yes, yeah, according to him. But it's good to be back here. And of course, wonderful games played last night. We saw Serie A action, AC Milan as well. Christian Nkunku, yeah, getting a goal for himself. Ruben Loftus-Cheek as well, getting amongst the goals and alongside Adrien Rabiot. Good one for AC Milan. The Serie A title race is hotting up. Juventus are somewhere in there, Roma, and of course Inter Milan are also there as well. And also we saw games from the French Cup, like we said. Arsenal also getting the better of Chelsea to get into the final, of the Carabao Cup, and maybe hopefully they will get to win that. But they have Manchester City or Newcastle also standing in their way. That will be going on later tonight. Manchester City against Newcastle. City with the advantage of, but of course we also have a lot of other football stories to talk about, and I'm glad to be here to talk about everything.
All right, a lot to talk about. Exciting world of football. My is now with us. It's great to have you join us. So much to talk about.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I hope there is no rule on locker room about people who have dual nationality. Since Nigeria might be going to the World Cup because of that. So let's check the rules of local.
I like the fact that he's even calling me Algerian because I have one foot in the US. The team is going to the World Cup.
His allegiance is disguising. Anything that has Ria, he likes it anyway. So he's all for the Rias.
But in any case, I mean, a whole lot of what to talk about. Arsenal riding the final, they are waiting for their opponent, at Wembley, probably maybe it will be Man City or Newcastle. Probably by 11 p.m. today, we'll probably know. AC Milan, throwing their hat in. Will Inter Milan slip up, just like Napoli did, allow other teams to overtake them? The Italian Serie A is touching up. Ademola Lookman, a whole lot of people praising him. But in any case, a whole lot of football to talk about. And our host is also wearing a Liverpool jersey. Liverpool is currently sitting down below Manchester United. But it's always amazing to be here. Thank you for having me, Jeremy.
You have to bring that in, but definitely I'll get to your time. I'll have your time. So, I'll have your time. Hey, just be calm. Anyway. Hey, let's start off with the situation of Tammy Abraham. Former Nigerian Football Federation president Amaju Pinnick has revealed he still feels a sense of regret over failing to convince Tammy Abraham to commit his international future to the Super Eagles. Abraham, who was born in London to Nigerian parents, remained eligible to represent Nigeria throughout his youth career despite progressing through England's age grade teams. That window remained open until 2017 when the striker made his senior debut for the Three Lions in a European Championship qualifier against the Czech Republic. Pinnick disclosed that Nigerian officials made repeated efforts to present international football with the Super Eagles as a more fulfilling long-term pathway, believing Abraham's heritage and strong family connections would play a decisive role. At one point, discussions appeared to have reached a breakthrough, with the forward initially indicating a willingness to switch allegiance. However, the plan unraveled shortly before England moved to cap him, effectively closing the door on any future involvement with Nigeria. Abraham has since collected 11 England caps, scoring 3 goals through his international career. And though his international career, has stalled in recent years, his last appearance for the Three Lions came in a UEFA Nations League fixture against Italy in June 2022, and he has not been recalled since, despite spells with AS Roma, AC Milan, and a return now to Aston Villa. Of course, we all know how Amaju Pinnick did his best to bring Tammy Abraham to play for the Super Eagles, but the man made the last-minute change of mind that he believes playing for England is a better option.
Well, Amaju Pinnick has been a man that's been, talking, lately. I mean, on different platforms, he's been, making his mind known about how from the way his administration went, you know, him not being responsible for some things that have happened, how, you know, he's trying to like, I won't say deny, but I mean, you know, speak some facts saying that Nigerian football did not get rotten under him and all of that. And now, this is the latest one, he made some statements, not just about Tammy Abraham, but also about the certain Eberechi Eze, saying they could have played for Nigeria. In fact, for the Eberechi Eze one, he came out saying, you know, his sister stopped him, they've already made agreements. One thing I've just picked from what Amaju Pinnick has been saying is this form of him trying to, like, you know, trying to put himself aside, saying things like, I tried, I did, I was supposed to do this. If I did this, but it did not go my way, so it's not my fault. I agree with his father and all of that. If you really agree with his father, then what happened? What did his father say? What did Tammy Abraham say? You did not put that there. He just came out to tell us that, okay, look, I tried to convince the father, everything was agreed, and then it changed. At the time, it was not, if you recall, it was not only Tammy Abraham. There was a certain Chuba Akpom in there too, and a certain Fikayo Tomori, and we lost them all. In fact, I would have said maybe Fikayo Tomori was even more needed because at the time, Nigeria didn't really have a good centre-back pairing. I think Leon Balogun was aging. There was need for, you know, replacement. But at the end of the day, Fikayo Tomori didn't get to play for Nigeria. He was even supposed to play for Canada, but eventually went to play for the Three Lions of England. And you know, we all know how it is today. He's not even being called up for international tournaments anymore. I was talking about the AC Milan defender. And also at the time, 2017, Tammy Abraham was playing for the under-20. They won the World Cup with England. And also the other, you know, Nigerian-born players as well. We didn't get to hear all of this. Why are we hearing all of that one now? When he was still there as president, we didn't get to hear all of this. Did you make a lot of effort to bring the boy to come and play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria? No, you didn't, obviously. You're not coming now to tell us that you tried to speak with his father. He's a very good friend, and something just happened that the boy didn't get to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And okay, if he had played, if he had accepted at the time, he would have had a lot of international appearances. I don't buy what Amaju Pinnick is saying. I don't buy it.
The question for me in all of this is, what difference would Tammy Abraham have made for the Super Eagles if he had chosen to play for?
Well, let me say, at the time when Frank Lampard joined Chelsea, you know, there was a time where Chelsea had this transfer embargo. They couldn't get to sign players, so therefore we saw the introduction of Tammy Abraham. Before that, he has already played for Aston Villa and Swansea, and it shows that, yes, he was showing some promise. Then he picked up some form, you know, at Chelsea. Then England snapped him up. The Three Lions moved the fastest. Yes, he was born there. Automatically, you know, that would have given them the edge, right? They moved the fastest, and of course, they showed more promise and they got him. And if you ask Tammy Abraham now, I don't think he will tell you that he regrets making the decision. Remember, we had the likes of John Fashanu, who made the decision to play for the Three Lions of England. Did he get to play a lot of games? No, he didn't get to play a lot of games. But what did he say at the end of the day? You and I know what he said. When he said that there are still some incentives still being paid to him, will he have enjoyed such benefits here playing for Super Eagles of Nigeria? Jerry, you know that there are some players that actually put in their blood, sweat, and tears for Super Eagles of Nigeria. Are they still being paid their royalties? No.
About,
so for me, I don't buy all of that.
For your country. Yeah.
A lot of people have exhibited that joy. A lot of people have exhibited that joy, and we know where they are today.
At least he's not better than Victor Osimhen. Yeah.
Tammy Abraham?
Yeah. You can't even list Victor Osimhen's boots.
Come on,
as far as strikers is concerned.
Don't say that. But at the time, at the time, Tammy Abraham was actually informed.
Yeah,
He was getting the goals. How
old was Osimhen in 2017?
What's the difference? I mean, I think it's just about a year or two, if they are not even of the same age. Because Tammy Abraham is currently 28 years old. Victor Osimhen should be 27. Yeah. So I think it's like just like a year. Where was Victor Osimhen playing at 2021? If you look at 2021, Tammy Abraham was in Chelsea winning the Champions League. Don't let us take that away from him.
As a fringe player.
Don't let us take. He's there. He was getting goals for Chelsea. He was playing. He was getting game time. I think it was when Lukaku came in the 2021-22 season. That's when his game time got limited. Kai Havertz was also, you know, put up as a striker. Then he had to look for another deal.
It was the transfer embargo that made him look like.
But when he got to AC Milan, when he got to Roma, he was bagging the goals. But my thing is this. When the player, I don't want to use the when he wanted
let's
to
look
play,
at that trajectory, that period, 2017, he had played for Super Eagles. Maybe he gets some caps. Do you think he's even going to near the starting 11 now. Look at his form, his club side.
No,
And,
we don't know what will have happened. Maybe on that one, I will give him.
For Nigeria,
We don't know what will
happening
happen.
for Ademola Lookman would have rubbed off on him or what? I don't know, because, I'm trying to make a case of what difference would Tammy Abraham's choosing the Super Eagles, what difference would it have made for the Super Eagles? That's my grounds. And the way that Amaju Pinnick is singing his praise, that he would have brought Tammy Abraham and so on and so forth. So if Tammy Abraham had decided,
I think at the point there were even options.
Would he have won the World
there were
Cup
options
for
at the
Super Eagles?
forward line, but for me, I think at the back, it was Fikayo Tomori at that point. If you ask a lot of Nigerians today, they will tell you that it was Fikayo Tomori that actually fumbled it, not him.
All right, Maiwa, Tammy Abraham. It looks like this man is doing everything to make sure that he has maybe a good credit.
Everything to stay relevant.
To stay relevant.
That's what he's trying to do.
Maybe run for a comeback.
Where is he coming back to?
Yeah, these politicians.
To the NFF?
Yes.
To this same NFF?
Politicians are very interesting people.
Well, we said it here first. I said, I was one of those people that said it here, that don't be surprised that we'll see Amadu Pinnick come back and want to contest again. And that is the reason why, we are seeing all this, him talking about all these things. But I want to correct something that Amadu Pinnick said. He failed to bring his friend's son to play for the national team. Amadu Pinnick and Tammy Abraham's dad, they are very close friends. They are even family friends. So he failed to bring his friend's son to play for the Super Eagles, and that is the reason why Tammy Abraham is not here. However, at that particular time, I think it was even more of Fikayo Tomori that was tilting to play for Nigeria. Even the dad of Fikayo Tomori made comments of him wanting Fikayo Tomori to play for Nigeria rather than that of Tammy Abraham. For Tammy Abraham, I think it would not have been needed. To be honest with you, if you look at his career trajectory, immediately he left Chelsea. Yes, he won the Champions League, he won the Europa League with them. But immediately, and yes, he won the Conference League with Roma. He's one of the players that have won everything in Europe. However, if you look at his time, when he was in Roma, he peaked in Roma and then started dropping form. Yes, injury contributed to it. He had a nasty injury. But if you look at his trajectory since then, he's 27 and he's no more playing active football again. That was why he skipped out to Aston Villa to probably rejuvenate his career. So he wouldn't have been needed for Nigeria. That's my number two. I think this Amadu Pinnick singing about you are the NFF president. You should be talking about growing players from the National League. He's touting this as a supposed achievement for him. He's proud to want to be bringing players who consider Nigeria as a second choice. For him to even make that statement as the NFF president, when he was the NFF president, and for him to be touting it as because he's saying it as if it's an achievement. For him to be saying that shows the little foresight he has for going football in Nigeria. And he's part of those that killed football in Nigeria. I'm just praying that the biased people that will vote, the state FAs that don't know what they are doing, the political rewardees that are state FAs, I hope they will not all gather and reward Amadu Pinnick with this kind of a manifesto of disgrace that is trying to spill out because he has been talking so much with the kind of with the kind of disaster it caused for our national team. Look at our national team at the moment. Before Amadu Pinnick, it was a balance of some foreign-born player and majority of them coming from the Nigerian league. Coming out from the Nigerian league. Now we have a team that 60-70% of them are foreign-born. This is not the kind of national team we should be building. And if Amadu Pinnick comes back, the little progress we are trying to make, I think is going to hamper it. And I'm hoping that the state FAs that will go and vote, they will not vote him because what he's trying to do is trying to come back is the packaging failure as success for him to be able to get back power, and that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I will second what Omayowa said. I will second what Omayowa said because honestly, we should be looking at strikers in our league.
Yeah,
the league is in shambles right now.
These great teams should be reinforced.
Yes. Before we start saying players should be moving, to the likes of the Tunisian league, the Botswana league, moving abroad, why can't we see them? Okay, you are the top scorer of, the NPFL or even the NLL. Come and play have a trial in the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
We don't even have any shame anymore.
Why do we feel like, okay, we all have to take everything outside? Let's go and call players from outside. Let's go and try to convince some people.
Hafiz,
yeah.
Hafiz, correct me if I'm wrong. How much do they pay the highest goal scorer in the league? How much do they pay them?
I don't think it's up to $1 million.
How much do they pay them? Are they recognized?
They are not.
Are they recognized? This is the FA president.
That money is even promised. It's promised money. It's not that you be.
It's even promised. It's not as if you see the money or
you might hear of it, but you might not see it.
It's not encouraging. It's not really encouraging. And players like that, they will not even want to stay. But at least still just bring them to the Super Eagles. It's like we use players from the NPFL for design. Just come, okay, it should not be as if we didn't recognize the league. Just be part of maybe a 38-man squad. At the end of the day, they will drop the 23. Are you telling me that all the players that you put in that team, they are better than the players of the NPFL?
And please, do you know how bad it is? The league champions last season, Remo
Stars.
How many of those players are still with Remo Stars? They sold almost 11 of those players. That means the Remo Stars you are seeing today is a new team. It's not the same team that won the league last season. That's how bad it is. A team will win the league. The players are just for first refusal. They can even go to China, Malta, just to get foreign exchange. That's the value of our naira. Our value of our naira is also not helping matters.
I remember
situation is not helping matters.
I remember, towards the middle of last season in the MPFL, a certain Ibrahim Olawoyin, who plays for Ikorodu City, promising midfielder, very, very good, can even influence the attack as well. At the end of the day, it wasn't even called at all. And this is the same Nigeria where we are complaining that we don't have a backup to Alex Iwobi. We don't even have a competition to Alex Iwobi. Now we have a certain player, showing his trout in the MPFL, and he's not even getting a call. It's just unfair. And now he's not even in the MPFL anymore. That's left to Ikorodu City. I think he's in Turkey.
Yeah.
At this point, I mean,
maybe playing in the second division now.
we will just go. We say we are trying to beg somebody's father. We are trying to beg somebody's sister. Should we be begging with a league, with a running league?
When you fail to
and it was there for 8 years.
Yeah, when you fail to do your own work, you go and be begging.
And he's coming out to type this as an achievement. He's coming out to say it's an achievement. I was trying to beg his father.
Why people having issue? Why people having issue?
It's an achievement.
I don't understand. And he's coming out to say, "It's I tried to do this."
Yeah.
Look at what he claims to be the Kebbi State.
How many FA around the world will come out and tout this as an achievement? See, the thing is this, the standard we have set for ourselves, the bar we have set for ourselves is so low. And
very low.
People that are not Pinnick, yes, has rough shoulder people in FIFA and just of them. People that are not Pinnick should not. People that are not Pinnick, Bissau and just of them should not have any business with football. Don't even come out and say you are trying to make Nigeria, the Super Eagles team, the team that's supposed to represent Nigeria, a team B. And this is not only happening in football. So let me digest a bit. Check basketball. All the girls playing for our female national team, they are from the US. They are US citizens. None of them is from Nigeria here. Almost every sport. It does not make, and money is being allocated to development of this sport.
How many Super Falcons players are playing in the NWFL? How many? We don't have players. Are you saying we don't have players in the women's league?
Our Super Falcons will soon become a team B of USA and Canada. That's the youngest. I don't have anything against them.
In Nigeria, it has gotten to the state that in Nigeria it's better to run an academy than run a football club in the league. You know why? Academies are now more profitable.
Yeah.
All our best players, as far as from the under 14, let's say under 7 to 16, they are all in academies ready to be shipped out to any country that wants them.
Exactly.
They are not preparing them to play in the MPFL anymore.
Yeah.
No, there's no MPFL is just those ones that didn't leave during their academy days. Those are the ones maybe their age is not on their side. Those are the ones you see in the MPFL. And they have one season wonder because they will play for their life because
Yeah.
They will tell you this is the last opportunity you have.
You have.
You know you are
Just
already,
show yourself.
You know you are
Show
near 40 already. We are just your age is 25 officially.
It's
All
somehow.
right? If you don't make it now, you can never make it again. That's why you see them. They will go to Malta. They will play 1 season or 2 seasons. You will not hear about them
We don't
again.
hear about them again.
Look at that midfielder that they were talking about last season. Ikechukwu was still lyrical about the man. That Niger Tornadoes. I'm trying to remember him.
Okay.
Was invited to Super Eagles. He played for Niger Tornadoes.
Yeah.
He left. He went away. Was searching for club doing trials. He now came back and he lost form. That's how his career is now on the roadside. I don't know. He was 19 then. Maybe tomorrow.
You remember,
I don't know.
Is it Kenny Bankole as well? Kenny Bankole of Raymond Stars too. Where is it today? Where are these players? I remember Usman Mohammed, the 31-year-old midfielder we called to come and play at the AFCON.
He was at the AFCON now.
He was at the AFCON.
Let's bloom.
Are we going to see him again?
Don't worry, he will sign one new deal to Russian League. You know, Unadi has gotten a new contract. They are priming him. He's going to get a contract very soon.
Now Unadi is playing for Marseille. We have to go and be looking at him now. Okay, now he's playing for Marseille. He has a big club attached to his name. We have to call him automatically, and he's 22.
He's already in the Super Eagles. He's already making the Super Eagles.
Of course, if he gets playing time for Marseille, he will be playing for the Super Eagles. Where are midfielders like Unadi that are playing in the NPFL?
Anyway, they will need a godfather.
And he was there for 8 years. And now he's coming out to come and say some things that he didn't even achieve.
They'll need somebody to say it's my slot before he'll be able to make the national team. So that's how it is. All right, let's talk about Ademola Lookman. The reason why the man made a big career move to Spanish La Liga side Atletico Madrid has been explained by football transfer expert Daniel Martins in the wake of comparisons with the transfer of Victor Osimhen to Galatasaray. Nigerians on social media compared the transfer to that of Osimhen, who moved from the Italian Serie A to Galatasaray at the peak of his game. A move talking about a move that came after a breakdown in his relationship with Napoli. Lookman's relationship with Atlanta also suffered a similar fate after he went on strike to push a move in the summer to Serie A rivals Inter Milan, and the club blocked the move, leaving him with no option but to return. And speaking further, the man also said that taking a look at Lookman, having a representative who works with a team of experts. You know, I said this before. It's like this man read my mind and brought this out. Say Lookman's situation is different because he was working with a representative who works with a team of experts, unlike Osimhen's agent, who isn't at that level yet. Osimhen went for a cheap agent who will not cry foul if he doesn't get 10% of the move. Yes. You can't eat your cake and have it. You already have bad image, bad publicity. Clubs are afraid of signing you. You now went for a cheap agent and you want to move to big club sides like Real Madrid and Manchester United. It won't happen. It's just carrot and stick. You have to give and take. That's it. It's just like sowing seed. You know, the way you lay your bed, that's how you lay. Everybody was like, his club side, blah, blah, blah. Yes, his club had their own issues. I know how difficult it is. Talking about Laurentis, the owner of Napoli, is a very difficult bargainer. Fine and well and good. But what's the quality of the agent you had? You had somebody who you will tell that he should give you his 10% he's going to receive from the move, and he will not complain if you give him 5% or 2% through the back door. That's how Osimhen was running his empire. Of course, we all know how eventually he's going to end. Looking like him, he's playing his Galatasaray in Turkey with all this quality.
Anyway, for me, you mentioned something about Lookman having a team of experts. Was it those experts that actually told him to have a gentleman's agreement in 2025-2026 about you just having a verbal agreement with the club without putting it on paper? Was it those experts that advised a certain Ademola Lookman? Because I remember when he came out to release a statement about the agreements he had with Atalanta, there was no on paper. We did not see it on paper.
Maybe you called the expert.
Exactly. But you are the one trying to hammer it on experts. What were these experts looking at when you could not put a certain statement, a certain club statement on paper?
The thing is that when it comes to contracts, you cannot have it all 100%.
Yeah.
Because there are some situations where you are discussing with the club side, they are at an advantage.
Yes.
Yeah. But it now depends on your agent on how he's able to manage the situation to make sure you don't end up losing out.
I know, but that one I just said is the basic.
No, yeah.
When you already know the kind of club you are working with, Jerry.
The thing is that the club, if they decide that they won't put it on paper and have a gentleman agreement with you, there's nothing you can do because you still have a long stay for the club side. You get
that is where you push for things like that.
If you push
for it, and you come out to say you pushed for it.
If you push, why
you don't come out to just say you have a verbal agreement with the club and they are treating you that way? They will because they have that advantage.
What about the case of talking about Isaac? They had a gentleman agreement.
Isaac, Victor Gyökeres, Johan Visa, and Ademola Lookman, they all suffer from the same thing.
Yeah.
No gentleman.
That there's nothing the agents could have done in that situation. But how you are able to scale through and have your way at the end of the day, that proves that you have a good team around you.
That's why I said we don't get to know everything that happens behind the scene. But
I'm looking at the end result.
For Ademola Lookman,
we are not looking at the process. We are looking at the end game. Who benefited from the whole quagmire?
You know, there's this.
Gyökeres eventually had his way. Let's not forget. He eventually moved to Arsenal.
Exactly, but it's not every player that will react like that. You remember Maguire too? Maguire was also in that situation.
Victor Osimhen also went to strike. He called the club out on social media and everything.
And he's a Galatasaray at the end of the day.
Yes, that shows that at the end of the day, he did not really. He also lost because he's not playing at the club side he would have wished to play for. If he asked Osimhen deep down when he was going to leave Napoli, Galatasaray was never an option. Let's just state that for the facts.
Okay.
Because this was a player that rejected big money to move to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Which Napoli was ready to
There was Chelsea, PSG was also interested.
PSG, Chelsea also interested.
Yeah.
But because of the whole debacle, they decided to pull out. And of course, we can also rule out that...
I won't blame everything about Osimhen's field transfer. I won't blame everything on his agents. I won't blame everything on his agents.
I can tell you on good authority that Osimhen does not have a top agent that manages him.
Does he have a top character? Or do you think they are not scouts of other clubs that were interested in him, looking at what he has been doing over the past 2 years?
That is why I will give you an example of Mario Balotelli. Balotelli had a worse character, but he was making big moves.
Like calling the coach out on social media.
Social media
by
was
his
that
name.
big then. If social media,
and he's still being pampered by his national team.
If social media was big then, Balotelli would have even done worse.
If you are pampered by your national team, you can't be pampered by your club side.
Mayowa, I would like you to react.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, see, remember, Osimhen had to change agent. That's number one. And we've said it consistently. Look at the African players. Most of them, they have issues with their agent. Their agent is not top agent. There are some moves that will be made because of your agent. Luis Suarez was badly behaved, right, in terms of his conduct on the field of play. He was able to move to the biggest club. Mario Balotelli is a hot-headed man. He was able to move around. Eric Cantona was a hot-headed player. No club should ever want him. He was able to make big moves. The agent is very, very important. Remember during the saga of Osimhen, even one of his agents was working against him. I think we took that report on locker room. Then even one of his agents was working against him in their supposed WhatsApp group or chat group against him in terms of his character and the rest of that. Yeah. So I think Osimhen got himself very well. And I said it consistently, look at the move for Ademola Lookman. Yes, what happened to Ademola Lookman is a gentleman's agreement. However, some of these gentleman's agreement only happens after contract is signed. This was not, a gentleman's agreement that was put in the contract. This was a gentleman's agreement that was outside the contract. Yes, he did not go at it very well, and he should be wise enough to know that verbal discussion, yes, sometimes, according to law, it's supposed to be enforceable, but when you get to the nitty-gritty of it, there's a lacuna that will tell you that if it's not signed, it did not happen. It will be you said, we said, and you said, we said. So it's got to say in that mess. However, look at what having a very reliable agent, a very good agent that can speak for you, even when the club don't want you, the agent that can use the connection to get you the move. Look at what he has done for him. Ademola is moving from Italy to another club in Spain that's always Champions League bound, that has a kind of pedigree in Champions League. Look at where Osimhen went from Napoli to the back road of Europe. So that's the reason why it's very, very important, especially for African players. They should invest in PR and agents, top agents. You don't mind the commission, they will put the boss around you. They will even set up the PR that will launder the image around you. If Osimhen had, a top agent, the top agent will have brought in the PR team to launder his image. Osimhen will not play in Turkey at the moment.
Yeah, even if he had a very powerful agent, he would have only played 6 months with Galatasaray now. By January, he would have made a big move. Yeah, if he had a good agent who really...
I thought it was even in the initial contract that he was going to play 6 months.
No, that was
last season.
Imagination contract, because we are just having imagination. But the thing is that you need somebody to speak for you in those rooms.
Those times, yeah.
Yes, because you cannot be everywhere.
Yes.
But there is somebody who can talk about you. That's what the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, the likes of Messi, those players internationally
they invest
enjoy.
heavily on agents.
They invest heavily on structure to make sure that, yes, those people speak for them in those rooms.
Yeah.
But who speaks for Osimhen in those rooms? It's not like, it's what I'm going to get. Let me get everything. Let everything come to me.
The Lookman deal, I'm so glad where it has ended now. I mean, it's Atletico Madrid. I wish him all the best for them, even though I remember I still have my reservations about the style of play.
Yeah.
But I feel he's going to come out of Spain a better player. But remember that time they were having that transfer saga with, Atalanta. They came out with a report of their own, to try and rebuff what he has said by saying, you signed a contract saying that we won't sell you directly to a rival. It was there. For, I think it was about 2 years or 4 years. No. We won't sell you to a rival.
The issue with Atlanta,
and now you want to move to Inter Milan for a paltry 20 million. Just because you want to leave the club. They won't take it easy.
The issue with Atlanta and Ademola Lookman was even, apart from just even the contract as first. Let's not forget he had an issue with the coach before he left, Gasparini.
Yes.
And
but the coach has been changed, right?
Yeah.
And he's been finding his feet. He's been finding his feet under Palladino.
Yeah. Matters have already gotten worse then. He has already made up his mind. He was no longer happy at Atalanta.
Yes.
That was why he was not eager. Like he wanted to make the move and leave the club.
I think he stayed at Atalanta. Maiwa mentioned it. He was being a gentleman about it. Yes, it's all the gentlemen don't really get the best of deals, but at the end of the day, he still got the better deal.
Ask his
at the end of the day.
Ask Kolokoyo, correct.
but Gay, Gay too was trying to be a gentleman, but now he's at Manchester City. Yeah. And now Lookman as well.
It's better for him.
It's better for him.
It's a self disaster of playing under the Arsenal condition this week. So Martin is way better.
I was waiting for that. He decided to be cheeky. I was waiting for that, and you virtually fell into the trap. But anyway, let's leave this conversation. Let's talk about Calvin Bassey, the Nigerian international defender, snubbed a big money offer to move to Saudi Arabia in the recently concluded January transfer window. And Bassey, who made the tournament's best 11 and the recently concluded AFCON, where Nigeria finished third, has a year left on his deal at Fulham, but the club hold an option of extending it for another year. I think he shouldn't take that option because in the summer, someone like Calvin Bassey should be having big clubs coming for him because he's on fire at the moment.
Of course, now it's a case of playing for a big club or going for the money.
Yeah.
And trust me, with his quality, Calvin Bassey, even if he's playing for a certain Al Nassr or Al Hilal, he will still get the place in the Super Eagles of Nigeria because he has that quality. So it's for him to make a choice. But for me, I would say it's still going to attract a big side. I mean, AFCON has proven a lot that AFCON has shown with the likes of Naef Aged, the likes of Niakate that is up there. And rightfully was the team of the tournament. So for me, I think Fulham should be bracing up for big deals, including Saudi League. They will come for him, of course, because trust me, they have people also watching. But I think other clubs, in the top 5 leagues of Europe will also be watching and saying, look, we want to add him to our ranks. I mean, certainly Liverpool should be looking at him instead of going for Jeremy Jackie. I'm not saying Jeremy Jackie is not a good player. He is a good player, but he's untested. I mean, this was the same Liverpool that were going for a certain Lushari Getrida who plays for Sunderland. He has played at Feyenoord under Arne Slot, played for Leipzig. I don't understand what's wrong with Liverpool's transfer business. We don't even want to go there now. But at least Liverpool can make good use of a certain Calvin Bassey.
I think what Liverpool has been doing, they've been signing a lot of young defenders. 19, I think they signed 2 Nigerian defenders.
Leone was sporting from Parma. He's injured. He got an ACL injury. We don't know about Jeremy Jackie. Yeah, I know he's like, how will I put it now, one of the most followed young stars. People are actually like happy me up and all of that. He's a potential. But then do they need potentials at this point or tested players that can slot in immediately? We know how the pairing of Konate and Van Dijk have been suffering this season. They need somebody that will come and slot in and make those guys rest. But Jack is untested at the top level. So it's something that have been passing maybe in the summer. Liverpool should be looking at him.
I think Marco Silva actually said he doesn't want him to go because is very, very important to Fulham.
But it's not up to him. It's Fulham. No, Fulham is more like a selling club. It's not up to him.
Yeah.
It's not just him.
So we
It's-
need to pay £25 million for Calvin Bassey, and they even offered 4 times his wages, which I think is still small. Because currently what he earns, I think it's not even up to 100.
It's not up to 100, yeah.
£100,000. I think they should be paying close. If they really want him, they should ask.
But if an
they should
Atletico
drop it
Madrid, for
£400,000.
example, if an Atletico Madrid comes, at Fulham to say, okay, wants a certain Calvin Bassey, and they display the project and he sees that, oh, I can even get the chance to
It's
play
up to
alongside Ademola Lookman, and the project is attractive.
Playing
Why
Champions
not? I don't think Fulham will have much of a choice. You are not playing the Champions League, you are not playing even in the Europa League, and the player might say, look, I want a new challenge. I don't think Fulham will be that club to stop Calvin Bassey.
Yeah, Calvin Bassey is due to be playing the Champions League. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the thing is, Kevin Bassey's story is a testament to not giving up. This is a person that was chased away from a whole lot of academies until he was able to make his breakthrough at the age of 18. Very late in his career, that was when he was able to make that move. And now, I think if Fulham really wants him, how do you not, be talking about contract extension for one of your best players? He has been one of the best players for Fulham, and they are allowing his contract to come into the last year, and they are not doing anything about it. I don't think they really fancy him like that. I think obviously I don't want him to move to Saudi Arabia. I think he's still got enough quality to be able to stay in the EPL. I mean, there's a particular, and I'm not trying to throw shot at you, Jerry. There's a particular Liverpool that needs an actual defender, an EPL tested defender, and I think a Calvin Bassey might probably be a solution since going inside to move to Man City. I think clubs in England should be looking at him. The deal is, yes, if he wants to go for the money, yes, but I mean, at 27, what is he looking for in Saudi? I think he has enough quality to be able to play for top teams in England, and I will not be surprised if Fulham do not, suffer this contract situation before all these top clubs might probably come from, because I mean, a whole lot of top clubs are looking at shopping for new defender, and Liverpool is one of the are looking for defender. Probably maybe by next season we'll probably see Calvin Bassey, in a Liverpool jersey because of his quality at the moment.
All right, wait and see how that pans out. But it looks like the project, they are looking for very, very young players to take over the future as far as, because I think Van Dijk still stays till 2027. Konate's contract is running out. It looks like
you can agree with me that Van Dijk needs a replacement.
No, Van Dijk doesn't want to play anymore. I don't know. He should go to Saudi League. He knows he's not interested in playing for the club as a captain.
Maybe he's not having that feeling that I used to have under a certain Jurgen Klopp. I don't know. Maybe it's up to Arne Slot to bring back the environment, but I don't. But that should not.
But the money is
you
earning.
just want the league with him now. So why
the
telling me you don't want to
money
play?
is earning? I don't. Anyway, no excuses.
But
excuses for what he's doing right now.
I would believe in somebody that spent over 600 million and can't deliver results. So that's the reason why Van Dijk is demotivated. The coach spent over 600 million and they are struggling. They are below Manchester United. So I mean,
they sold a lot of players and also bought players.
But Maya, with the project of Manchester United, look at Bruno Fernandes. He's still keeping up and playing well. So I don't think that should be an excuse for Van Dijk. He's aging. He's aging and he's just showing some parts that
Van Dijk doesn't know how to complain like Bruno Fernandes. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's his way of complaining.
Maybe when we bring in a Calvin Bassey, he will know what to do.
All right. Yeah. And
there will be competition.
There will be competition. I think he's doing that because there's no competition. He knows he will play week in, week out.
Yeah. Whether he plays badly or not, he will
be there, and he's the captain. So
that's why he's so comfortable.
He shouldn't be doing that.
Anyway, let's talk about Arsenal. It looks like they're on the verge of the quadruple. Mikel Arteta believes Arsenal will use the magical feeling of reaching the League Cup to fuel their Premier League title charge and also go for the quadruple. Maiwa, yes, they're the best team in the world right now. Arsenal, quadruple is already in sight. Final of the Carabao Cup, FA Cup is around the corner. Champions League, they're topping the table. Arsenal is doing well on the Premier League table. Who says this might be the season they get the quadruple? If you can't win one, win 4 at once.
Well, if Arsenal, and I'm making a promise here, if Arsenal wins the quadruple, I'll be donating 50,000 to any charity of you guys' choice.
My name is Charity. They are going to win the quadruple. Donate it to me.
So,
be careful
if they do it, if they do it,
you donate to me.
If they do it, I'll be donating to any charity of your choice. However,
of my choice, okay. I will choose a charity.
I don't think they can do it. I don't think they can do it. I don't think they have enough quality. And let's be sincere here. Yes, they were able to get to the finals of the Carabao Cup. But if you look at the way they have been playing, it only takes a very a consistent team to be able to get past them. How do you? Yes, it has been working for them, no doubt. But how do you say you are poised for winning the quadruple when even your supposed attack, none of them has that double digit in goals? That's how poor that team has been. They've only been maintaining their position. Yes, in the Champions League, a lot of people might say yes, they're doing well in the Champions League and the rest of that. You only play one team and the rest of that. But sometimes your form in the league shows how deficient you are. This is a team that has a striking force that of them has gotten to double digit yet. And the reason why they are talking is because the teams below them are not doing so well. So to win the quadruple is a stretch. I think Arteta should probably focus on trying to see how he can manage the team to probably do it and get the league and forget about quadruple at the moment. If it happens, it happens. We're not talking about it when the quality that they are displaying, especially in front of goal, looks suspicious.
Maiwa, who needs double digits? When they were doing double digits, what did he look at? Liverpool, Man City has double digits. Where has he led them? They are not on. They are not challenging. They are struggling in the Champions League.
Part of the game.
So set piece is giving them quadruple chase.
But it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. You have to speak facts. It's not.
Why is it not sustainable? You are topping the Champions League. Look at the way they beat Chelsea. It's sustainable. They are sustaining it.
Have they won anything with it? It just takes about 2 losses and we'll be back to square one.
The thing is that
we're back to square one talking about them.
The thing is that has they won it? That's the big question.
Exactly.
Yes. Let me now tell you. The calendar says in January you cannot win quadruple. You have to wait till May.
Till May, exactly.
So wait till May before you say has he won it. Yes.
Why are you praising? But you're the one praising the tactics in January and February.
I'm praising the tactics because so far so good. Like Maiwa used to say, if the league season end now, Arsenal wins.
But it is not ending.
But it's not ending. So you cannot say he has not won it. May has not come yet. Let May come. But as far as we are concerned now, Arsenal is doing well. They are good for all titles.
Who told you they are good for all titles?
They are good for all titles. See, if you calm down, if you want to win the title, where do you have to get to first?
You have to get to the top.
Obviously, you have to
get to the final.
You have to get to the final, yes.
It's only those who are in the final will be talking about winning it. Two of us. They are in the final. That means they are
winning it. They are in the final of one.
Yes. Okay. Champions League. You are topping the table. Invisible. Without losing any game. That's the conversation of saying yes.
That is the league phase. It's a league phase. You don't win Champions League. You don't win Champions League.
You play Bayern Munich. You play Bayern Munich who's on form right now in the Bundesliga. What else do you want?
Maiwa, remember 2 seasons ago when Liverpool won the Carabao Cup, beating Chelsea with the young boys that Van Dijk scored. A certain Trent Alexander-Arnold made the post and said 1/4. The season ended as that one. It ended as that one. You don't do things ahead. It's until the season is ended.
The thing is that we all know what happened to
that. It doesn't end with the league phase of the Champions League.
We all know what happened to that Liverpool side. Immediately, Jurgen Klopp announced that he was going to leave at the end of the season. The players' form dropped.
Jerry, when Arsenal lost to Manchester United, you were close to calling them bottle jobs.
Arteta is on ground. The players who have been injured, they are back. Look at Calvert. He returned from injury and he got them to go. They are still there to the final.
They don't pay
they are not having injury worries anymore. Megaes was injured at a point. Now he's back. Their defense is back solid.
Was he not there against Manchester United?
Manchester United that's a blip now.
What is going on?
It doesn't mean that
a blip when a lot of people were already tagging them to be butlers.
2 points out of 9 points. 2 points out of 40.
They are topping now with 7 points, right?
6 points.
6 points.
Yes.
Which is enough to win any league.
6 points is not
come on.
It's enough to, if they maintain the momentum, they can still win the league.
But Maiwa, as Arsenal, I want to ask you quickly, has Arsenal been consistent this season? To be honest, do you really play?
They are the most consistent team. They are the most consistent team in the Premier League.
Why do they look like they are the consistent?
Okay,
they don't look.
They are topping.
How many losses have they had this season?
They are the consistent of the inconsistent ones.
Yes. So it's better to be consistent of the consistent ones. Yes, and that is better. That is good to win the league.
That is good. How is it good? And you want to win 40 people with that? How?
See, there was something he told me before.
It doesn't matter how you get it.
Came on there.
There doesn't matter how you get it. Whichever way that way.
That person will pay you.
Whichever way.
No,
way. So just leave them.
Problem. Let's leave the studio.
Quadruple all the way.
He will confess. My don't worry. He will confess. Yes.
He invested yesterday and he won. That's why.
Exactly. He invested now. I remember he told me that he told me, but don't worry. I won't say what you told me on there. Don't worry. It's okay.
Anyway, time really fast, man. We have to wrap it up. And there's a big game tonight. Man City up against Newcastle. Where will the pendulum swing?
I think City already have the advantage. I mean, 2-0 win at St. James's Park. They are going. I know City. Yes, we said they are inconsistent, but I think they will do just enough, to dispatch Newcastle. Arsenal, Manchester City at Wembley. That's going to be fireworks. Right. I don't see Newcastle, turning this one around. Right. But it's football.
Well,
I will not want to risk my dinner. I think I'll be supporting Man City to win. So Man City to the finals.
All right, no it watching.
Dinner is important.
All right, thank you very much, Maiwa. Thank you very much, Hafiz.
Yeah.
Thanks to the guys who made the show great, talking about the likes of Alex, Jeremiah, and of course Hassan, and all the guys who made the show. The program is great. My name is Jerry Apelahai. Saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Na quick cash dem dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa. Nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand. Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African been written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
And I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial, and thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. It's awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The views on the street.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukuma Okoro. This is Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Well, let's run into it. On the show today, United States deploys soldiers to Nigeria, light footprints to Nigeria. That's the information we just got this yesterday, from General Anderson, the commander of AFRICOM in faraway Stuttgart in Germany. Away from that, INEC says it's ready for 2027 general elections. Quite interesting. And according to our president, no going back on reforms. That's President Tinubu talking to World Bank officials that visited him, not talking to Nigerians. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined from our Abuja outstation by Deacon Henry Daniel Elebiga, Justice of Peace. He's a political affairs analyst. He's a security consultant, PPP strategist, senior stakeholder in River State Project. Good evening to you, Deacon Elebiga, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Thank you, Mr. Okoro, and good evening. Thank you for having me.
Beautiful, good to have you. Now, let's get into it. The United States has deployed a small contingent of military officers to Nigeria. The top general of U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, said during a briefing on Tuesday, that's yesterday. General Dagvin R.M. Anderson said the deployment followed a meeting with Nigerian President Bola Tinubu in Rome late last year, pointing to a shared assessment that more needed to be done to address the terrorist threat in West Africa. That has led to increased collaboration between our nations to include a small U.S. team that brings some unique capabilities from the United States in order to augment what Nigeria has been doing for several years. That's coming from General Anderson. Well, in December, U.S. President Donald Trump authorized airstrikes against targets in Nigeria and signaled that further U.S. military operations in the country will follow. Nigeria has faced increased scrutiny from Washington after Trump threatened Nigeria with military action, accusing the West African country of failing to protect its Christian population. Amid those concerns, Nigeria was designated a country of particular concern. CPC, a U.S. congressional classification applied to nations accused of religious persecution. While the Nigerian government has strongly rejected allegations of a Christian genocide, saying that armed groups target civilians regardless of religious affiliation. Now, Odikine Lebiga, how do you react to the deployment of U.S. soldiers to Nigeria? African Command, that is AFRICOM, U.S. African Command, based in Stuttgart, Germany, the Commander, General Anderson, made the revelation yesterday. What does that portend for Nigeria? Quickly, let's run into it.
Well, very clearly, you could see that this deployment has been long time coming, and without much ado, the fallout, like you know, Mr. President was a special invitee of the current Pope, who was here in Nigeria some years back. So at that fora, such forums, interactions do take place, and these interactions portend what should be good for the country. Now, the recent authorized strikes in Nigeria, it's not just an authorized strike by the United States President, Donald Trump. It's part of a technical discussion, high-level intelligence, of which the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, played a pivotal role with the entire team that was dedicated to give the right narrative on what has transpired relative to some of the peculiar security challenges this country has had over the years. We've had a civil war. Beyond the civil war, we've also had a whole lot that has to do with insurgency. And of course, particularly within the Middle Belt axis, there have been a whole lot of attacks on communities, and also the Northeast, and most recently, Sokoto. What we are seeing is an aggressive response that is inevitable. The US AFRICOM, like you know, and where they base, of course, they have taken an assessment and had discussions with some of our intelligence and security. And it's on the strength of the intel, which is local from our own intelligence sources. It's a collaborative thing that's been done between the Nigerian military, our security agencies, peer referring to intelligence, and the United States forces. This is why you see at a certain time, the strikes were targeted. The intel is local. Nobody knows your backyard more than you. No matter how much intelligence equipment you have per se, but nobody knows your backyard more than you. Of course, you know that a recent high-profile incident took place in Venezuela. There is no way the United States would have got into Venezuela to have the president in his soil without an intel that came in from inside. So when you see these deployments and these strikes by the United States, it's because we have the local intel. And the local intel is the effort of our own security chiefs, the security...
Okay, all right. Dickie, we understand all of that. Now, to be very... Let's expand this discussion. Nigerians want to understand what does this portend for Nigeria. The fact that after the airstrike, when Trump said, well, guns are blazing into Nigeria, and on the 24th night, 25th of December, we saw there was a strike in Sokoto, and he's been saying, well, we are going to do more. Now we see something that looks like light footprints in Nigeria. We got that information yesterday, not from our own government, by the way, but from the African Commander General, the AFRICOM Commander General Anderson. What does that portend for Nigeria? Is it a situation where, what do you know that they are coming to do when they say deploy soldiers? Are they coming to spike intelligence? Are they coming to help us with more intelligence gathering? Are they coming as frontline soldiers that are going to battle the terrorists? What exactly do you think that they might come to Nigeria to do? And in the event that they are putting light footprints, in the battlefront between terrorists and all of that in ravaged communities, what does that portend for Nigeria? Nigerians are panicky already. Oh, Americans are already here. What does that hold for us as a people?
Well, the bigger picture is this. Americans have been here. They have always been here. Even before this administration came to be, Americans have been here. Security challenges do exist. Like you have asked, what does it portend for Nigeria? It's simple. A firm determination by the government and administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria of the Armed Forces. A clear determination to nip this in the bud. Here.
Nip in the bud? I'm sorry,
yes,
sorry. Nip what in the bud?
Nip our security, the current security challenge. Like ISIS has so many cells spreading around. Like you said, let's expand this discussion. Am I correct? That's what you said.
Very well, very well.
ISIS has so many cells.
Okay.
And there are so many breakouts from ISIS that are equally establishing themselves in different parts of not just Nigeria, within the Sahel region. It's important to know that this intelligence is also within the purview of Nigeria's own security architecture. It's within our purview. Here, this deployment does not mean that American troops are having boots on the ground. No. There are high-level intelligence, security components and equipments that are already being deployed. They are high watts, they are very expensive. Not every African country can afford it, but by the grace of God, there is a collaboration and an understanding with this administration and the United States government. That's why there are physical deployments of these high-level intelligence equipment that can sniff any threat at any point in time. And that's why you are seeing that American president in his statement is saying gods are blazing. Gods are blazing doesn't mean it's just a strike. It's the fact that so many of those that are fighting these non-state actors, at the end of the day, were able to get them just not being reactive, but proactive.
All right, Dickin. I got curious when you said, well, trying to nip this threat in the bud. And I was like, nip what's in the bud? That was why I had to ask you again. And because, we have communities that have been ravaged by insecurity. We've had this. We have to contend with this for over 20 years, close to 20 years. So when you said nip it in the bud, I was wondering, what are we nipping in the bud? Now, if you say that, well, according to you, they are not coming with light footprints, like boots on the ground, and they are coming with intelligence and all of that, what about the intelligence that we have had all this while? Because anytime there's been this collaboration, according to you, we've been working together with the United States of America. And so what other intelligence are they going to offer us? Especially when we have a government that does not use effectively the information, the intelligence that we have. You know that in some of these places, when people have been massacred, they happen within earshots of military checkpoints, military command, police checkpoints. People are even giving order to dismantle, dismantle checkpoints and all of that. So
technically, that's part of what you are saying the determination of the administration is, which is specifically and particularly to have the capacity to get proactive intelligence and not reactionary. Currently, what has happened over the years as a result of the deficit in terms of equipment is being reactionary. It happens and troops are brought on ground. But that's not the case here. Now, what you're having very effectively is the fact that prior to it happening, you nip it in the bud. A kidnap arrangement is being made or whatever, you nip it in the bud. A strike is about to take place in any community, you nip it in the bud. You have intelligence collaboration. You have the entire intelligence circle within the military. You have military intelligence. You have the DSS. You have the police intelligence. All these institutions are collaborative, including what plays out in the border areas in Nigeria. You have different units of the immigration, firm enforcement that has to do with their border protection. All that is part of why you see the aspect of technical security training is why you see the presence of America has got healthy experience in terms of this. The fought wars in Gulf, the fought wars in Iraq. All that is what you are seeing them putting together to give us an edge. What we had.
All right. You said that we've had. Okay.
What we had in the Civil War, like you know, was more or less like an ethnic kind of war, right? Now, that is not the same with this insurgency that you are seeing. And I had an interview with one of your sister institutions, I think, whether EIT or so. And it was very clear, like as I said, what we do or what has happened within intelligence circle is that you don't put your intelligence, you don't expose your intelligence. You ensure that you keep your intelligence, your intel safe, so you know you do not strike a miss.
Okay, all right. Dickie, you have raised quite a few talking points now that we need to interrogate further. When you say deficit in equipment, I mean, America has always been supplying us equipment, and we have spent so much money in fighting this insecurity. Does it look like the equipment were not sent, or the monies were not sent, or the monies were misused and all of that? Nigerians are wondering, will wonder when you say that we have deficit in equipment, which Americans are coming with now. What about all the monies that we have spent in insecurity?
Underline my word, intelligence.
No, you said a deficit in equipment.
Intelligence is different from armory. It's different when you talk about high-level intelligence that can probe into your glasses, that can probe into your tie, that can probe right into your wall. Those are high-level intelligence equipment that enable us as a country to be able to be proactive. Underline my words, and
exactly my question. Exactly my question. You were very, Dickie, you were very clear. Dickie, you were very clear. I understand your point when you say proactive.
What wasn't happening before, but now you're seeing a whole lot of. If of course within the news strata, you find out that the intelligence, military, police, DSS, and so many collaborations that are being done have got some. The Americans will not come and put its intelligence structure just for it to be in the public domain. No, it's within security circle.
Okay, so now I understand your point. My direct question, excuse me, Dickie, you've landed. My direct question is, you made reference to deficit in equipment. And I asked you, how about all the monies that we spent before now, running into billions of dollars? Does it look like those equipment were not supplied, or we don't know how to handle them, or which one will it be for you?
Okay, let me answer your question specifically on this.
Okay.
You are aware about the Tucano?
Okay.
I'm talking about the Tucano aircraft. You're aware about the fighter aircraft Tucano, right? Hello?
No, go ahead. I can hear you.
Fine, Okoro, you're aware about those Tucanos. Now, you see, these Tucanos were not just ordered when they were ordered. Now, there was a specific reason why you saw the Tucano come, I think, during the administration of Air Chief Marshal Isiaka Amao. When those Tucano aircrafts came during the administration of late President Mohamed Buhari, may so rest in peace. When those Tucanos came, they were deployed. The payments and the financial arrangements on those Tucanos have been done in advance. There are some equipments that the United States would not feel releasing in the immediate, even if financial commitment has been made, like Nigeria as a country. because they have some peculiar concerns which they will oftentimes raise, and they must have a satisfaction before they are the OEM. They are the original equipment manufacturer. So they would need a measure of satisfaction before they release those equipments. The monies have been appropriated by the National Assembly for defense and intelligence, policing. The monies have been appropriated over time. Appropriation has come. The release, actual releases of the funds, like rather unfortunately, and I hope that it does change, the envelope system does not play out in security and intelligence and military warfare. Envelope system of budgeting, it doesn't play out. Because at every point in time, equipments are deployed. You can buy 100 guns today, and those 100 guns, you are going to deploy all of them. At the end of the day, you have rounds of ammunition that will be deployed, and you are using them every day to fight this war. So you do not expect that the envelope system that we are running today, appropriation, I'm getting back to your question, you have high billions of appropriation and releases. That's not the volume of what has come out. The military in Nigeria is doing its utmost best within the confines of very limited resources. No matter the huge figure you hear in defense budgeting and all that, they are constrained with actual cash releases from within the system. Those actual cash releases are a huge challenge, but they still make do, and they still try to do the little that they can do with the equipment they are able to acquire based on the release. You cannot ask for 100 billion and you're getting 30 billion. If you're asking for 100 billion, you already have structure.
Okay, all right, Dikin,
and you're getting 30 billion.
Okay, we started this conversation late and we're almost out of time, so we need to move on. But it's a little bit complicated. You say that, well, at some point, America doesn't release when you pay. And at another point, you say, well, some of these monies that were released are not paid. So it's difficult to understand all of this. But before we leave this topic, I would like to ask you, how do you think that America's presence is going to solve the problem if we still do not, are unable, to cut off the sponsors of this terrorism? Is it something that can work? Is it a track that will work for us? I mean, we have people that are sponsoring terrorism. We've had lists, from countries where they say, look, these are the people financing terrorism in your country. And up until this moment, close to how many years, we cannot try those people, bring them to book, and cut off that supply. This thing that America is coming to do, is it just an effort? Is it going to be an effort in futility? Because they are saying, if you kill one or two of us, we are going to multiply by 10. Now, these are the sponsors that are making these very, very huge threats, and the government is not doing anything about cutting off the threats. What do you see?
No, wrong. No, I wouldn't subscribe to the saying that the government is not doing anything, because at the end of the day, the government is doing its utmost best within the confines of what its capacities and potentials are.
Okay. Do you have a list of? Do you know anybody that has been arrested and tried and questioned for sponsoring terrorism and successfully prosecuted?
Like as I had said sometime in one of the interviews I had, you don't trade your intel source. Most of these people that are part of the list of financing terrorism, Nigeria's government itself already has them in their custody and in their kitty, but they do not need to come and put it in the public domain. It's part of intelligence strategy. They wouldn't put it in the public domain.
Now, for how long? For how long have they had those people in there? For how long? Do you have an idea how long they have had those people, within their...
Well, I think it's an expanded discussion that will not just be on a one-off this thing.
Okay.
Like as I said, these people, when you're doing intelligence, you have to know what your asset is, right? America knows that they have an asset in terms of the collaboration they are doing. And because they have an asset, that is exactly why you see that you are now having proactive, not reactionary. Nigeria's military is now more proactive. And at the same time, they've got equipment that enable you track and trail and trace these sponsors and get them in custody. But it doesn't need to be in the public domain. And that is the way there's a psychology in Nigeria's military architecture, the way they play out.
Well, it's encouraging. I mean, it's reassuring from you to hear that, well, that the Nigerian government is doing something about the sponsors of terrorism.
Yes,
but unfortunately, looks like the stream of adherence into insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, it is interminable. They've not been able to cut it off.
You've not talked about it. You've not
see these things happen every other time.
Not after the incident that took place in December. You've not talked about the reaction you're hearing from the field relative to the bandits pleading and begging.
No, the reaction we see is that the terrorists have even doubled down. There is more now. You know, contrary to expectations that after the Sokoto strike that there was going to, pipe low. But we see more of these things happen now.
Your statistics is not correlating. Your statistics is not correlating with the initial discussions we've had. Your statistics is not correlating because what you're getting from the field is the terrorists and the bandits. The pictures and the videos are everywhere.
Okay.
They are being taken down.
The pictures I have, is pictures of.
Sorry, psychology of the terrorists is basically to put fear. Once they get to the fear aspect, then they believe they've got it. But interestingly, what Nigeria's military, intelligence and security circle is doing, they are checkmating that fear by taking them down with the support and collaboration of the United States, which is a question which you initially asked at the onset of this interview. All that is a collaborative work is what you're achieving. Like as I said, the military intelligence is doing its best. The new service chiefs are doing their best. You see the new Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, has upped the game on what is happening. And of course, from what is evident, both military retirements are being put on hold because the entire experience is what we are going to be playing out in terms of winning, concluding, and fighting the war on insurgency in Nigeria.
Well, Dickin, I'm trying to put up a video, a picture of what went down in some parts of the country, in some parts of the north, because you were like, contrary to, what I'm putting out, that what we see is bandits and terrorists surrendering. What I have here is Nigerians being killed in their numbers. And in the news today, I think it is Punch newspaper. I'm trying to get it so that I can put it up on the screen. While we wait for it to be put up on the screen, now, how do you, America's presence here, you talked about how America engages in other parts of the world, and you talked about the Gulf War, America has a history of, whenever they go to a place, probably to solve a problem, the problem gets multiplied. What did they achieve in Afghanistan? What did they achieve in Iraq? What did they achieve in Libya? What did they achieve in Egypt, in all of these places? So, doesn't it scare you? Doesn't it bother you? Isn't it concerning to you, like so many Nigerians, that where we see America come here with light footprints that might increase over time, and we might just become one Afghanistan, one Iraq, one Libya, or even one Egypt? What do you see?
Nigeria as a country is highly intelligent, and Nigerians are highly experienced. Interestingly, the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, of course, the entire narrative was like, get boots in Nigeria, clear this, clear that, but that did not play out. There was a needful discussion. Now you have the working group, the Nigerian Intelligence Working Group, Security Working Group, that has to do with high-level American intelligence from the Pentagon that are working with the entire security architecture coordinated by the Office of the NSA. Now, what you are seeing essentially is this. Specifically, you can say that what you have, there's a multiplication when America goes somewhere. There's what you call sabotage within. When you have sabotage within, there is an elongation of what ought to probably have taken 6 months. It's now elongating to another 2 years. Once those things play out, it's not easy to pick where the sabotage within comes into play. Now, at the same time as these challenges may be, Nigeria is too intelligent.
Okay.
You have, like as I told you, boots are not coming to be on the ground. No, that's not the case of the discussion. No.
All right.
What is the case of the discussion is high-level intelligence that enable us get targeted responses and targeted results based on where we strike. You have the effect. The video which you're putting up, if you put up the video of what's happened in Sokoto, you would equally have that one on. You can put up that one.
Dickie, this is coming from Vanguard newspaper of today. This is what happened. This is what happened in parts of Kwara communities yesterday, as the death toll has risen to 40. Yes, just yesterday, in one community in Kwara State, about over 40 people killed by the bandits and terrorists that we believe, or that you say, that the American and the Nigerian soldiers are taking out in their numbers quietly. And we don't see those pictures. So that is the issue here.
Well, you said what the issue is. You don't see those pictures. The military will not come and advertise that these are the people we have killed, except a couple of persons within the military ranks. Of course, they have their video, they have their phones, and probably they capture those pictures. Rather unfortunate when these kind of things happen. Like, the entire territorial coverage of where these bandits had been operating was in the northeast. Because there is ample firepower from the Nigerian military that has, over time, gotten what they've been asking for since the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came into play. What they have gotten has been able to push them from the epicenter, which is the northeast. They were trying to branch into the northwest, but I think the kind of resistance that's coming from the northwest was clear. Eventually, they are making inroads to the southwest. Wherever they are positioning themselves is to create fear. But Nigeria's own military and intelligence circle are nipping them in the bud. I'm still referencing to the fact of nipping them in the bud, because they do not necessarily need to come. You have the Director of Defense Information. He oftentimes gives a full rundown of the efforts and the successes that the troops have recorded. It may not have to be in pictorial video. It's not the military style, no. Even the intelligence circle, no. DSS arrest somebody, DSS has taken out. DSS will not need to come and speak, put it in the public view. No, they just handle what is within.
All right, Dickin, we are almost out of time. So let's take your last question on this issue. Now, like, is it proper when Americans are coming, the State Department, they are very clear on it. We are coming here, to rescue and stop the killing of Christians in Nigeria. Is it proper to frame this mission around the rescue and stopping of the killing of Christians in Nigeria, instead of having to say, well, we want to stop the killing of Nigerians of all religious affiliations? Because when they frame it around the issue of to rescue Christians, looks like they are coming to fight another group of people, or what? What do you see? Is it proper to frame it in that direction? I mean, the U.S. mission in Nigeria.
Well, I would let you know that the topic which you've brought is a very highly sensitive topic. Okay. And I'll pick my words in responding to you, please. Number one is the fact that there was a narrative that was put out there. And the narrative is what made the United States reaction in that manner. There were videos, there were a whole lot of things that played out. And of course, there was presentation to the United States Congress. Those narratives, at the end of the day, I'm talking of the current administration, it started, this whole stuff has time before this 2 or 3 administrations. The narrative the government eventually played out, led by the National Security Advisor, Ribado, when they had engagements with the United States administration at the highest level in the Pentagon and with his colleague in the United States, it became apparent and clear that there has to be a proper investigation and interrogation into what this narrative is. Is it a religious connotation? Is it just an ethnic connotation? What's the coverage of what this particular response is? The United States originally had responded a challenge relative to the situation of the Christian populace in Nigeria. And where the narrative was coming from was more on the Christian side. However, the Muslims themselves, on their own side, they had no opportunity to equally give their own narrative of what they are experiencing. And so the United States came into Nigeria, which is why you have a working group, to equally have a vis-a-vis reaction on what is playing out, what's really the situation here. And they have common ground, and that's why you hear that there's a whole lot of intelligence with their gathering on what is really playing out. And that is why I told you it's a very sensitive topic.
All right, very sensitive topic indeed, but it's also important to know that it is very sensitive that Nigerians are being killed in their numbers, even as we speak. Well, Dikin Elebiga, I'm very happy that you appeared on my show, but you know, we started the program late because we're also supposed to talk about other interesting topics. And I would like for us to, next time, to talk about Port Harcourt, because I understand that you are more than an interested stakeholder in River State. Probably some other time, I would like for us to talk about what is going on in River State. But this is where we have to draw the curtains, and I appreciate your presence. I must say a very big thank you to you. I've been speaking with...
Thank you very much.
I've been speaking with Dikin Henry Elebiga, political affairs analyst. He joined me from our Abuja outstation. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, the bus manager, the ingest manager, and the sound engineer, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemduto. I'll see you again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekelha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa, with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their clientele base extends beyond the shores of Africa. The market cuts across 3 local government areas: the Aba North, Aba South, and Osisioma. Ariaria International Market, with an annual turnover of over $3 billion, as recorded in 2018, is a reseller's market where you can buy wholesale cheaply and even have your desired products designed and produced to your own exact specifications. There are a variety of businesses across the market, which includes sales of fabrics, shoemaking and sales, pharmaceutical supplies, hair salon materials, salons, general household goods, and so many others. The Ariaria market has a total of 37,000 shops. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
and you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe. Watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from U.S. military forces on ground in Nigeria to tackle insecurity. The Senate proposed a new revenue formula to boost federal spending. Also, World Bank praises Nigeria's reform agenda. And finally, NAFDAC defends alcohol ban, cites underage consumption. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into what we have for you today. The United States military says it has dispatched some forces to Nigeria as part of ongoing security cooperation aimed at countering Boko Haram insurgency and rising banditry. According to U.S. officials, the deployment is designed to provide advisory, intelligence, and operational support to Nigerian forces battling terrorism and organized armed groups. Meanwhile, the Senate has urged citizens to resist internal collaborators, warning that individuals aiding or shielding criminals pose grave threats to peace, stability, and effective security operations across affected communities. The lawmakers stressed that community cooperation with security agencies is critical to dismantling terror networks. In a related move, the Senate has called on President Bola Tinubu to site a permanent military barracks in Katsina State, following fresh killings linked to bandit attacks. Senators say a sustained military presence is necessary to deter attacks and reassure residents in one of the country's worst-hit states. Also, the Senate has called for an increase in troop strength and funding for the military to effectively tackle insecurity across the country. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator in economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And then also joining us virtually, we have Lekia Christian. He is a public affairs analyst, a social justice crusader, and president, Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence. Glad to have you join us, Lekia.
Good to be part of you after a very long time.
Did you have a very long time, just 2 weeks away. But anyways, if you feel it's a long time, it's fine. Let me start.
I miss.
Okay, it's fine. Let me start with you. Sir.
I miss my brother Peter in the studio.
Okay.
I have come to develop this warmth.
Okay, Dr. Peter, you can hear him, right?
No.
He said he misses you in the studio.
Okay.
That it's been long. That's why I'm telling him. It's just 2 weeks. I don't know why he's saying it's been long. Okay, let's have you, sir. U.S. soldiers are in Nigeria, boots on ground. Is this a development you've been waiting for? Is this a development you've been waiting for? Or let me just hear from you. What do you make of this development? Okay, we seem to be having network connections.
No independent nation will want to rely on another country to.
Can you hear me, sir? Hold on, sir. Can you hear me? We didn't hear anything, so can you reiterate?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, so you could start all over again.
Loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you.
I said, okay, all I'm trying to say is that it's an insult for any independent nation, any country who is truly independent to depend on another country to tackle her security challenges. We have our military, we have other internal security agencies with the responsibility of ensuring that there is law and order, and as well as the protection of lives and property within the country. However, be that as it may, we shouldn't die in silence. America had come, and they are not coming to invade, they have come to collaborate. And to that of two countries, help is needed. We can depend on their support to tackle this. But I just hope that this effort will not be sabotaged and that it will truly be driven by a sincere desire to tackle insecurity in the country. United States is not Nigeria, but then we welcome what they are doing, and we do pray that the collaboration should work for the greater good of Nigerians.
Okay, at the beginning of your response, you said that it is I can't remember the exact word you said, but you said it is an embarrassment for any country to come into another country. So are you saying that for you, do you think this is an infringement of our sovereignty as a country?
No, within the context of collaboration, it is not an infringement. If you look at the very beginning, the way the United States came in, they came in with the claim that the nation was incapable of protecting the Christian community citizens. And they came to intervene. President Trump was blunt about it. You know, I'm saying that it's an embarrassment for Nigeria as a country to wait until the president of another country or the military of another country will wake us up to our responsibility as a nation. That's what I meant. But however, within the context of this collaboration, accepting help where you are weak is not a crime.
Okay, I understand you now, sir. Okay, thank you. Let me get to hear Dr. Peter's, Dr. Anosike's view. Dr. Anosike, I don't know. Let me hear first what you make of this development. Yeah, let me hear from you first.
Human beings are by nature impatient, understand? They have been asking, when is America coming, when is America coming?
That was actually what I was going. Okay, when they are coming, okay, not what they are coming to do, okay.
Understand? No, they must first of all come
before they ask
before they would do.
Okay.
And I know that they would do, understand me? Just like people, that Iranians are already asking when is America coming? Because Donald Trump told them that help is on the way. And they have not seen that help in the last 1 month. So they're already losing patience. But I know that Donald Trump is somebody who walks his talks. When he says something, he makes sure that he does it. So there's no shame there saying somebody coming to help you if you are unable to help yourself. The current administration lacks the capacity to handle the insurgents. So America is now coming there to show them how to do it. Understand? So the collaboration is just what we call in journalism to make good, or to use our diplomatic words. Understand me? Because when the Sokoto bomb happened, there was no collaboration. There was no joint attack. It was just America that struck. Then I say if there was a joint attack, there would have been a joint statement. So because, and America has been watching since that 25th of December and see that these guys are not getting this right. Therefore, let us send people physically to Nigeria. Understand me? So that's why they are here, assuming that Nigerians have shown any kind of capacity. They will have been communicating there from there, because this is information age, and you can give direction from anywhere. But because they are not getting it right the way they want it, they have to now send people physically that's to Nigeria, which is not what America always do. Because they don't like losing their soldiers in wars that don't necessarily, that is not their own. So, and they have come, and these people are going to sit up now. At least begin that to pretend that they are fighting insurgents.
Okay, I mean, what does this deployment for you? What do you think it means? Is, I know that you're not, of course, we don't have so much information. It looks like this whole thing is being shrouded in secrecy, because not so much is being said. But no, what do you think?
I've told you, if they are getting it right, America would not have sent their soldiers physically. But there are things, but they are not getting it right. These people have to come here that to show them now physically how to fight insurgents.
So you're saying that is more about training support. Do you think that, because I was going to actually ask, do you think it's about training support, intelligence sharing, or active operations by these men or by these soldiers? We don't even know if they're men or women.
You can do all these things even in a video. Understand me? You can train people, understand me, all those things. But because of the compromise, because of the complicity, because of the sabotage, understand me, because of the sabotage, they now want to come here physically to say things for themselves.
You know, while you were speaking at first, you made mention of the fact that America doesn't like losing their soldiers, especially when it comes to wars that don't concern them, sort of.
It will be used against the president even during an election.
So, but why do you think this is happening? Why do you think, against all they stand for, that the president of America has decided to send some of his men down to Nigeria? Is there anything they stand to gain, or what do you think? What is the reason behind this action, aside from the fact that, okay, we know that according to them, Christian genocide and all of that, but what do you think is the reason why they would want to go against something he knows that could be used even against his re-election or whatever?
One, Nigeria has the biggest population in Africa, and even in the world. Nigeria one of the 10th. Now, Nigeria is one of the 10th most populous countries in the world. If there's crisis in Nigeria, it is going to affect every continent. And you understand me? So, one, they need that to have a foothold in Nigeria. Understand? Because right now, Russia is in Niger. Russia is in Burkina Faso. Understand me? So this is power game that is going on. Understand me? So they are here now to make sure that the killings stop. Mind you, Donald Trump has also added that Muslims are also being killed. So to make sure that killings stop, and again, that the countries that they are not comfortable with does not overrun Africa. Understand me? Yeah. So this is a power game that is going on. Russia is already in a border country. So they also need that to have their own presence as a way of checkmating Russia. Understand me?
So are you saying that this is not just about Nigerians? It's not just about us as a country?
I say he wants to stop the killings in Nigeria. Understand me? And again, checkmate Russia. Just like what happened in Venezuela is to checkmate Russia and China from encroaching on their border.
Okay, let me come back to Lekia. Lekia, you know, with all of this that is happening and with what we're seeing now, do you think that foreign military assistance, do you think it strengthens our security capacity, or would it expose the gaps that we have in our domestic capability?
The world has become a global community with major stakeholders politically having their independent boundaries. But when it comes to world peace, global peace, public safety, every part of the world is concerned. Just like my brother in the studio said, Nigeria is a major economic powerhouse. We are a major consuming nation. And for anybody who wants to grow his or her economy, they want the kind of things, the kind of population we have to ensure that products are being sent here. Then beyond all of that, they are also interested in public order. Like he said, when they came before, it was purely on Christian killings. And they were absolutely correct. But Nigerians changed the narrative that, okay, there are Muslims who are equally victims of this banditry and all of that, Boko Haram insurgency and attacks, which is also correct. So they are here to ensure that there is public safety. Remember, a lot of Christians, particularly from Benue, sent lots and lots of information are calling for help from across the world. You see the mass burial, mass graves, and all of the humanity. If we are truly one humanity, we should be concerned. So what Americans did, their intervention, is to ensure that, well, that injustice, if it's about ethnic cleansing, that is being stopped. And they also respected the Nigerian position, because they now they didn't come to beg us. They said they were interested, but now there have been discussion. Remember, the National Security Advisor visited the United States with his team. There have been talks between then and now. And today we see a handful of American troops on ground. And so it is part of efforts to strengthen global peace. And they also ensuring that those who are behind the killings discontinue, that there is freedom and that the right to life should be respected, irrespective of whatever agenda anybody is pursuing. So it's important that this is happening, and that their own military. You know, one of the greatest problems we had that the Nigerian armed forces had and other security agencies was internal sabotage. If you listen to retired soldiers or those who have been involved, the military personnel who are involved in this fight against insurgency, you hear different things that does not show that the government was fair even to the soldiers who were on ground fighting. You know, so it's important to know that there is no information that comes out that are not being sieved by interested parties and major stakeholders globally. And for me, I see this intervention as an attempt to ensure that there are no leakages in between the lines. That no matter the level of collaboration, informations are within the reach of the American troops who are here to ensure that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Manosike, let me come to you.
The mandate they are being given is achieved to ensure that the peace.
Okay, I didn't actually make out the last statement you made. I guess network interrupted it a little bit. I don't know if you can repeat your statement. Oh, okay, let me come to Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, you know, one of the things he said, he talked about internal saboteurs, but I want to ask, the fact that these people, these army officials are on ground now, does it in any way, would it in any way curtail these internal saboteurs? How would they be able to work without getting, you know, getting all of these things out and ensuring that it just stays within the right set of persons? Is there something that can be done about that? Or
well, these are well-trained soldiers, and they are coming with their intelligence, which is different from what we have here. Understand me? I know that in England in the 90s, I don't know if it's still there now, there's always what they call bank. Understand me? There's always what they call bank, and this bank is not where you keep money. You can go there to make call. So, understand, immediately that you live there, one of their security agents will come and pick it, understand, and get the information that you passed. So there's always something there that transmits what you say to them. So with that, they are monitoring the kind of information that people, the kind of a discussion as a way of. Then that was when hijacking is on, but now they don't do it that anymore. So these people will have their own way of getting information, because what the language that Nigerian soldiers speak is Hausa. Go to the barracks. The major language there is Hausa, and these guys doesn't understand Hausa, but they will have a way of getting the information that are being transmitted. And again, their president will also put fear on those who are doing this sabotage and so on and so forth for whatever reasons, either to protect their own people or for monetary gains and so on and so forth. So the picture has changed. Before, America was in America. Right now, America is in Nigeria. So it's a wake-up call for everybody to be upright.
Okay, well, okay. Let me come back to Lekia. Lekia, I found that I heard that you're back. So let me ask you this. You know, one of the things that came up on the floor of the Senate today is that one of the senators actually talked about citizens resisting collaborators, internal collaborators. And, you know, he talked about the fact that shielding criminals, like we all know, poses grave threats to peace and, of course, stability of the community and, of course, the country in general. But, you know, asking citizens to resist collaborators, is it actually realistic when you don't even have the right protection for them and intelligence frameworks? What do you think?
Understand what they mean by collaboration. Just after the Sokoto strike, we saw situations where some governors in the north were asking their communities to make peace, encouraging peace and mediation between the bandits and themselves. They were trying to strike a balance. Whilst with merchants of death, why will you encourage that kind of thing? And we've also seen how the Nigerian army had lost a whole lot of their officers to this fight. And communities, when it comes to that, you know, this war is not a direct war. You don't know the enemies. You don't know, because you have these bandits living among the people. It is the people who know them. So when they shield them, even in communities where they are known, and they want to take human shield sometimes, and that will frustrate the efforts of the Nigerian armed forces before now. And most of the people they even interface, we don't know where their loyalty lies. So for me, discouraging that collaboration is to strengthen whatever intelligence that is being deployed to ensure that this menace is being coped, is being brought to a halt and a stop. It is not healthy. It is a threat to our own national security, is a threat to the way we run things, our expectations. All of this will turn to nothing if that is being encouraged. So for me, there shouldn't be that level of collaboration, but with the bandits. But of course, America is here with their own technology. Security today is intelligence driven, and they know what they are coming for. They have their targets. They work with precision. They have watched a whole lot, and they are also working in collaboration with the Nigerian state. You know, the non-state actors don't have access, and they may not be foolish enough to deploy all their strategy to the Nigerian military, because you don't know which of them that is linked with the bandits themselves. We've seen situations where some bandits will claim to have repented, and the next time they have been absorbed into the military. How they have been posted and whose interest they pursue, even within the armed forces as personnel, working for the Nigerian state now as state actors, you don't know, you can't predict. So it's something that requires a whole lot of commitment, and we pray that Nigerians will be patriotic enough to understand and appreciate why they must not provide shield for criminals, and ensure that whatever effort that has been deployed today to pursue public safety is being encouraged in the best interest of the nation, and ensure that we are out of the dark woods where this whole thing has thrown us as a people.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to Dr. Nosiki. Dr. Nosiki, one of the things that came up on the floor, aside from this caution against internal collaborations is also the fact that they reiterated that the president had one time promised to build build military barracks in hotspots, in zones like Katsina and all of that. But do you think that citing military barracks in places like that, would it help? Is that something that would help change the insecurity or the security equation that we have at the moment?
For me, that is two ways that the way I'm saying, because the military barracks in Borno State has not stopped or the attack in the state. They are even attacking military formations. So what I feel should be done is those their hideouts, understand? Make sure they are assuming that that they are taking people to the forest. Make sure that those forests don't exist anymore. An instance, Sambisa, if they have built a military barracks, Air Force base in Sambisa, they will not have where to be hiding or where to be taking people to. Understand? So when you are chasing somebody and you see where he or she hides, you don't take care of them, because when or the former Minister of Defense state was the Minister of Defense, or the one that Musa took over from, he said that where they hide, that their rocket cannot penetrate the forest. Then why should you allow those forests to exist? If you clear those forests, build a military formation there, they will not have anywhere to this thing hide. So for me, this is that's a compromise of a lot of people. It is a compromise that's of a lot of people. Some people have sympathy for them. Understand? Some people have sympathy for them. Like Buhari said, that Jonathan is using the fight against Boko Haram to reduce the northern votes. Understand me? And Sheikh Gumi said that Boko Haram members are their brothers and sisters. So you can see. But America is coming with emotional intelligence. Understand me? So the right thing should be done. Evil shouldn't be condoned. There should be no excuse for evil. You don't condone evil, you eliminate evil.
You don't condone evil, you say you eliminate evil. But you know, with what has been happening, and then using your last statement as a background, what would you say has actually failed more in our security strategy? Would you say it's intelligence, coordination, or would you say it's a political will to actually, or would you even say, like you mentioned earlier, that is the compromise that we have amongst our top officials and all?
We cannot say, we cannot mention one particular factor. But one of them is that people are becoming billionaires from this fight. People are becoming billionaires from this fight. And that's one of the reasons why it has not ended. From 2009 up to 2026, some people are making billions from this. Because every year, budgets are being made, understand, and people are benefiting. So for me, that could be one of the reasons. Because if the fight against the insurgents ends, their money would dry up. Understand me? So for me, corruption is one of the main reasons why Nigeria has not won this war.
Okay, let me allow Lake here to give his opinion about this particular question before we move on to the next conversation. Lekia, what has failed more in this our fight against insecurity? Would you say it's our strategy? Would you say it's our intelligence coordination? Or would you say it's the political will that we have or we do not have?
A combination of factors that is corruption-centered. If you look at what preempted that war, maybe you never listened to Al-Mustafa. There's a whole lot of mineral exploration going on there. And who are those involved? And what are the value of those minerals? Is the Nigerian state totally in charge of that? So whose interest is being protected? Why is Boko Haram is existing? Why are they dividing into cells? Why are they changing groups and names, identity? They are pursuing a common mind. They want to draw as much as they could to ensure that the federal government does not exercise this kind of control they exercise over resources found here in the Niger Delta. And you can see that while we talk about bunkering, why some people are involved in bunkering here, the military came heavily on them. But the kind of conspiracy that have allowed Boko Haram and insecurity to thrive in the north will not allow the military to strike them the same way they strike oil bunkers and attack criminals here. And you see, these are part of the problem. It's complex. So all the resources and the revenue generated from those resources, sometimes we heard of foreign nations coming directly without showing any respect for aviation authority. They come direct and pick most of those things out. We've been too loose. So a combination of factors that is corruption-centered and conspiracy founded is responsible for why we are where we are as a nation.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation. And of course, it's based on what the Senate has proposed. The Senate has proposed a new revenue sharing formula aimed at boosting the federal government's spending capacity. The Senate says the proposed revenue formula seeks to adjust how national income is shared among the federal, state, and local governments. Lawmakers argue that the current structure limits the federal government's ability to fund key responsibilities such as defense, infrastructure, and social services. The federal government currently receives 52.68%, the state 26.72%, while local governments get 20.60%. But let me come to you first. You know, with this, we can see that, of course, we know, even without these numbers, we already know that the federal government gets a higher percentage. And now the Senate is fighting for more for the federal government. Do you think, do you align with them? Do you think that the federal government should get more?
That reversal should be on the case if we want to run a successful country. Understand? Reversal should be on the case. Go and check the budget of America. The federal government is receiving this thing. Progress more between 1960 to 1966 than from 1966 to 2026. Because then there was resource control, there was power and devolution. The regions, understand, we are having the bulk of the money, and then we are developing their areas. What Michael Okpara did between 1960 and 1966 should be what federal government should be receiving. Then this 52% should be for the states, because they are nearer to the people. Understand? So this happens when the government has no brain to develop its own economy. Now everything is now tax, because you cannot generate money of your own. And where would this money come? From the states. You take the bulk of the money and you starve them. Why they are directly responsible to the people? So it's wrong.
Okay, let me come to you, Lekia. We know that the states, many of the states are actually struggling with giving the necessary infrastructural development at the
business of protecting our territorial boundaries should be vested within the Nigerian military under the direct control of the federal government.
Okay, one of the things that I heard you say while you were speaking is the fact that there's a need for revenue generation by many of these states. That's one of the things I heard you say, right?
Yes, the states should be able to generate their revenue, manage their resources, and pay a part, a certain percentage to the center, not for the center to draw from a certain bracket of people like the Niger Delta, and nothing is happening to the rich mineral deposits that are there. And all of that is responsible for the level of insecurity that have grown there, just to stay the eyes and attention of the federal government away from what is beneath the ground there.
Okay, let me have Dr. Anosike say what he has to say before we move on to the last
issues
conversation.
In the area like Niger and Delta, assuming we are running a proper federal government, the people of Niger Delta should have an equity with the federal government. Understand me? Niger Delta people owns that resources. So there should be an equity with the federal government. This is how much we'll be paying to you. Understand? And not federal government giving to the owners. It doesn't happen. It is wrong. Understand me? Now you are taking my thing and now dashing me. Dashing me what belongs to me. It doesn't happen in a sane country, in a sane economy. That's why we are not moving forward.
Okay, let's quickly move to our last conversation for tonight. The managing director of the World Bank says Nigeria has become a global reference point for steady and credible economic reforms. She said she disclosed this when she led the World Bank delegation to the villa. She commended Nigeria's reform progress over the past 2 years, particularly the government's consistent resolve to stay the course despite challenges. She noted that while challenges remain, Nigeria's reform trajectory is attracting renewed interest from investors and development partners. Let me come to you first, Dr. Anosike. What do you make of this?
The woman should be investigated how much was given to her. She should be investigated. She has been bought over. Understand me? She's a coward because they are gone to the presidency. Understand? And is not able that to speak truth to power.
Okay, let's hear from Lekia. Lekia, what do you make of this? You know, it's something like this, a rating from an international, from a director. You know, how does it compare with citizens? Citizens would actually say that no, that this is actually it's not working, and then someone here is telling us it's working. Nigerians are still buying things very expensive, and then someone is saying that the reforms are working. What do you make of this, please, in one sentence or in 1 minute, please, before we go?
By very important persons, should not be taken seriously. What are the indicators? I'm happy that nobody is a monopoly of knowledge. If she's making a statement, the diagnosis of that statement and the indicators that suggested the position she has taken on the Nigerian situation should be made open. There are other stakeholders who know what she knows, but I don't believe that that is completely true.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our...
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo Fish Market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Ekpe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government, the Oluwo family, while chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone that have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead, and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo Fish Market in Lagos. As there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2020, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world